Chapter 1784. Luo Tianyi, Long Chen. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, they saw Long Chen sitting at a table. They walked over and sat down at Long Chen's table. "You guys are here." Long Chen nodded and poured tea for Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and discovered that Long Chen's aura was also extremely powerful. It was obvious that Long Chen had also made a breakthrough and entered the Supreme Saint realm. The few of them chatted and drank tea. Outside, more and more people arrived. Before long, there were already hundreds of people in this area. They were all Heaven's favorites of the younger generation. Almost all of the Heaven's favorites from the ancient Moon Holy Land had been invited. "Hee, Lu Ming, you finally stopped being a tortoise and come out." At this moment, a sneer reverberated throughout the entire area. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few young people looking at him with cold eyes. The WN clan's prodigy. Among them were Wan Tianbing, Wan Tianlong, and another person who exuded an air of nobility. Lu Ming did not recognize him, but it was clearly another prodigy of the Wan family. It was Wan Tianbing who had just spoken. At the scene, many paragons looked at Lu Ming and then at the Wan clan's paragon with anticipation. It seemed that Lu Ming was going to clash with the Wan family again. "Wan Tianbing, what? You didn't feel good after the last battle?" Lu Ming said in disdain. Wan Tianbing's face darkened and he snorted coldly. "Last time, one was just careless. You don't need to be proud." "Careless? What a joke. If it wasn't for you, the old dog of the Wan family, shamelessly interfering last time, you would have already died." Lu Ming sneered in disdain. Bang! At this moment, a young man beside Wan Tianbing slammed the table. His eyes were as cold as lightning as he looked at Lu Ming and berated, "Impudent! How dare you insult the Wan family's seniors? You deserve to die 10,000 times." Lu Ming looked at the person and said indifferently, "Who the hell are you? Was one wrong to call those old men of the Wan family old dogs? After hitting the young, the old will make a move, it was obvious to all. You still dare to talk nonsense, I'll kill you today. You're courting death." The man shouted coldly. He stood up suddenly and his powerful aura pressed toward Lu Ming. The great saint realm. Without a doubt, this man was a supreme saint, much stronger than Wan Tianbing. Boom! Beside Lu Ming, Long Chen and Feng Ling burst out with a powerful aura at the same time, dispersing the man's aura in one go, causing the man's expression to change. He was not the only one. The others' expressions also changed drastically as they looked at Feng Ling and Long Chen in disbelief. Supreme Saint, Feng Ling and Long Chen have also broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. How is that possible? A few months ago, they were still far from the Great Saint realm. How did they break through to the Great Saint realm so quickly? It's incredible! Many people exclaimed in disbelief. In particular, some of the geniuses who had competed with Feng Ling and Long Chen in the past were even paler. For example, Huang Kong, Huang Bing, and the others of the Phoenix Palace looked at Feng Ling, tongue-tied. In the end they sighed. They knew that they had been far surpassed by Huang Ling. Coupled with Huang Ling's terrifying talent, they would never be able to surpass her in their lifetime. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Wan family was called Wan Pingyang. He was one of the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of the Wan family. He had just returned from the Heaven Empyrean city. His expression changed. He did not expect Long Chen and Feng Ling to be so powerful. Wan Pingyang rolled his eyes and sneered, "Lu Ming, you're really a coward. When I went to the Phoenix Palace to challenge you, you hid and refused to fight. Now you're hiding behind someone else." Hee, this is the first time I've seen martial arts rely on hiding. You're a great saint, yet you want to fight a bright saint like me. Do you think it's a glorious thing? Is this your confidence and pride? Lu Ming responded indifferently. "Ha, what a joke. Cultivation is also a type of talent. No matter how strong you are, if you are forever stuck at a cultivation level, you will still be a piece of trash. One can suppress you with a flip of my hand?" Wan Pingyang laughed and mocked. "You're really that confident? You can suppress me? If a supreme saint is suppressed by a sacred light like me, I wonder if the elders of the Wan family will come and find trouble with me again?" Lu Ming said calmly. It's ridiculous to be suppressed by you. Do you think that's possible? Come out and fight. Wan Pingyang shouted. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and he was about to stand up. At this moment, a clear voice sounded, Everyone, we're here to taste tea today and get to know each other. There's no need to use force. The holy successor is about to arrive. At this moment, a holy maiden of the Jade Lake spoke. Lu Ming, you're lucky. They'll give the Jade Lake Saint some face today. But your luck won't last forever. Wan Pingyang said coldly. Luck? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Who was the lucky one? They're here. At this moment, someone spoke, and everyone's eyes turned to the pavilion. A woman stepped out from the depths of the Jade Lake Divine Palace. Her figure was the most beautiful piece of art in the world. She was well-proportioned and beautiful, making people unable to move their eyes away. With every step she took, a cloud would appear in the sky and drag her body. Everyone's eyes moved up and saw a peerless face that could topple cities. The 9 Jade Lake Saintesses were already peerless beauties, but they paled in comparison to this woman. This woman was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting, the goddess of legends. It's so beautiful! Someone mumbled to himself. He was already dumbfounded. Lu Ming was also dumbfounded. Not only him, even Huang Ling and Long Chen were stunned. It wasn't because she was too beautiful, but because they knew her. Luo Tianyi. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He had never expected that the Jade Pool's holy successor would be Luo Tianyi, one of the 7 people who had passed the Hunyuan Sex assessment and obtained the Silver Inheritor. I didn't expect that she would be the holy successor of the Jade Lake. Huang Ling muttered to herself. I really didn't expect it. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu Ming is really perverted. He is in a daze when he sees a beautiful woman. At the side, Pow Pow muttered. Cough cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times in embarrassment, his face blushing slightly. He picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. He glanced at Bubbles and said, What does a little brat know? Of course one know. You think I can't tell from your eyes? And brother Long Chen too, and sister Feng Ling. Bubbles pouted her chubby little mouth, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes, which made Long Chen and Feng Ling a little embarrassed. Little girl, you're talking nonsense. I'm a woman, how could I? Huang Ling rolled her eyes at Bubbles. Can't a woman do that? Peoba muttered. At this time, Luo Tianyi had already landed on the pavilion. She picked up a cup of tea and said, I'm Luo Tianyi. Thank you for coming. One don't have any wine today, only tea. They'll drink tea in place of wine. Hey, race a toast to you all. Then he picked up the teacup and took a sip. Chapter 1785 Scaring Away Geniuses with a Glance. To be honest, Luo Tianyi was extremely beautiful. Her appearance was no less than Huang Ling and Xian Yanqing, but she had an extra temperament, a charming temperament. Her every smile and every move seemed to be full of charm. At the scene, most of the young men were tempted and stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes. Wan Pingyang was the same. His eyes were burning as he looked at Luo Tianyi, unable to move his eyes away. I wouldn't dare. It's my honor to be able to meet Tianyi Saintess today. Saintess, you're a heavenly beauty, like a goddess. It's my good fortune to meet you today. Some self-proclaimed handsome sovereigns immediately opened their mouths, trying to attract Luo Tianyi's attention. Every time the holy maiden was born, the Jade Pool would choose a guardian to grow up with her. To put it simply, a Tao protector was a Tao companion and a husband. This was the case for the ordinary holy maidens, and it was even more so for the holy successor. If they could become the guardians of the Jade Lake's holy successor, they would not only get a rare beauty, but also enjoy the vast resources of the Jade Lake. Who wouldn't want that? Luo Tianyi smiled and waved her hand. Tianyi thanks everyone for coming, please sit. Everyone took their seats, but there was one exception. It was a purple-robed young man with a burly figure. The most eye-catching thing about him was his purple hair that fluttered in the wind. He was filled with an unbridled arrogance. He stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes and said, Holy maiden, you are sitting alone in the pavilion. Aren't you lonely? How about I accompany you? With that, the man rose into the air and stepped forward, about to step into the pavilion. It's Su Tuo from the Skywolf Tower. Someone said. They recognized this young man. He was an extremely powerful Heaven's favorite. Su Tuo stepped forward and quickly approached the pavilion. The 9 ordinary saintesses of the Jade Lake looked awful. This man's behavior was an insult to the Holy Virgin of the Jade Lake. This brother, you've gone too far. Tunny Saint did not invite you up. An ordinary saintess rose into the air and blocked in front of Su Tuo. I can't go if they didn't invite me? Didn't the Jade Lake Saint come out to find a man? Do you think him not qualified? Su Tuo said, his purple hair flying in the wind. He stared at Luo Tianyi with fiery eyes and was very overbearing. Mind your words. The ordinary holy virgins of the Jade Lake looked even worse. Su Tuo's words were an insult. What are you pretending for? Women are born to be enjoyed by men. Otherwise, what's the use of being born in this world? Get out of my way. Su Tuo's aura was wild as he shouted. His shout was like a wolf howling at the moon. The ordinary saintesses' faces turned pale and their bodies trembled as they retreated. Su Tuo was obviously in the Supreme Saint realm and was extremely powerful. He was one of the top heaven's favorites in ancient Moon Holy Land and came from the powerful force, Sky Wolf Tower. Bang, bang. With a loud shout, he forced a few ordinary saintesses back. Su Tuo became even more arrogant as he stepped forward, causing the void to crack. The people of the Sky Wolf Tower are really overbearing. Someone said. The Sky Wolf Tower is full of sky wolves. They are arrogant and extremely protective of their own people. They are a group of lunatics. Let's keep our voices down. Someone else said. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, a few other saintesses stood in front of Su Tuo. Get lost. Many of them shouted again. Their purple hair danced in the wind as if they were about to transform into a purple wolf and pounce. Let him come over. Luo Tianyi said. Her expression was very calm as she sat on a jade bench, picked up a cup of tea and casually sipped on it. Yes. The few saintesses nodded and made way for him. Ah, Tianyi Saint, how about one be your protector? Well be done tonight. Su Tuo laughed and landed on the edge of the pavilion. It's not impossible to become Tianyi's guardian. It all depends on whether young master has the ability to do so. Luo Tianyi smiled, full of infinite temptation. At this time, her eyes turned black, and a mysterious fluctuation spread out from her body. At this moment, Su Tuo's body froze. The next moment he shouted, "Who is it?" Then he turned around abruptly and threw a punch backward. A terrifying fist force rushed into the vast void. Everyone looked at each other. There was no one behind Su Tuo, so why was he attacking? However, the next scene was even more shocking. And NBSP Su Tuo roared and punched continuously. His face was twisted as if he was fighting someone. After punching a few hundred times, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Illusion! Su Tuo was under an illusion. Someone exclaimed. It was obvious that Su Ta was under an illusion. However, with Su Tuo's cultivation level, it was shocking that he had fallen for the illusion without even realizing it. At this time, Su Tuo also woke up and looked at Luo Tianyi with an ugly expression. Young master can't even sit on this seat. It seems that young master is not qualified to be Tianyi's Dao protector. Luo Tianyi said, still smiling. Su Ta, you should come down. With your cultivation, you're not qualified. Someone said in disdain. Many of the geniuses who came today had cultivation realms that were not inferior to Su Tuo's. They were not afraid of him. Su Tuo's expression turned even uglier. He snorted coldly, turned around, and stepped into the air, leaving the Jade Lake Divine Palace. He was too embarrassed to stay. He had been overbearing and said that he wanted Luo Tianyi to be his woman. Now, Luo Tianyi had not even made a move, and he was already injured. Obviously, he was far from Luo Tianyi. Whoever wants to have a drink with me, just come up. As long as you can enter the pavilion from this jade ladder, I will drink with you today. Luo Tianyi said with a smile. This made many people's hearts beat faster. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If he could sit and drink tea with Luo Tianyi and get closer to her, he might have a chance to win her over in the future. The eyes of many powerful geniuses flickered. "I'll do it." In the crowd, a golden light flashed, and an unruly young man in a golden robe flew up the jade ladder, then stepped toward the pavilion. It's the fifth prince of the Golden Crow clan. Someone recognized this person. The Golden Crow race. There was a cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes. It was said that the Golden Crow race was extremely powerful. In this generation, there were 10 crown princes, each stronger than the last. They were all extremely terrifying existences. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow was also very famous. He had reached the Supreme Saint realm a few years ago. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow wore a serious expression. His entire body was enveloped in the divine sun fire. He walked up step by step, but when he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and his body began to tremble. "Break!" In the end, he closed his eyes and roared. Boom! A dazzling divine sun fire rushed out of his body as if it was trying to fight against something. But after a moment, his body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was thrown back like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 1786 Heavenly Illusion. The fifth prince of the Golden Crow vomited blood and retreated, shocking many people. Luo Tianyi, the holy successor of the Jade Pool, was so terrifying. She sat in the pavilion without moving, but the Golden Crow fifth prince vomited blood and retreated. Could that be the legendary Sky Illusion Law? It's possible. Otherwise, how could it have such power? The Sky Illusion Law is a king path law, second only to the 10 strongest laws. Luo Tianyi is a king body. Another king physique has appeared. Today, we've really entered an era of kings contending for hegemony. It's not just the king physique. There are even a few sons of heaven in the heavenly emperor city. Isn't Lu Ming the son of chaos? Sounds of discussion could be heard in the surroundings. It should be one of the king path laws, the Sky Illusion Law. Lu Ming muttered. Under the 10 ultimate maxims, there were some maxims that were extremely terrifying and powerful. They were not much weaker than the 10 ultimate maxims. These maxims were known as the king path maxims. This king did not mean the king of martial kings, but the king of laws. The king amongst the myriad of laws. Those who controlled the king path laws were called king physiques. Those who mastered the 10 ultimate maxims were known as the son of heaven. For example, Luo Xiang's control of the laws of speed was a type of king path law. Also, Long Chen's law of extremity, the extreme of force, was also a kind of king path law. Phoenix Spirit's law of unperishable flame was also a kind of king path law. Now, he had seen another one, the Sky Illusion Law. The Sky Illusion nomological law could make people fall into an illusion without them knowing. Even if they were attacked in the illusion, their bodies would be injured. It was truly incomparably profound. Lu Ming had cultivated illusions before, but it was much weaker than the Sky Illusion Law. Luo Tianyi's soul power is definitely very powerful. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. Who else wants to come up? Luo Tianyi's voice sounded again. "I'll do it." At this moment, Wan Pingyang stood up and landed on the jade steps. He wanted to climb up the pavilion, but his outcome was the same as the fifth prince of the Golden Crow. He spat out blood and retreated. He returned to his seat with a dark expression. Following that, a few more heaven's favorites went up. Some of them had terrifying cultivation and had actually reached the great sage, but it was useless. The result was the same. They all spat out blood and retreated. Luo Tianyi's cultivation was simply unfathomable. Anyone else? Luo Tianyi smiled and looked around. When she saw Lu Ming, she nodded slightly at him. "Brother Lu Ming, that sister seems to be interested in you. She's hinting at you. Why don't you go quickly?" At the side, Pow Pow mumbled. "You have sharp eyes." Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head and Bubbles immediately revealed a look of enjoyment. "However, it's not a bad idea to go up and have a drink." Lu Ming smiled. He stood up and took a step forward, landing on the jade staircase. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Lu Ming. You're overestimating yourself. Other supreme saints can't get on it. You're just a bright saint, and you want to get on? Wan Tianbing seized the opportunity to mock him rudely. You're right. Wait a minute. Let's see how he embarrasses himself. Wan Pingyang continued. The others shook their heads. Lu Ming was a bright saint. How could he possibly step on it? He would probably be blasted down in a few minutes. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Wan Pingyang and Wan Tianbing. His disdainful voice rang out. You're a piece of trash. Do you think everyone else is like you? Who are you calling trash? Wan Pingyang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. It's whoever answered. Lu Ming said. You're just trying to win with your words. Let's see how you're going to step on it. Wan Pingyang's face darkened. Then open your dog eyes wide and watch. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Lu Ming advanced step by step at a steady pace. Very soon, he was halfway up the jade staircase. However, he did not slow down and continued to move forward at the same speed. Many people's expressions changed. Wan Pingyang's expression also changed. Lu Ming continued to move upwards and was close to the pavilion. Nothing happened. How could this be? Luo Tianyi didn't even make a move. Did Luo Tianyi deliberately let him go up? Impossible! Someone shouted, finding it hard to accept. He deliberately let Lu Ming go up. What did this mean? Could it be that Luo Tianyi had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? However, so many stronger geniuses had been blasted down by Luo Tianyi. Would Luo Tianyi be interested in Lu Ming? However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Lu Ming walked up step by step. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the hearts of those geniuses. Huang Ling and Long Chen smiled faintly. Why would Luo Tianyi stop Lu Ming if he wanted to go up? Bang! In the end, Lu Ming took a step onto the pavilion. Many people's hearts slapped a beat. Young Master Lu, please take a seat. Luo Tianyi's face showed a bright smile, and her clear voice rang out, which stunned many people. A bowtie's invitation, it's not beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and sat down on a stool that was next to Luo Tian's. Their bodies were almost leaning against each other. Then, Luo Tianyi poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked it up, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "It smells so good." He didn't know if it was the fragrance of tea or the fragrance of people. However, the eyes of the young geniuses below the stage were red with envy. Lu Ming, what right do you have to sit on top? Get down. Wan Pingyang roared. He was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He wished that the person he was looking for was him. He could not figure out why Luo Tianyi did not attack Lu Ming. Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Lu Ming? At the thought of this, he was so angry that he went crazy, and the fire of jealousy burned. Whether I'm qualified or not, is it something you can say? Lu Ming cast a casual glance at Wan Pingyang, then turned to Luo Tianyi and said, "The fairy is so beautiful. Even Lu Ming's heart can't help but palpitate." With that, Lu Ming slowly leaned toward Luo Tian. "Young master is too kind." Luo Tianyi was still smiling, as if she was not angry at all. Lu Ming smiled. Then, under the angry gaze of the crowd, he picked up the cup that Luo Tianyi had drunk from and finished it in one gulp. "The tea that fairy has drunk is so fragrant." Lu Ming laughed heartily. This action was already very frivolous. It was equivalent to flirting with Luo Tianyi in front of everyone. Many people thought that Luo Tianyi would fly into a rage, but the result surprised them. Luo Tianyi was still smiling as if she didn't mind at all. She said, "Young master, if you don't mind, you can always come and drink tea with me." Nest. Many people were roaring in their hearts. What was going on? Could it be that Luo Tianyi had really taken a fancy to Lu Ming? Or did Lu Ming already have an affair with Luo Tianyi? When they thought of these 2 points, many people felt terrible. Some of them were even roaring in their hearts, "Why wasn't this person me?" Even the other 9 saintesses of the Jade Lake were stunned. Based on their understanding of Luo Tianyi, if anyone dared to do that to her, they would be crippled immediately. There was no second outcome. But now, Luo Tianyi did not seem to be angry at all. Chapter 1787. The great battle with Wan Pingyang, Lu Ming, you're presumptuous. How dare you disrespect the Tianyi Saintess? You're courting death. I'll cripple you. Wan Pingyang roared. In addition, the eyes of the fifth Golden Crow Prince and the others were also very cold. Shut up, Saintess Tian, you didn't even say anything and you jumped out, aren't you embarrassed? Lu Ming berated. Wan Pingyang looked at Luo Tianyi and realized that she had no reaction at all. He then looked at Lu Ming, his face flushed red. Yes, Luo Tianyi didn't say anything, which meant that she had admitted it. It was really embarrassing for him to jump out like this. Lu Ming, get down here. Who do you think you are? You're a bright saint from the Zhang region. You're not even an emperor-ranked force. What right do you have to sit next to the Luo Tian Saintess? Tian Pingyang shouted. Oh, you're born into a noble family and a big force. But you're born in a big force and your cultivation is so low. You're really a piece of trash. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Ming retorted sarcastically. What did you just say? Lu Ming, you stubborn turtle. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? I'd like to see who's the real trash. Wan Pingyang bellowed, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Today, he wanted to humiliate Lu Ming to wash away his shame. All right, I'll give you this chance? Lu Ming said coldly. He then looked at Luo Tianyi and said, Saintess Tin, can we make a move here? Of course you can. Since everyone is in such a good mood, I'll open the fighting ring and let everyone have a good fight. Luo Tianyi smiled and nodded to the other 9 saintesses. The 9 saintesses accepted the order and moved to an open space. With a wave of their hands, the ground emitted a radiance, and a fighting ring appeared. There are many battle platforms built in the Jade Pool for our disciples to spar. You can go up there and fight. Luo Tianyi said. No one was surprised. In fact, many major forces had built such a battle platform. It was usually hidden by a formation. If there was a battle, it could be opened at any time. It was very convenient. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Saintess Tianyi, please pour me a cup of tea. I'll be back to accompany you soon. Lu Ming stood up and said. Then he took a step forward and landed on the fighting ring. Wan Pingyang gritted his teeth. Lu Ming was too arrogant. Did he mean that he could defeat him before the tea turned cold? What a joke. He was a great saint. Moreover, he was not an ordinary great saint. He was a peerless genius with powerful combat strength. Even if Lu Ming could fight an ordinary great saint, he could not be his opponent. You don't need to do anything to deal with a mere Lu Ming. I'll suppress him. Wan Tianbing stood up and glared at Lu Ming with a sharp gaze. All right, I'll leave it to you. Wan Pingyang's eyes turned. If Wan Tianbing could defeat Lu Ming, he would be able to humiliate Lu Ming even more. Why not? Wan Tianbing took a step forward and came to the fighting ring. Last time, you were defeated even when you joined forces with someone. If it wasn't for the old dog of the Wan family saving you, you would have already died. You still dare to fight? Lu Ming said in disdain. I've said it before. I was careless last time. This time, I'll kill you. Wan Tianbing shouted coldly. His body began to glow, and holy weapons flew out and floated around him. Among them, there was a particularly bright spot. A combat sword flew out from it, and a terrifying sword chi rushed into the sky. It's an absolute saint weapon. Someone exclaimed. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. It turned out that the other party had sealed another absolute saint weapon, and it was even more stable than the last time. No wonder he dared to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming had almost lost to his holy weapon the last time. Kill! The chi of combat weapons gathered, and sword chi soared into the sky. The 10,000 celestial soldiers wielded their combat swords and slashed at Lu Ming. The power was shocking, and those below the Supreme Saint realm were shocked. The 10,000 weapons manual was indeed amazing. As long as one's body and cultivation were strong enough, one could seal powerful holy weapons continuously. Ordinary Supreme Saints wouldn't dare to use this move. But Lu Ming was not just anyone. I'll be taking this absolute saint weapon. Lu Ming muttered. In the next moment he rushed towards his opponent and slashed his palm at him like a knife. Lu Ming attacked his opponent's absolute holy weapon with his bare hands, but the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Clang! Lu Ming's palm hit the combat sword, which trembled wildly. A terrifying force surged toward Wan Tianbing. In an instant, Wan Tianbing's expression changed, and his eyes popped out in disbelief. He felt a terrifying power coming from the combat sword that seemed to be endless. Buzz! The sword vibrated and his palm exploded. The sword flew out of his hand while his body was thrown far away like a broken kite. He fell on the fighting ring and spat out blood. His face was as pale as paper. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming's saint energy rolled up and he put away the absolute saint weapon. Many people at the scene gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. He was defeated. 10,000 heavenly soldiers were defeated in one move. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Many people still remembered that a few months ago, Lu Ming, Wan Tianbing, and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow had a battle at the Phoenix Lake. In that battle, Lu Ming had defeated Wan Tianbing and the sixth prince of the Golden Crow with great difficulty. He was even forced into a disadvantageous position after Wan Tianbing had taken out his holy weapon. But now, Lu Ming had made Wan Tianbing spit out blood and sent him flying out of the arena with one move. He had even seized his absolute saint weapon. In just a few months, Lu Ming's combat strength had become so terrifying. Hand over the absolute saint weapon. Wan Pingyang stood up and stepped onto the fighting ring. His eyes were extremely gloomy. What a joke! That's my spoils of war. Do you have an absolute saint weapon? Take it out. I'll be my spoils later. Lu Ming said. If you want my absolute saint weapon, I'm afraid you'll lose your life. Kill. Wan Pingyang roared. His entire body began to glow with bright light as saint weapons flew out one after another, their battle weapon chi soaring into the sky. There were 150 bright saint weapons, 12 great saint weapons, and an absolute saint weapon. The absolute saint weapon was a long spear. Wan Pingyang held the long spear in his hand, and his aura became even more terrifying. The long spear pierced through the air, aiming for Lu Ming. Wan Pingyang was a great saint in the minor mastery realm. When he was sealed into a saint weapon, the power he could unleash was even more terrifying. It was far beyond the power of a 10,000 celestial weapon. His combat strength was several times stronger than Wan Tianbing's. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward. His body was like lightning as he charged towards Wan Pingyang. His palm was like a blade as he struck at his opponent. Clang! Lu Ming's palm collided with his opponent's spear, creating a deafening boom. Both of them swayed slightly before they continued their battle. The Great Saint Realm was much stronger than the Bright Saint Realm. Moreover, the opponent's spiritual body was also a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. His combat power was extremely terrifying, far beyond the ordinary Great Saint lower mastery. Thump! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Wan Pingyang had exchanged dozens of blows. The entire place was filled with intense explosions, causing the entire area to shake. Chapter 1788. Take them all. The others were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their imagination. How can he be so powerful? A few months ago, Lu Ming was far from having such combat strength. His cultivation level has increased and he has reached the great circle of the Bright Saint stage. How can it be so fast? He was only a great circle of the Bright Saint stage a few months ago. Feng Ling and Long Chen's cultivation has also improved a lot. I heard that a few months ago, the paragons who obtained the Primordial Chaos token entered the Primordial Chaos sect to take part in the assessment. Perhaps Lu Ming, Feng Ling, and Long Chen have all obtained the Primordial Chaos token. Hunyuan sect's assessment has great opportunities. Perhaps that's true. The crowd discussed, and soon, someone made a rough guess. After all, the Hunyuan sect's assessment was no secret. Every few decades, a group of geniuses would enter and take part in the assessment. It was easy to associate this with the sect. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was still shocking. He was a sacred saint, and his opponent was also a peerless genius. Thump! Boom! Lu Ming collided with the other party dozens of times and then retreated quickly. Lose. Wan Pingyang roared. You're thinking too much, Feng. Lu Ming muttered. Following that, dense runes suddenly appeared on the long spear in Wan Pingyang's hand. They flowed along the long spear and rapidly spread throughout Wan Pingyang's body. They formed a terrifying sealing force that was about to seal Wan Pingyang. Damn it, what is this? Wan Pingyang bellowed in rage and unleashed his full power in an attempt to break the seal. However, he had exchanged so many blows with Lu Ming earlier and had laid down a terrifying sealing power. With all of them erupting at once, how could he break it in one go? Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure was like lightning. He appeared in front of Wan Pingyang in an instant and threw a punch at Wan Pingyang. Wan Pingyang cried out in pain and her body flew far away. A series of crackling sounds came from her body as her bone armor was shattered. Devour! Lu Ming unleashed his devouring power and enveloped all of Wan Pingyang's saint weapons so that Wan Pingyang could not take them back. Then, he used his saint energy to cut off the other party's connection and put away all the saint weapons. My holy weapon! Wan Pingyang roared and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. 150 bright saint weapons, 12 great saint weapons, and 1 absolute saint weapon all fell in Lu Ming's hands. His heart was bleeding. The WN clan's cultivation had a flaw, and that was the expenditure. The value of sealing so many saint weapons was simply too high. This was his many years of hard work. Now, it was all gone and Lu Ming had taken it. I said, this is my spoils of war. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared beside Wan Pingyang. He looked down at the other party and said coldly, so what if you have a high cultivation level? Wan Pingyang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, the Wan family will never let you off. You'd better return all my saint weapons. You can't swallow the Wan family's saint weapons. Ah, what a joke. You're a piece of trash. You're a great saint, but you're not a match for a bright saint. Now you're threatening me with the power behind you. If you didn't come from a powerful force, you would be a complete waste. I can kill a large number of you with a single slap. Get lost. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He gave Wan Pingyang one last kick on the head, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming, just you wait. On the other side, Wan Tianlong rushed over and helped Wan Pingyang up. They flew up into the sky and left the place. Wan Tianbing did the same. He had no face to stay. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the entire scene, especially the Golden Crow race's side. The 5th Golden Crow Prince and the 6th Golden Crow Prince's faces were unsightly. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was unfathomable. He did not seem to have used his full strength against Wan Pingyang. At least, he did not see Lu Ming use any Chaos Law Abhichna. Although the 5th Prince of the Golden Crow was arrogant, he was not confident that he could fight Lu Ming. He might even humiliate himself. It was not that there were no more powerful Heaven's favorites at the scene. However, they did not have any grudges with Lu Ming and did not want to offend him, a Heaven's favorite with endless potential. Therefore, no one went up to fight for a while. Since no one wants to fight, let's continue drinking tea. Lu Ming smiled. He took a step forward and returned to the pavilion. He picked up his teacup and said with a smile, it doesn't look like it's too late, and the tea is still hot. With that, he downed the drink. Although Lu Ming had fought 2 rounds in a row, he was very fast and did not waste much time. Young Master Lu, if you like it, you can come to the Jade Lake more often in the future. There's plenty of tea. Luo Tianyi said with a smile. How can I not come when a beauty has invited me? Lu Ming said. The others could only sigh. They were certain that Luo Tianyi had taken a fancy to Lu Ming. Below, an unnatural expression flashed across Huang Ling's face. Sister Feng Ling is jealous. Peoba muttered. Little girl, you're spouting nonsense. Huang Ling's face was flushed red as she picked up Pao Pao's chubby body and rubbed it hard. Lu Ming enjoyed the tea party while the others drank it as if it was plain water. Not long after, some people found excuses to leave. Some people took the lead and more people left one after another. Not long after, only Lu Ming and a few people were left at the scene. Tiani Saintus, I'll visit you another day. Farewell. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Young sect master, you should come to the Jade Lake more often. Luo Tianyi smiled and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and left the Jade Pool with Long Qin, Feng Ling and the rest. Back in the Phoenix Palace, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming took out a combat sword, intending to seal it. This sword was the absolute saint weapon that he had taken from Wan Tianbing. Lu Ming now had a total of 3 absolute saint weapons: a battle axe, a battle sword, and a long spear. 2 of them were taken from the 10,000 celestial soldier, and the last one was from Wan Pingyang. Other than the long spear, Lu Ming was more comfortable with the combat sword. He planned to seal this combat sword first. When the 10,000 celestial soldiers were at the great circle of the Bright Saint stage, they would need the help of a martial emperor to seal them into holy weapons. However, Lu Ming's spirit body was stronger. Lu was confident that he would be able to seal them successfully without the help of a martial emperor. Lu Ming immediately activated the 10,000 soldiers scroll and began to seal the one lowly weapon. One of the acupuncture points on his arm lit up, and the absolute saint weapon flew into it. Instantly, a terrifying tearing force erupted. The absolute saint weapon was too powerful. Lu Ming's arm swelled up and almost exploded. Waves of tearing pain spread throughout his body. Hold on. Lu Ming growled and circulated the 10,000 soldiers' art with all his might, enduring the pain. Slowly, the battle weapon chi of the absolute holy weapon calmed down, and Lu Ming's arm returned to its original state. A few hours later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. He had finally succeeded. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. It was too dangerous to seal a holy weapon. If one wasn't careful, their meridians would explode and their bodies would explode. However, once the seal was successful, the power of the 10,000 soldiers scroll would increase dramatically. Now, Lu Ming's 10,000 weapons scroll and holy weapon were as powerful as the chaotic finger of calamity. Meeting Xuanixin again, I should be able to seal a few more great saint weapons. Lu Ming pondered. It was impossible for him to continue to seal it into a saint weapon. His body couldn't take it anymore. He had to at least break through to the Supreme Saint realm or evolve his spirit body again. However, he should be able to seal a few more great saint weapons. This way, he would be able to increase his strength. Following that, Lu Ming sealed another 6 great saint weapons. The number of great saint weapons he had sealed increased to 12, which was the same as Wan Pingyang's. After cultivating the 10,000 soldiers scroll, Lu Ming continued to study the Chaos Finger Tribulation and the sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao. Time flew by, and another 2 months passed. Lu Ming's cultivation had entered a period of steady improvement and was slowly approaching the Great Sage realm. And during this period of time, Guyu Holy Land entered a period of peace. Many of the heaven's favorites from the Heavenly Emperor City had returned. However, they were all actively preparing for the battle. They worked hard to cultivate and wait for the opening of the Yuan Mountains Sacred Institute. The few emperors would establish the Yuan Mountains Saint Academy. At that time, all the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain would definitely gather in the Heavenly Emperor City. The Heavenly Emperor City would become a place for the geniuses to fight for supremacy. If one's cultivation and combat strength were not enough, they would only become a stepping stone for others. Therefore, all of them were cultivating hard. On this day, Huang Ling and Long Chen came together to ask Lu Ming to go to the 10,000 Spirit Trade City with them. The 10,000 Spirit Trading City was very famous in the ancient Moon Holy Land. It was founded by a few powerful forces, and one of them was the Wan family. Within the 10,000 Spirit Trade City, there were many shops. All kinds of treasures and rare items could be seen. After many years of development, it had become extremely prosperous. It had become the 2 largest trading places in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Every day, it was packed with people. Lu Ming was naturally curious about such a place and he agreed readily. He wanted to take a look and see if he could buy some useful items. He also wanted to sell some of the useless things he had on him in exchange for raw gemstones. Lu Ming brought bubbles with him and the group of them flew in the air. Not long after, a huge city appeared in front of them. This city was very large, and one could see people coming out of the city continuously, and people going in and out continuously. They landed at the city gate, which was guarded. If they wanted to enter the city, they had to pay a certain amount of raw stones. The few of them paid the fees and walked into the city. As soon as they entered the city, all they could see were shops. There were all kinds of shops and there was no end to them. Those forces that founded the trade city are really making a fortune. There's a fee to enter the city, and there's a fee to rent out these shops. How many raw gemstones do they earn every year? Lu Ming sighed. No wonder the Wan family was so rich. Every disciple had a large number of saint weapons to cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. The WN family had developed for countless years and had many disciples. With so many people cultivating the 10,000 soldier scroll, the number of holy weapons they needed was a terrifying number. This was nothing, especially for the monarch-level experts. They needed monarch weapons for their cultivation, which was even more expensive. Without income, they couldn't afford to cultivate at all. The few of them walked around the streets, looking for the things they needed. Lu Ming had also entered a few shops and exchanged all his useless items for high-grade raw gemstones. When one reached the Saint realm, one would almost always use superior-grade raw stones for cultivation. Lu Ming only kept a small amount of the bright saint weapon on him. He sold most of it in exchange for a lot of spiritual liquid to water the path-understanding ancient tree. He also bought some spiritual herbs for Paisha to eat. Suddenly, they saw many people gathering in one direction. A few of them were curious and followed them. They found many people rushing into a hall. "Brother, why are there so many people running here?" Lu Ming and the rest stopped a young man and asked. "This hall is a place to sell slaves. There are all kinds of slaves, human race and demon race. One just heard that they are selling a true dragon, a peerless beauty. This is extremely rare. Brother, one have to go or it will be too late," the young man said as he hurried forward. "True dragon? A beauty?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. "Let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said to Long Chen and Feng Ling. Then the three of them walked toward the main hall. The main hall was very wide, but it was already filled with people. The three of them squeezed through the crowd and looked ahead. At the very front of the hall, there was a high platform, which was the place where the slaves were sold. At this moment, an extremely beautiful woman was sitting on the high platform. This woman's neck, wrists, and ankles were all wearing something that looked like a collar. There were runes shining on it, which clearly could seal one's cultivation. The woman looked haggard and her aura was weak. Her snow-white dress was torn in many places, revealing many wounds that seemed to have been caused by the leather whip. It could be seen that he had definitely been tortured. Although she was injured and her aura was weak, it was still difficult to hide her beautiful figure and appearance. Boom! Lu Ming's mind buzzed at the sight of this woman. A cold and terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. "Senior sister." Lu Ming's killing intent was extremely terrifying. It surged in all directions like a tide. The woman on the platform was Lu Ming's senior sister, Xuanixin. In the surroundings, the others felt a chill all over their bodies and couldn't help but retreat. "Lu Ming, what's wrong?" At the side, Huang Ling was surprised. Why did Lu Ming suddenly burst out with such a terrifying killing intent? "The one on the high platform is my senior sister." Lu Ming growled in a low voice, his eyes emitting a terrifying ominous glint. "Your senior sister?" Phoenix spirit. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Phi finally understood why Lu Ming had such a murderous intent. At that moment, on the high platform, beside Xuanixin, two elders had also noticed Lu Ming's abnormality. A shocking aura erupted from their bodies. It was the aura of a great saint. "Thousand spirit exchange, whoever causes trouble will be killed," Ale old man coldly said. Moreover, there were terrifying auras around the hall. There were many powerful auras that made one's heart tremble. This place was jointly established by the Wan family, the Heavenly Bird Palace, and the Heavenly Wolf Tower, so they naturally sent many experts to guard it. "Lu Ming, don't be rash. The four major forces have sent many experts here. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He suppressed the killing intent in his heart and his body. On the high platform, Xuanixin seemed to have sensed Lu Ming's killing intent as well. She raised her head and looked over. When she saw Lu Ming, surprise and hope flashed in her eyes. However, the light soon dimmed and she shook her head at Lu Ming. What she meant was for Lu Ming to leave and not save her. "Senior sister, don't worry. I'll save you." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xuanixin. His voice was firm and unquestionable. Xuanixin continued to shake her head. The forces here were too powerful. They were many times stronger than the so-called top forces in the Azure region. She did not wish for Lu Ming to offend these powerful forces in order to save her. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm and unquestionable. He had to save Xuanixin. Whoever stopped him would die. Bidding for the snow dragon, silence. On the high platform, an old man raised his hand and pressed down, and the scene quieted down. "Let me introduce to you, this is a snow dragon in the half-saint realm. It's extremely beautiful and rare even among the true dragons. If you're interested, you can buy it and play with it. Now, the bidding for this true dragon will start. The highest bidder will get it. The starting price is 100,000 upper-grade raw stones." The old man's words caused many people's eyes to shine with a strange light. Real dragons are rare, and it's a snow dragon. Such a beautiful snow dragon is even rarer. It must be very exciting to buy one and play with it. Hee, I've never played with a true dragon before. I don't know what it feels like. This true dragon is mine. In your dreams, it's mine. At the scene, there was a burst of noise, and many people stared at Xuanixin with fiery eyes. Xuanixin's eyes were filled with despair, while Lu Ming's killing intent was even stronger. "I'll bid 150,000 superior-grade raw stones." "I bid 160,000. 200,000. The crowd began to bid, and the price kept rising. Soon, it reached a high price of 300,000. 300,000 superior-grade raw stones for a half-saint true dragon was a shockingly high price. One superior-grade raw stone was equivalent to 10,000 medium-grade raw stones. 300,000 superior-grade raw stones would be 3 billion medium-grade raw stones. 400,000. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was heard and he raised the price by 100,000 to 400,000. The sudden increase of 100,000 made many people shake their heads. This price was too high. It was not worth it to buy a half-saint true dragon. 450,000. At this moment, a voice was heard. A young man with an evil expression looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, you want to compete with me? Let's see how much wealth you have." 500,000. Lu Ming did not hesitate and called out 500,000. 550,000. The devilish-looking young man added another 50,000. On the side, the others gasped. 550,000 was already an extremely shocking price. At this point, most people had given up on bidding and shook their heads in pity. 600,000. Lu Ming continued to increase the bid. 650,000. The devilish-looking teenager raised the price again, but one could see that he was also in pain. 650,000 was already an extremely shocking price. This was a high-grade raw gemstone, not a medium-grade raw gemstone. "Feng Ling, Long Chen, lend me some raw gemstones later." Lu Ming sent a message to Huang Ling and Long Chen. "No problem. They'll give you as much as you want." Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen spoke one after another. 1 million. This time, Lu Ming raised the price to 1 million yuan. To him, as long as he could save Xuanixin, it did not matter how many raw stones he had to spend. Gasps could be heard all around. Lu Ming had actually increased the price to 1 million. Who is this person? He's so rich to be willing to pay 1 million superior-grade raw stones for a female true dragon. One know him. He's Lu Ming. One didn't expect him to be such a lecherous person. With a beauty like Feng Ling beside him, he even spent a huge sum of money to buy this true dragon. His taste is extraordinary. Young man, you're full of energy. The crowd discussed, and some elders even sighed. These people, what nonsense are they spouting? Huang Ling's face blushed. It was not just the others who were shocked. When Lu Ming called out 1,000,000, the devilish-looking young man's expression changed as well. He looked like he was struggling. In the end, he looked at Xuanixin with a burning gaze and finally shook his head, clearly giving up on bidding. 1,000,000 superior-grade raw stones was too high. 1,000,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? This is a snow dragon, and it's rare even among the true dragon clan. I'll definitely be a different experience if you buy it. Normally, there's no place to buy it. On the high platform, an old man spoke, hoping to incite the crowd to continue bidding. However, although many people's eyes were burning, they still shook their heads. 1,000,000 superior-grade raw stones was too high. 1,000,000. Is there a higher bid? The old man continued. After that, the old man called out 3 times in a row, but no one responded. All right, since no one is bidding, this snow dragon will go to, the old man was about to announce it, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by another voice. Wait a minute, I'll bid 1,000,000. A voice rang out from behind the high platform. Behind the platform, there were some rooms. Then a group of young men walked out. Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room, emitting a cold light. There were more than 10 people in the group of young men. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. They were Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and Wan Tianlong. Lu Ming also knew Su Tuo from the Sirius Tower and young Master Tianing from the Celestial Bird Palace, but he didn't know anyone else. The one who had just made a bid was Wan Pingyang. Young masters, why have you come? On the high platform, the old man bowed to Wan Pingyang and the others. There's a rare snow dragon being auctioned here. We're very interested in it, so we came to take a look. Wan Pingyang then looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, these young men are the prodigies who founded the 4 great forces of the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. His eyes were cold as he glanced at Wan Pingyang. 1,200,000. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so interested in this snow dragon. But I'm interested too. 1,300,000. Wan Pingyang laughed and raised the price again. 1,500,000. Lu Ming did not even blink and added another 200,000. 160. 2 million. In the end, Lu Ming even called out 2 million directly, making the entire venue quiet down. Wan Pingyang was slightly taken aback as well, but he did not continue bidding. His gaze swept across Lu Ming, then landed on Xuanixin. An idea struck him and he smiled. Understand? Lu Ming, you know this snow dragon, right? No wonder you raised the price to such a high level. Lu Ming did not say anything. He only looked at Wan Pingyang coldly. Wan Pingyang's lips curled into a cold smile. In that case, we want to sell this snow dragon. What did he say? Lu Ming's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he stared at Wan Pingyang. Are you deaf? I'm telling you, we're not selling this snow dragon. The 10,000 Spirit Trading House was founded by the 4 of us, and it's up to me to decide if we're selling it or not. Wan Pingyang sneered, a rare snow dragon, and it's so beautiful. To be honest, I've never played with it before. I plan to keep it for myself. Brother Wan, you can't enjoy it alone. Su Tuo said, his eyes burning with passion. Of course not. We're all brothers. Whoever sees it will have a share. Wan Pingyang laughed. He was obviously saying it for Lu Ming to hear. The killing intent on Lu Ming's body grew stronger. Seeing that Lu Ming was angry, Wan Pingyang, Wan Tianbing, and the rest felt even better. They felt the thrill of revenge. So what if Lu Ming's combat strength was strong? This was their territory. What could Lu Ming do? Lu Ming's outburst, I've never seen such a beautiful snow dragon before. I wonder what's the difference between its skin and that of a human. Wan Tianbing laughed and took a step forward, appearing beside Xuanixin. He raised his hand and was about to touch her. Get lost. Xuanixin roared and moved back. Wan Tianbing swung his hand and slapped Xue Ningxin's face. He scolded, "Bitch, how dare you treat me with this kind of attitude? Tonight, I'll make you beg for death." Having said that, Wan Tianbing even looked at Lu Ming provocatively. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. A cold, killing intent spread out like a cold wave, causing the temperature of the entire hall to drop sharply. Lu Ming was like a prehistoric beast that could explode at any moment. "Lu Ming, what do you want to do? Do you want to make a move?" Wan Pingyang, Su Tuo, and the others also released their auras and glared at Lu Ming. At the same time, many terrifying auras rose around the hall. They were looking forward to Lu Ming taking action and taking the opportunity to kill him. "Junior brother, don't." Xue Ningxin looked at Lu Ming and shook her head vigorously. "So, she's Lu Ming's senior sister. Huh, I'll be more excited when I play with her." Wan Tianbing stared at Xue Ningxin with fiery eyes. "Wan Tianbing, you'll die a horrible death, I promise." Lu Ming said coldly, his killing intent growing stronger. Powerful auras also burst out from Phoenix Spirit and Long Qin. "You dare to threaten me? Do you believe that I won't strip off this bitch's clothes right now?" Wan Tianbing stood beside Xue Ningxin and condensed a blade of Saint Power. With a slash, Xue Ningxin's clothes were torn apart. "Bubble, you save her." "To kill." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. "Don't worry, leave it to me, all right." Peoba nodded, then opened her mouth and blew at Xue Ningxin, causing a strange ripple in the air. On the high platform, Xue Ningxin's figure suddenly fluctuated like a wave, and in the next moment, her figure disappeared without a trace. "How dare you rob the 1,000-spirit exchange? You're looking for death." Wan Pingyang reacted and shouted. "Today, not only are we going to intercept people, but we're also going to kill them." "Kill." Lu Ming bellowed. When he shouted the last word, "kill," two terrifying sword gleams shot out from his eyes and rushed into Wan Tianbing's body. "All!" Wan Tianbing immediately let out a shrill scream. He held his head with both hands, and his face was twisted in extreme pain. Lu Ming's glabella was glowing. It was due to the fluctuation of his soul force. The terrifying power kept surging into Wan Tianbing's mind and attacking his soul. Lu Ming did not tear Wan Tianbing's soul at once, as that would be letting him off too easily. Lu Ming wanted to tear his soul slowly and make him suffer so much that he would rather die. The pain of the soul was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than the pain of the body. Wan Tianbing screamed crazily and rolled on the ground, holding his head and hitting it hard. "You're looking for death, stop it." On the high platform, an old man shouted, "You all have to die." Lu Ming shouted. He took a step forward and rushed into the fighting ring like a bolt of lightning. His body glowed as holy weapons appeared one after another. The absolute holy weapon, the sword, was in his hand. "You're looking for death." The old man roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This old man was an expert in the great sage realm. Buzz! Lu Ming swung his sword and collided with the elder's fist force. The terrifying power caused the elder's body to shake violently, and he retreated frantically. Thump! Lu Ming landed on the high platform and took a few steps forward. Dense runes spread out and crawled toward the two elders, covering their bodies in an instant. The sealing art could seal all living things, and it was about to seal the cultivation of the two old men. Break! The two elders were shocked. They unleashed their powers, but it was too late. Lu Ming dashed past them and his sword streaked across the sky. Two heads flew high into the air. The destructive sword chi had already destroyed their souls. The two great sage accomplished experts were killed by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. How audacious! Kill! Wan Pingyang, Su Tuo, and the others roared and attacked Lu Ming. Among these young men, 3 of them had reached the Supreme Saint realm. They were all terrifying geniuses with powerful combat strength. Now that they had joined forces, their power was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from the hall. Then, one figure after another rushed out and charged at Lu Ming. "Attack, die!" Long Qin shouted and rushed to the right. His body swelled up, especially his arms, which were several times larger. With a loud boom, he punched out dozens of times. The space shook violently, and the terrifying fist force was thrown at the experts who were charging at him. These experts were almost all great saints. There were more than 10 of them. However, Long Chen had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. With his spiritual body and the supreme rule, his combat strength was amazing. He blocked more than 10 strong cultivators at once. At the same time, Huang Ling rushed to the left. She was bathed in the unperishable flame. A huge phoenix formed and rushed towards the experts, blocking them for a moment. However, there were more experts coming from the front. There were more than a dozen of them. They were all old men with white hair and shocking aura. There were great saints at the peak and even great saints in the Great Perfection realm. Brother Lu Ming, leave it to me. Pow Pow flew out and took a deep breath before exhaling. Beep beep beep. Bubbles were spat out from Bubbles' small mouth and flew out. The dozen or so elders were all enveloped by the transparent bubble in an instant. What's going on? An old man shouted in horror. His already old body was aging rapidly. The white hair on his head began to fall off, and his skin began to dry up. Then, the chi and blood in their bodies began to weaken. Time law, it's time law. Time is passing by quickly. An old man roared as he struggled madly. After Bubbles broke through to the Supreme Saint realm, her space-time laws became even more terrifying. She could even accelerate the flow of time or reverse time. Sila. Next, Bubbles waved her small hand, causing the space to ripple and form many terrifying spatial blades that slashed out. Instantly, the bodies of the elders were split apart and they died here. Lu Ming made his move at the same time as Bubbles. He pointed his finger and the chaos finger of tribulation burst forth. A huge finger pointed at Wan Pingyang. Over the past few months, Lu Ming's chaotic finger of tribulation had improved again. It had reached 53%. At this moment, when it was fully unleashed, its power was shocking. The saint weapons surrounding Wan Pingyang were all sent flying. His body was stopped by the primal chaos finger of tribulation, and he crashed into the wall of the hall. The wall shattered, and Wan Pingyang fell to the ground like a pile of mud. He was already half dead. He had severely injured Wan Pingyang in one move, killing all the geniuses after launching the Finger of Calamity of Chaos. Lu Ming dashed out and swung his combat sword continuously. Boom, boom. Lu Ming blocked all the attacks from the other young men. Thump, thump. Then, Lu Ming stomped on the ground and countless runes filled the air towards Su Tuo and the rest. They formed a terrifying sealing force to seal them. Kill, die. Lu Ming shouted as he unleashed his divine sword technique. Some of the youths with weaker cultivations screamed in pain. Lu Ming charged forward with his sword in hand. In an instant, 5 to 6 young geniuses were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're courting death. An old man roared, extremely furious. Lu Ming was so audacious that he dared to make a move in the Thousand Spirit Exchange and kill the young prodigies of the 4 major forces. He was simply lawless. At the scene, the others were also extremely shocked. More people rushed out to avoid being affected. How dare you hurt my family and friends? Kill them all. They deserve to die. Lu Ming let out a long howl. Today, he was going to kill all these young men. He slashed out with his combat sword, and 2 more young men were killed on the spot. Those below the Supreme Saint realm were no match for him. They couldn't even block a single strike. As soon as the sword slashed down, they were dead. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Su Tuo and the other great Sage Heaven's Pride expert were scared. Their faces turned pale and they retreated frantically. Lu Ming was simply a lunatic. You can't leave. Lu Ming smacked his palm and controlled the Array Dao Law. Endless runes formed a huge runic scroll that covered a great saint genius. The paragon struggled madly, but what awaited him was Lu Ming's chaos finger of tribulation. A giant finger exuded destructive energy as it pointed at the person. No, this person let out a desperate roar, but he was sealed by the Array Dao laws and could not use much of his strength. When the chaos tribulation finger touched him, he screamed and his body was torn apart. A supreme saint genius had died just like that. Even among the younger generation of ancient Moon Holy Land, such a heaven's favorite was a top existence. He was high and mighty, looking down on his peers. He was destined to become an emperor in the future, immortal and undying. Now, he was killed by Lu Ming. Damn it! A few elders let out angry roars. That heaven's favorite came from their forces. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and unmoved. He fixed his eyes on Su Tuo. His glabella glowed and the Tai Chi disc array flew out. A huge Tai Chi pattern enveloped the entire hall. However, Su Tuo was determined to escape. Just as he was about to escape the hall, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. "Don't kill me!" Su Tuo roared in despair and transformed into his true form, a purple wolf god. "Weren't you very arrogant before and insulted my senior sister? Now, where has your arrogance gone to?" As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the Tai Chi pattern turned into the yin-yang fish sword and slashed out. Su Tuo was killed on the spot. The second supreme saint was killed. "For you, how dare you cause trouble in the Thousand Spirit Trading House?" At this moment, a long hiss came from the distance. The sound rolled and shot straight into the clouds. "Absolute saint, that's an absolute saint. The absolute saint is here. Kid, you're dead." Someone shouted. The heavily injured Wan Pingyang's eyes were filled with hope. Of course, there was also a crazed killing intent. However, in the next moment, his eyes were filled with fear. This was because Lu Ming's gaze was also on him. He took a step forward and appeared in front of him. "What are you doing? The absolute saint has descended, so why aren't you surrendering?" Wan Pingyang roared. "It won't be too late to leave after one kill you." Lu Ming attacked coldly and waved his combat sword. Puchi. The battle sword slashed down and Wan Pingyang was split into two. His soul was destroyed. His eyes were still wide open, full of unwillingness. The absolute saint had already descended, but Lu Ming still wanted to kill him. He had seen hope, but it turned into despair in an instant. Ah dash! The elders let out long howls. The losses today were too heavy. More than 10 geniuses from the 4 major forces had been killed by Lu Ming. "You're looking for death." The absolute saint moved with shocking speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. He sent out his spiritual sense and saw what was happening in the hall, and was furious. "Phoenix spirit, Long Chen, let's go, break." Lu Ming shouted as he soared into the sky and rushed to the top of the hall. He slashed with his sword and the roof of the hall was cut open. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed out. "Where are you going?" The elders in the hall roared and chased after Lu Ming. "Stay here." The absolute saint slapped at them from a distance. A terrifying palm print covered the sky and was about to blow Lu Ming and the others up. "Open!" At this moment, with a tender shout, a space-time tunnel opened. Lu Ming and the other 3 immediately dashed into the space-time tunnel and disappeared. The next moment, the palm print arrived and the space-time tunnel collapsed. However, Lu Ming and the other 3 had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Then, the bubble opened another space-time tunnel and the 4 of them rushed in, disappearing. "Damn it, it's the space-time law." And NBSP in the air above the hall, a light flashed and an old man appeared with cold eyes. Whoosh. Following that, a few other figures appeared from the Thousand Spirit Exchange. All of them had powerful auras, and they were all absolute saints. A few absolute saints rushed into the hall with dark faces. They looked around, and their faces were so dark that they looked like they were going to bleed. The entire hall was in a mess. More than a dozen supreme saints were dead. Most importantly, it was a huge loss for a dozen young heaven's favorites to die here. One of the absolute saints came to Wan Tianbing. He wasn't dead, but he had become an idiot. Report to the family and send out experts. Even if we have to turn the entire ancient Moon Holy Land upside down, we have to find Lu Ming. A furious roar reverberated throughout the entire Thousand Spirit Exchange. Many people knew that a storm was coming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, Feng Ling, Long Chen, and Bubbles were already hundreds of thousands of miles away. Only then did everyone stop. Lu Ming, you've killed so many paragons of the four great factions and caused such a ruckus in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. I'm afraid the four great factions won't let this go. Huang Ling revealed a worried expression. Lu Ming, come with me to the Divine Elephant Sect. Long Chen said. We can go to the Phoenix Palace too, said Huang Ling. Lu Ming shook his head. Let's split up. I'll go alone. How can you do that? The four great powers will definitely send out a large number of experts to hunt you down. They might even dispatch Emperor-ranked experts. It's too dangerous for you to leave alone. Huang Ling's expression changed and she looked anxious. If one go to Phoenix Palace or Divine Elephant Sect with you, and the four forces come to ask for me, will Phoenix Palace or Divine Elephant Sect protect me at the risk of offending the four forces and going to war with them? Lu Ming asked. Long Chen and Feng Ling fell silent. Chapter 1793 Rising Waves. Each of the four forces was extremely powerful and had unfathomable foundations. How terrifying would it be if the four forces joined forces? None of the forces dared to say that they could stop him alone. Would Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant Sect risk going to war with the four major forces to protect Lu Ming? The answer was probably no. After all, Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen were only juniors. They could not represent the higher-ups of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, those Emperor-level experts. Would they protect Lu Ming and risk going to war with the four major forces? This time, the two of you didn't kill anyone, so the four forces have no reason to deal with you. You can go back first. I was the one who killed them, so they can only find me. But don't worry, one have a way to avoid the four forces' pursuit. Lu Ming said. He had the divine breath technique. Unless an emperor-ranked expert stood in front of him and carefully looked at him, there was no way they could recognize him. But this is still too dangerous. Huang Ling was still worried. You guys should leave quickly. If you're any later, the other party will catch up. 111 go first. With that, Lu Ming's figure flickered and he left at a high speed. He then asked Bubbles to open a space-time tunnel and left this place. Huang Ling and Long Chen had no choice but to return to their respective sections. Lu Ming and Bubbles did not fly for long before they stopped. Bubble, you enter the mountain and river diagram first. Lu Ming said. Yes, brother Lu Ming. You have to be careful, Chirpy. Bubbles called out before entering the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body and appearance began to change. In the end, he turned into a dark-skinned young man. Even his aura had changed. He had become a completely different person. The divine breath technique was similar to the illusionary breath technique, but it was more powerful and mysterious. After changing his appearance, Lu Ming changed his direction and flew towards the Thousand Spirit Exchange. That's right. He wanted to return to the Thousand Spirit Exchange. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. The four great factions would never expect Lu Ming to return to the Thousand Spirit Exchange. Moreover, there were many people in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. If he blended in with the crowd, the other party would not be able to discover him. At this time, angry voices came from the Wan family, the Heavenly Bird Palace, the Heavenly Wolf Tower, and the Purple Extreme Sect. Seal off the ancient Moon Holy Land and find Lu Ming. Following that, countless terrifying existences from the four forces stepped out and flew in all directions of ancient Moon Holy Land. There were even emperor-ranked powerhouses. At this moment, the ancient Moon Holy Land was shaken. The four great factions were furious, and the ancient Moon Holy Land was about to make waves. News of what had happened at the 10,000 Spirit Exchange quickly spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. Countless people were shocked by Lu Ming's courage. In the Thousand Spirit Exchange, which was established by the four forces, he killed more than a dozen geniuses and supreme saints of the four forces. It was absolutely audacious. It would be strange if the four forces were not furious. Just as the powerhouses from the four major forces rushed out, Lu Ming had already returned to the Thousand Spirit Exchange. He swaggered down the streets. No one knew that he was the one who had caused the commotion in Guyu. No one had expected that Lu Ming would actually come back. Lu Ming found an inn to stay in. He then entered his room and entered the mountain and river diagram. On a mountain peak, Xuanixin was sitting there. Senior sister. Lu Ming came to Xuanixin's side. Little junior brother. Xuanixin's eyes brightened at the sight of Lu Ming. Then she looked worried and said, "Junior brother, you're too impulsive. It wasn't easy for you to escape from the Azure continent, but now you're in danger again. It's fine. They can't find me." "Senior sister, are you all right?" Lu Ming asked. There were whip marks on Xuanixin's body. It was obvious that she had suffered a little. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold again. "I'm fine, it's just some external injuries." Xuanixin shook her head. "Senior sister, I'll help you get rid of these seals first," Lu Ming said. Then, dense runes spread out from his palm and covered a ring on Xuanixin's wrist. This kind of ring was condensed with special materials and techniques. It could seal one's cultivation and was very magical. However, Lu Ming's array law could seal some of it. It would be much easier to reverse the seal on the ring and break it later. Then he broke the other rings on Xuanixin's body one by one. As soon as the ring was broken, Xuanixin's cultivation level was restored. As soon as her cultivation level was restored, her injuries recovered quickly. After a while, the injuries on Xuanixin's body disappeared. "Senior sister, what happened? How did you get caught by the four great powers?" Lu Ming asked a series of questions. He had heard from Zifeng that the Ice Dragon Valley Master had brought Xiangxiang, Tianque, and Xuanixin to escape. Now that Xuanixin had been captured, what about Xiangxiang and the rest? Lu Ming could not help but worry. When the evil spirit cult attacked Dragon God Valley, Valley Master Ice Dragon saw the opportunity and rushed out with me, Tianque, and Xiangxiang. However, we were still discovered by the evil spirit cult. They chased us all the way and we escaped into the Cloud Sea Mountain range. Unfortunately, we were unlucky and encountered a powerful ferocious beast in the Cloud Sea Mountain range. After that, I was separated from Valley Master and the others. One rushed out of the Cloud Sea Mountain range by myself. One originally thought that Ancient Moon Holy Land would ask for help from a powerful force, but one didn't expect that before I reached Ancient Moon Holy Land, one would encounter the people from the 10,000 Spirit Exchange. When they saw me, they didn't say anything and captured me. Later, they brought me here to be sold as a slave. Xuanixin explained. "Four great forces." A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Xuanixin must have suffered a lot during this period. I wonder how Xiangxiang, Valley Master, and the others are doing? I wonder where he is? Lu Ming was still a little worried. Then, Lu Ming and Xuanixin chatted for a while more before he left the mountain and river diagram and told her to rest. After Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram, he went to a restaurant and ordered some food and wine. He also asked for some information. As expected, the entire Thousand Spirit Exchange was discussing Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, a figure whizzed past, bringing with it a terrifying strong wind. The four great forces have really made a move. That's for sure. Lu Ming killed more than 10 paragons from the four major forces and caused a ruckus at the exchange. He's slapping the four major forces in the face. It's no wonder they're mad. That's right. To be bullied by a junior to this extent, if they don't take down Lu Ming, how are they going to survive in the Ancient Moon Holy Land in the future? Speaking of which, this Lu Ming is really bold. I'm afraid he's in danger this time. With an Emperor-level powerhouse out, he has no way to escape. Even the Phoenix Palace can't protect him. Lu Ming heard many discussions in the restaurant. Buzz. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the sky. An extremely terrifying chi spread down from the sky, as if an entire world was pressing down, causing everyone's face to change. Emperor-level expert. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1794 Martial Emperor takes action. The pressure in the sky pressed down like waves, making everyone's expression change. That was the Emperor pressure, the pressure of a martial emperor. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He circulated the divine breath technique with all his might, but not a single bit of his original aura seeped out. In the next moment he felt a terrifying spiritual sense sweep past him. However, it did not stop, and in the next moment, it swept to other places. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the emperor-level powerhouse did not recognize him. There were so many people in the myriad spirit exchange, but the emperor-ranked expert only needed to sweep his gaze across them to see through his divine breath technique. In the sky, a figure stood quietly. In the 1,000 spirit exchange, countless people looked up, but they could not see the man's face clearly. It was as if there was a world around him that blocked their vision. At this moment, the person frowned and retracted his spiritual sense. He muttered, "It seems like it's not here." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure disappeared. The terrifying pressure also disappeared. Everyone in the 1,000 spirit exchange felt their hearts relax. A martial emperor was too powerful. Even the lowest minor emperor position was extremely terrifying and had an endless lifespan. It had the power to destroy the world and could kill millions of people with a thought. As expected, even the emperor-level powerhouses have been mobilized. Lu Ming can't escape even if he has wings. Do you think Lu Ming is hiding in the Phoenix Palace or the Divine Elephant Sect? It's useless even if he's hiding in Phoenix Palace or Divine Elephant Sect. These two sects can't protect him. As soon as the emperor-level powerhouse left, the surroundings were filled with discussions again. However, Lu Ming only ate and drank quietly. Not long after, he returned to his room. At this time, outside the Phoenix Palace, a few terrifying figures descended. Each figure exuded a terrifying aura. It was all Emperor's might. Several Emperor-level experts descended on the Phoenix Palace at the same time. Emperor-level expert. Almost everyone in the Phoenix Palace was alarmed. One figure after another flew out and looked at the emperor-level experts in the sky with grave expressions. "May I know why all of you have come to my Phoenix Palace at the same time?" A voice was heard. Then, a woman in palace clothes stepped out and appeared in the sky above the Phoenix Palace. This person was the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. "Phoenix Palace Master, we're here to take someone back. Please hand over Lu Ming," one of them said from the sky. His aura was extremely sharp. The chi of a combat weapon swept across the sky, turning into countless illusionary weapons. "Lu Ming isn't in the Phoenix Palace." The Palace Master said. "Not here? Master of the Phoenix Palace, don't shield Lu Ming. Even if you do, you can't." Another figure spoke. At this time, his aura was violent and ferocious, like a peerless fierce beast. This person was an Emperor expert of the Skywolf Tower. "I've said that Lu Ming is not in Phoenix Palace. I can use the name of Phoenix Palace's master as a guarantee." The Palace Master said. In the sky, a few powerful beings frowned. Since the master of the Phoenix Palace had said so, Lu Ming was most likely not around. Phoenix Palace's disciple, Huang Ling, helped Lu Ming to kill the paragons of the 4 major forces. Her crime is unforgivable. Phoenix Palace Master, hand over Huang Ling. The Wn family's martial sovereign said coldly. "Laughable." The Phoenix Palace Lord's voice turned cold as she said, "Huang Ling didn't kill anyone from your 4 forces. What does it have to do with her?" "Of course he did. He helped Lu Ming kill the paragons of the 4 major forces. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have done it alone? She must pay the price and be buried with the geniuses of the 4 forces." The Wn clan's martial sovereign's voice was heard again, and it was filled with killing intent. "What a joke. I've already investigated the matter. The reason why Huang Ling attacked was because the elders of the 4 major forces attacked them. Countless people in the 10,000 spirit exchange saw this. Under such circumstances, if she didn't attack, would she have allowed them to kill her?" said the Palace Master. "Phoenix Palace Master, you're not handing her over?" The Wn clan martial emperor's voice turned even colder. "If you want to start a war with Phoenix Palace because of this, it'll keep you company." The Palace Master was very domineering. In the sky, a few emperor-level powerhouses frowned. At that time, it was true that the older generation had attacked first and Huang Ling and the others had fought back. However, at that time, Huang Ling had tried to stop the older generation, but the Phoenix Palace Master had said that it was to protect herself. Most importantly, Huang Ling did not kill anyone from the four forces. If they started a war with Phoenix Palace because of this, other forces would probably interfere. This was because the Phoenix Palace also had friendly forces. However, if Lu Ming was here and Phoenix Palace was still protecting him, they would have a reason to take action and the other forces would not be able to interfere. In fact, Lu Ming had already seen through this. That was why he did not come to the Phoenix Palace. Where's Huang Ling? Get her out. I want to ask her about Lu Ming. The Wen clan's martial emperor said coldly. I'm here. Huang Ling stepped out and stood in the air. Buzz. The martial sovereigns of the Wan clan and the demon sovereigns of the Skywolf Tower looked at Huang Ling. A terrifying pressure pressed down on her, causing her expression to change. She retreated and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of her hand, the palace master cast a beam of energy onto Feng Ling, isolating her from the pressure. Speak. Where is Lu Ming? The Wen clan's martial sovereign's voice was heard. I don't know. Huang Ling shook her head. I don't know. You dare to lie? Let's go. The martial sovereign of the Wan clan shouted deafeningly, and the world was rumbling. Huang Ling's face turned pale, but she still raised her head stubbornly and said, If you don't know, then you don't know. Lu Ming and Wan split up after we left the Thousand Spirit Exchange. With Lu Ming's intelligence, he naturally knew that it was useless to come to the Phoenix Palace, so he left alone. I don't believe you. I'm going to search your soul to confirm it. The Wen family martial emperor's cold voice was heard. Then he raised his hand and a huge hand grabbed at Huang Ling. This claw was like a world of its own, and it was impossible to avoid. Enough! With a wave of her hand, a phoenix flew out and destroyed the huge hand. An emperor attacking a junior disciple is really shameful. If you want to fight, I will fight with you, the palace master said. At the same time, a few more terrifying auras rushed out of the Phoenix Palace, and the emperor's might was vast. The martial sovereigns of the Wan family, the Heavenly Wolf Tower, and the Heavenly Bird Palace frowned and looked at each other. One hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, well, fight the Phoenix Palace. The Wen clan's martial emperor said. After he finished speaking, he turned around and took a step forward, disappearing into the sky. Following that, the other martial sovereigns also disappeared. Return to the mountain. The Phoenix Palace master's face was grave as he returned to the Phoenix Palace with Feng Ling. The same scene was also playing out in the Divine Elephant sect. However, the Divine Elephant sect was even more overbearing. Long Chen's master was a terrifying existence. He had sent a martial emperor flying with a single blow. The experts of the four forces could only retreat. Lu Ming was not in the Divine Elephant sect, so it was not appropriate for them to take action. However, after that, the four major forces sent out even more powerful cultivators to search for Lu Ming in the entire Ancient Moon Sanctuary, but to no avail. The birth of the Great Yen Elixir Palace time flew by, and another month passed. In the past month, the Ancient Moon Holy Land was in a state of chaos. The experts from the four major forces searched extensively, but Lu Ming seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No matter how the four major forces searched, they could not find him. After a month, the four forces finally quieted down, as if they knew it was useless to continue searching. On the other hand, Lu Ming was cultivating in the Thousand Spirit Exchange. In his spare time, he would go shopping and buy some treasures. He was living a carefree life. I still haven't broken through to the Great Saint Realm, but one should be close. I can feel that I'm about to reach the limit of a bright saint. When the time is right, he'll be able to break through naturally. Lu Ming strolled along the street and bought some spiritual herbs and some dragon bones. He had bought some absolute saint dragon bones and dragon blood in the Thousand Spirit Exchange, but his spirit body didn't evolve after refining them. It was too difficult for a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body to evolve into a high-grade heavenly spiritual body. After all, a superior-grade heaven spiritual body was the highest level of spiritual bodies. Lu Ming bought some items and returned to the inn to continue cultivating. In the blink of an eye, Another month had passed. In the mountain and river diagram, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the path understanding ancient tree. At this moment, a dragon's roar was heard from his body, and his saint power gushed out like a pillar of air, soaring into the sky. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were spinning crazily, and endless saint power gushed out. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly soared. Great sage, breakthrough. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and large piles of superior-grade raw stones appeared. Devour! Lu Ming released his devouring power and began to devour the energy of the rough stone and refine it. Lu Ming's body was like a black hole. Endless origin chi gushed into his body and turned into his saint energy. His saint energy became stronger and stronger. His two saint hearts became fuller and more crystal-like, and the pressure they emitted became stronger and stronger. After a few hours, Lu Ming finally stopped devouring the essential chi. The aura on his body then stabilized. I've finally broken through to the great saint realm. Lu Ming opened his eyes and smiled. After breaking through to the supreme saint realm, his strength had increased dramatically. If he were to fight against geniuses like Wan Pingyang and Su Tua, he could kill them with a single slap. He didn't even need to use the chaotic finger of tribulation. Now that I've broken through to the great saint realm, I'll go out and take a look at the situation outside. Suemo said. Lu Ming pondered. To break through to a new realm, it was impossible to just stay in seclusion. He still needed to gain more experience in order to reach the next level. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed outside. However, the moment Lu Ming stepped out, he realized that something was amiss. Many people were flying out of the Thousand Spirit Exchange. The Thousand Spirit Exchange had a large number of people going in and out every day, but it was still rare to see so many people flying out together. Uncle, what's the matter? Lu Ming pulled a yellow-faced uncle in his 50s and asked him with an honest smile. Little brother, you still don't know, right? The ancient Great Yen Elixir Hall has appeared. The yellow-faced uncle said. Great Yen Elixir Palace? Lu Ming was confused. You don't know. The yellow-faced uncle said. Uncle, I've just arrived at Ancient Moon Holy Land not long ago. I've never heard of any Great Yen Elixir Palace. Why don't I go with you and you can tell me about it? Lu Ming said naively. That's fine. Come with me. We'll talk as we walk. The yellow-faced uncle said. The two of them rose into the air and followed the crowd in a certain direction. On the way, the yellow-faced uncle explained everything to them. In the ancient times, Guyu Holy Land had a sect that was famous in the entire Yuan Mountain. This sect was the Great Yen Elixir Palace. The Great Yen Elixir Hall was so famous not because of its strength, but because of its alchemy skills. It was said that the Great Yen Elixir Palace was a single sect and had very few people, but its alchemy skills were the best of the best. The Dian Elixir Hall's Dian Elixir scripture could be used together with the Dian Elixir furnace to refine all kinds of pills that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. For example, it could directly condense the laws of heaven and earth and refine pills that could improve the laws. Another example was that it could refine pills that could evolve the spirit body. This kind of alchemy technique could be said to be incredible. However, in ancient times, the Grand Yen Hall had suddenly disappeared in a day. Even the main gate of the Great Yen Elixir Palace had disappeared. Countless powerful forces and experts almost turned the entire ancient Moon Holy Land upside down, but they still couldn't find the Great Yen Elixir Palace. There were countless conjectures about why the Great Yen Elixir Palace had disappeared overnight. Some said that there was an unparalleled expert who coveted the inheritance of the Great Yen Elixir Hall and destroyed it, snatching the Great Yen Elixir scripture and the Great Yen Elixir furnace. But many people didn't believe this. Although the Great Yen Elixir Palace only had one disciple, every generation was a top-notch genius in the world. As each generation matured, their strength would be extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be easy to destroy the Great Yen Elixir Palace. There was also another theory that the Great Yen Elixir Hall had too few people, and in the end, its inheritance was broken, so it automatically went into seclusion. Anyway, there were different opinions, and no one had a unified answer. However, the Great Evolution Elixir scripture, This kind of alchemy technique that seized the good fortune of heaven and earth was lost. Recently, there was an anomaly at the former site of the Dian Elixir Palace. It was suspected that the Dian Elixir Palace was about to appear. Countless people went there to try their luck. According to the ancient records, in every great era, there would be many geniuses, kings, and scholars competing for supremacy. Those ruins and various ancient inheritances would also appear one after another in search of successors. Now that they were in a great era, it was normal for the Dian Elixir Hall to appear. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The great evolution elixir scripture could directly condense the laws of heaven and earth to refine elixirs. It could even refine elixirs that could evolve the spirit body. This kind of alchemy technique was really heaven-defying. If it was obtained by a powerful force, how many geniuses would be born? Lu Ming followed the yellow-faced uncle and flew all the way. Not long after, they saw that the void in front of them was filled with people. They had arrived at the old location of the Great Yen Elixir Hall. The two of them flew into the crowd and found that everyone was looking in front of them. They saw a small hill in front of them. The small hill looked like an ordinary alchemy furnace. This is the old site of the Great Yen Elixir Palace. It looks very ordinary and there's nothing unusual about it. How did it attract so many people here? Lu Ming was very surprised. It's here again. At this moment, someone spoke. Buzz. The small hill seemed to be shaking, and then a green halo spread out. Along with the halo, there was a fragrance. It was the fragrance of pills. What a strong medicinal pill fragrance. Lu Ming could not help but take a deep breath. The smell of medicine assailed his nose. He felt refreshed and comfortable. What was even more shocking was that the hill was emitting a medicinal fragrance. As the light spread, it was actually slowly growing larger. Yes, the hill was growing bigger. Lu Ming would not be mistaken. The hill has become bigger again. Every time it emits a halo, the hill will become bigger. Is the Great Yen Elixir Palace really going to appear? It's very possible, but it hasn't completely emerged yet. We need to wait. Some people were discussing in the surroundings. Lu Ming had obtained a lot of useful information. The gathering of martial sovereigns after half a day, the hill had doubled in size. It was only a few dozen meters tall before, but now it was 100 meters tall. The halo had also disappeared. After the halo disappeared, the fragrance of the elixir pill also slowly faded. The Great Yen Elixir Palace is most likely underground. Watch me break it. A burly man stepped out. He gave off a terrifying aura. He was an absolute saint. Buzz. This person's palm was like a blade. As he struck out, a shocking blade radiance formed and slashed towards the hill, wanting to split it in half. However, when the saber radiance hit the hill, a circle of light burst out from the hill. Under this light, the saber radiance collapsed instantly. The burly figure was hit by the light and his body shook violently. He spat out blood and retreated. His face was pale and filled with fear. You're overestimating yourself. Someone sneered. There were so many people here, including many absolute saints and even emperor-to-be figures. How could they not have tried before, but they had all been injured and retreated? That was why so many people were waiting here. Everyone was deep in thought. The ancient Dian Elixir Palace was no small matter. It seemed that it would be almost impossible for external forces to break it open by itself. Uncle, thank you for leading the way. Lu Ming thanked the yellow-faced uncle. Then he went to the side alone and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak, waiting quietly. As time passed, there were more and more people here. At a glance, the sky was almost full of human figures. Every once in a while, the hill would glow and grow bigger. As the days passed, the hill grew bigger and bigger. Half a month later, the hill had grown to 100,000 feet tall, towering into the clouds. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, just like a celestial mountain. From a distance, it looked like a huge pill furnace that stood between heaven and earth. And this wasn't the end. The mountain of pill furnaces was still growing, and by the day, it would grow by a large margin. Another half a month passed. Lu Ming had been here for a month. The The mountain of the alchemy furnace had already reached a height of more than 1,000,000 feet. It was like a divine mountain, occupying a large area of territory. The mountain of pill furnaces is no longer growing. At this moment, someone spoke up. This was because the mountain of pill furnaces had not grown in size for 3 days. Could it be that the mountain of pill furnaces had completely appeared? Many people stared ahead with fiery eyes. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the sky. This figure was shrouded in a terrifying divine light. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but he was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. He stood high in the sky, but he gave people an illusion as if there was an entire world standing there. The shocking pressure made everyone's expression change drastically, and their breathing became a little difficult. A martial emperor, someone said, his voice extremely interfering. An emperor-ranked character had appeared. How were they going to compete with a martial emperor? However, this was only the beginning. After that, one figure after another appeared in the sky. These figures were all emitting divine light, like gods. It was as if there were worlds floating there. Emperor-ranked powerhouses, they were all emperor-ranked powerhouses. Emperor-level experts had their saint hearts condensed into a small world and had the power of the world. Just by standing there, they were like a world. There were more than a dozen emperor-level powerhouses standing in the sky. They dominated the area and gave off a terrifying pressure. However, this was not the end. The number of emperor-ranked powerhouses continued to increase. In the end, more than 20 emperor-ranked powerhouses appeared. Many people were flabbergasted. It had been many years since so many emperor-ranked powerhouses had gathered. It was obvious that even emperor-ranked powerhouses couldn't remain calm when the Great Yen Elixir Palace appeared this time and had personally taken action. Most likely, all of the powerful forces in Ancient Moon Holy Land had emperor-ranked figures. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. As expected of Ancient Moon Holy Land, more than 20 emperor-level experts gathered together. How spectacular! You guys have all come out. Let's go. A deep voice came from the sky. It reverberated in the world and caused the void to rumble. Emperor-ranked powerhouses could create small worlds, and every move they made contained the power of the world. They could destroy heaven and earth, and their power was unimaginable. Even when they spoke, if they didn't suppress it, they could still have terrifying power. How can one not come when the Great Yen Elixir Palace has appeared? Same to you. In the sky, a few voices sounded. Below, the others were completely silent, no one dared to speak. An emperor-ranked character had appeared. If they dared to speak out and angered one of the emperor-ranked characters, they would be dead with a single slap. Since you're here, why aren't you attacking? Said the tall and sturdy figure who had arrived first. No rush. Someone said indifferently. You guys are really cunning. You're just waiting for someone else to take the lead. If you don't make a move, then 111 do it. The burly figure said with a disdainful voice. Then, he took a step forward and rushed toward the furnace mountain. In an instant, he had rushed into the mountain and was covered by the clouds. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain trembled, and a halo spread out, rushing toward the burly figure. Open it. A rumbling sound came from the mountain. Then, a shocking sword light shot up into the sky, as if it was going to split the world. The vast sword power caused the expressions of everyone below the emperor level to change. Facing such power, anyone below the emperor level would be like an ant, easily annihilated. This was the power of an emperor-ranked expert. It's the martial sovereign of the Wilderness Sword Sect. Someone whispered. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The sword light that could destroy heaven and earth did not destroy the halo. As the halo rushed past, the sword light shattered and the sound of the sword resounded through the world. Then, a burly figure retreated rapidly out of the range of the mountain. The divine light on his body trembled a little and revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with a sword on his back. However, his face was pale. There's a terrifying formation in the mountain. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy expression. It seems that you can't do it. Let me do it. A cold and arrogant voice was heard. Then, a figure covered in golden flames stepped out. Gah! With a screech, the figure transformed into a three-legged golden crow. It was extremely huge, like a sun in the sky. This was an emperor-level expert from the three-legged golden crow race, powerful and terrifying. The three-legged golden crow flapped his wings and his huge body turned into a golden light and rushed into the mountain. However, his result was the same as the martial sovereign from the wilderness sword sect. He was also sent flying by the halo, which made him extremely unhappy. Following that, other emperor-ranked powerhouses also tried, but the result was the same. They were all sent flying. One suggests that we join forces. It's difficult to enter alone. A cold voice sounded out. This person was extremely terrifying and gave off an incredibly sharp aura. There seemed to be countless weapons flying around him, and each weapon gave off terrifying power. This person was an emperor-level expert from the Wan clan. That's right. Let's work together and break this formation. The other emperor-level expert nodded. Chapter 1797 Crisis Bang. Bang. Then, 7 emperor-level experts stepped out and rushed into the mountain. Buzz. The mountain of pill furnaces trembled continuously, and rays of light burst out. The emperor-level powerhouses also made their moves. The entire area burst out with a terrifying roar. The sky and earth shook, and the entire world was shaking wildly. Retreat, retreat. Those below the emperor level all retreated. It was too terrifying when an emperor-level expert made a move. If they were even slightly affected, they would definitely end up in ashes. Heaven and earth trembled. The pill furnace mountain emitted a brilliant light that was surrounded by halos. That was the light of pill chi, but it could explode with shocking power and was extremely mysterious. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense, and the mountain of alchemy furnace became a little illusory, as if it would break through the sky at any time. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. With a flash, the emperor-level figures all retreated out of the mountain. One can't force my way in. Otherwise, this pill furnace mountain will break through the air and escape again. Someone said with a frown. Then what should one do? Someone asked. It seems that this great Yen Elixir Palace doesn't welcome emperor-ranked people. It seems that I can only send people below emperor-ranked in to try. An emperor-level figure spoke. The others fell silent for a moment before nodding their heads. Emperor-ranked figures couldn't enter at all. Even if they all attacked, the mountain of pill furnaces would probably disappear into the void. At that time, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. They could only send people below the emperor-ranked to try. Following that, these emperor-ranked figures began to send out people from their respective powers who were below emperor-ranked. In the beginning, they sent emperors to be, but they were all blasted out without exception. However, the strength of the halos was much weaker. They could only blast emperors to be out, but at most, they would be injured. Their power was far less than when they were dealing with emperor-level experts. Otherwise, he could kill a group of emperor to be in an instant. After that, sending absolute saints was still useless. The emperors were very patient and they slowly tested it out. Finally, they got it. Only the younger generation below the age of 50 could enter, and the halo was the weakest. Some geniuses could completely withstand it and enter smoothly. Immediately, the major forces began to dispatch their younger generation. Soon, all the paragons were gathered here. Not only that, other than the heavens favorites from the ancient Moon Holy Land, there were also many heavens favorites from the ordinary emperor-ranked forces. Lu Ming also mixed in with some young people and did not attract any attention. You guys go in. Find an opportunity to destroy Phoenix Palace and some of the divine elephant sex geniuses, especially Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen. Some of the geniuses of the Wan clan were standing beside the emperor-ranked experts of the Wan clan. At this moment, the emperor-ranked experts of the Wan clan were transmitting messages to them. Their voices were extremely cold. Yes, Lord Martial Emperor. The WN clan's geniuses nodded. Don't worry. I've already contacted the people from the Sirius Tower, the Celestial Bird Palace, and the ZG sect. If they dare to kill the Wan family's prodigy with Lu Ming, they'll die without a doubt. The emperor-level expert from the Wan clan coldly spoke. A cold glint flashed across the eyes of the Wan family's paragons. Go! The emperor-level expert from the Wan clan waved his hand. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh! The WN family's elites all flew toward the mountain of pill furnaces. At the same time, the Heaven's Pride experts of the other forces also rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming mixed in with the Heaven's Pride experts of the ordinary emperor-ranked forces and also rushed toward the mountain. Many young geniuses rushed into the mountain, and the mountain of pill furnaces also emitted layers of light. However, these halos were much weaker in comparison. Lu Ming only felt a slight numbness in his body. He seemed to be able to resist the power of the halo very easily. However, even though he was relaxed, not everyone was so relaxed. Some of the young men with weak talents and combat strength had their expressions change drastically. Their bodies trembled and they retreated rapidly out of the range of the mountain. Some people had been eliminated before they even entered. Their expressions were ugly, but there were still many people who resisted the pressure and went into the depths of the mountain. Not long after, they entered the mountain and disappeared into the clouds and mist, disappearing from the sight of outsiders. Who will be the one to obtain the inheritance of the Dian Elixir Palace? Everyone pondered and revealed looks of anticipation as they waited quietly. The mountain of alchemy furnaces occupied a vast area. After Lu Ming and the rest entered, they were surrounded by white fog and their vision was not very good. The mountain of alchemy furnaces was still very far away from them. Everyone displayed their figures and leaped away, disappearing into the vast clouds. Lu Ming also dashed toward the mountain of alchemy furnaces. However, after running for half an hour, they were still very far from the mountain of pill furnaces. As for the people who had entered, they had long since scattered. Looking around, not a single person could be seen. From the outside, it doesn't look very far. One didn't expect it to be so far after one entered. Lu Ming muttered to himself and continued to move forward. What? Not long after, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He saw a few figures in front of him. They were the Wan family. These people from the Wan family, what are they up to? Let's follow and see. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He restrained his aura and followed them quietly. The elites of the Wan family headed in one direction. Not long after, they set up an ambush at the edge of a valley. Not long after, other people appeared and also laid in ambush nearby. It's the people from the Skywolf Tower and the Purple Extreme Sect. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Later on, he saw some people from the Heavenly Bird Palace. These four forces were the ones who had established the 10,000 Spirit Exchange, and they had a good relationship with each other. What were they trying to do by sneaking around? Very soon Lu Ming found out. In front of him, there were 5 or 6 figures running over. Phoenix Spirit, Long Chen. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Among those figures were Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen. As for the others, they were obviously the paragons of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect. The WN family had laid an ambush here to deal with Huang Ling and the others. You're really looking for death. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly shouted, "Kill!" His voice spread far and wide, causing Feng Ling and Long Chen's expressions to change. They could not help but stop. We haven't entered the encirclement yet. Which idiot is shouting? The WN clan's heaven's favorites all had gloomy expressions as they cursed. The people from the 4 forces were hiding in different places, so they thought it was someone from another force. The people from the other forces were the same, thinking that it was called by another force. Who is it? Long Chen's eyes were like lightning as he looked around. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The WN family's sovereign flew out and appeared in front of Huang Ling and the others. Since a surprise attack didn't work, he could only attack directly. The WN family. Huang Ling's face darkened. And US? As the voices rang out, the geniuses of the other 3 forces appeared. In a flash, they surrounded Huang Ling and the others. One family, Sirius Tower, Heavenly Bird Palace, Purple Extreme Sect, what do you want to do? Huang Ling said coldly. Lu Ming, what do you want? Huang Ling, Long Chen, you helped Lu Ming kill 4 of our geniuses and caused a ruckus at the 1,000 Spirit Exchange. Do you think we'll let this go? You will have to pay with your lives. A heaven's favorite of the Wan family sneered, revealing his sharp edge and cold-killing intent. So it's because of this. Your Wan family has already lost many geniuses. Don't let all of them die. Long Chen said coldly. The aura on his body became violent. His body swelled up, and his arms became thick and large, containing endless power. You're the ones who will die. Attack together. The WN clan's Heaven's Pride expert coldly shouted. However, at this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds came from afar. 4 or 5 figures flew over at extreme speed, causing the expressions of the paragons of the Wan family and the Skywolf Tower to change slightly. The next moment, 5 figures appeared in the sky. Hee, it's really lively. Brother Wan, how about we join in on such a good event? One of the golden-robed young men spoke, his voice filled with killing intent. So, you are brothers from the Gold Crow clan. Good, let's attack together. The paragons of the 4 forces were overjoyed. The faces of Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others turned even uglier. People of the Gold Crow clan, we have no grudges against each other. Why do you want to hit me when I'm down? Said Huang Ling facing the 4 forces. They were already in danger. With the Golden Crow race's prodigy, they were in even more danger. No grudges? It's laughable that you're with Lu Ming. That means you have a grudge against us. Well, kill everyone who's with Lu Ming, said a young man in a golden robe. His voice was extremely cold. He was the 9th prince of the Golden Crow. Back in the Phoenix's nest, he had almost been stripped of all his feathers by Lu Ming. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Let's kill them together and find the inheritance of the Dian Elixir Palace. The leader of the Wan family shouted. His body glowed with light, and saint weapons flew out. This man's cultivation was extremely terrifying. He was in the minor mastery of the Supreme Saint realm and was no weaker than Wan Pingyang. He was also one of the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of the Wan family. In addition, the Sirius Tower, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Heavenly Bird Palace all had Supreme Saint geniuses. In total, there were 5 Supreme Saint geniuses, and one of them was even a Supreme Saint in the profound level. This power was extremely terrifying, enough to kill Feng Ling and Long Chen. Furthermore, he had the help of the Golden Crow tribe. Among the 5 people of the Golden Crow clan, there were 2 Supreme Saints. They were the 5th and 4th prince of the Golden Crow. All of them were peerless geniuses. Each of them had the ability to fight above their level. Ordinary Supreme Saints couldn't compare to them. Charge out! Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions were extremely ugly. They gathered together and rushed madly in one direction. You won't be able to escape, kill. And NBSP, the 4 factions, as well as the Golden Crow race, attacked together. Terrifying attacks poured toward them. Long Chen roared and used all his strength. He punched dozens of times in an instant, destroying the attacks. Meanwhile, Huang Ling used the law of inextinguishable flame. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the world and protected the others. However, with so many experts joining forces, Long Chen and Feng Ling's bodies still trembled. Their faces turned pale and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The law of unperishable flame and the law of extremity. These 2 king bodies should be killed. One of the Wan family's Heaven's favorites shouted with a jealous expression. Long Chen and Feng Ling had comprehended the laws of the king path, which was called the king body. The more they cultivated, the stronger their combat power would be in the future. In the future, they would far surpass them. It was the best time to kill them now. This was also the reason why the monarch-level experts from the 4 forces had ordered them to kill Long Chen and Phoenix Spirit. The king physique would be incomparably terrifying when it grew in the future, suppressing all the heroes. At that time, the strength of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect would be even more astonishing, surpassing the other forces. Therefore, such a genius should be killed in the cradle. In any case, even if they died in the Great Yen Elixir Palace, no one would know how they died and they wouldn't be blamed. Kill! Exterminate the king physique. Voices filled with killing intent rang out, and even more terrifying attacks were launched at Huang Ling and the others. At this moment, Huang Ling and the rest moved like waves and moved 100 meters away, avoiding the attacks. Kill! In the sky, a loud shout rang out, causing those with weaker cultivations to scream in pain. Following that, a huge finger descended from the sky like a god's move, pointing towards the Wan clan's geniuses. The laws of chaos are Lu Ming's. The WN clan's Heaven's Pride expert let out a desperate roar. He exploded out with all his strength, and his saint weapon rushed towards the giant finger, hoping to block it. But now, Lu Ming had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm and his combat power had skyrocketed. How could he stop the finger of tribulation of chaos? The primal chaos finger of tribulation crushed over. The heavens favorites of the Wan family who were below the Supreme Saint realm didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies exploded and their souls were destroyed. The Supreme Saint Heaven's favorite didn't resist for long. He let out an unwilling roar and his body exploded. Another Supreme Saint of the Wan family had fallen. Buzz! A young man in a black robe descended from the sky. His black hair was flying in the wind, and his face was cold. More than 100 holy weapons were flying around him. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming! Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others were overjoyed. The paragons of the other forces were shocked. Lu Ming, you actually dare to appear again and kill the Wan clan's prodigy. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. No one can save you. A heaven's favorite from the Skywolf Tower shouted. If one kill all of you, who will know? Lu Ming said coldly. Kill all of us? What a joke. Although your combat strength is strong, with so many of us working together, it's more than enough to kill you. A purple-robed young man stepped out from the Purple Extreme sect. His purple hair flew in the wind, and his aura was wild. This person had the cultivation of a supreme saint in the upper tier. He had a medium-grade heavenly spiritual body and was unparalleled in the world. His combat strength was shocking. That's right. If we join forces, we can kill him. Someone from the Golden Crow race also stepped out. Together with the paragon of the Purple Extreme sect, they formed a horn. Their violent aura pressed toward Lu Ming. He was the 4th prince of the Golden Crow. He was stronger than the 5th prince of the Golden Crow and also had the cultivation of the Supreme Saint. You guys, send a few people to stop Feng Ling and Long Chen. The rest of you kill Lu Ming with me. The paragon of the Purple Extreme sect ordered. Suddenly, 2 Supreme Saints rushed toward Long Chen and Feng Ling, blocking their way. Their mission was to stall Huang Ling and Long Chen while the others killed Lu Ming. As long as they could kill Lu Ming, they would be able to annihilate Huang Ling and the rest. Purple light burst forth, forming a purple-grade combat sword that charged toward Lu Ming. The Golden Crow let out a long screech as the Grand Sun's flames burned fiercely. The Golden Crow spread its wings and tore through the air. The terrifying Grand Sun's true flames surged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the other eminent saint stage geniuses also launched terrifying attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, be careful. Huang Ling reminded. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He took a step forward with his holy weapon sword in hand. Thump. Countless runes appeared in the sky, forming a terrifying sealing power that enveloped the Golden Crow 4th Prince and the others. Not good. It's the Array Dao law, the power of sealing. How does he have 2 laws? The 4th Golden Crow Prince and the others roared in disbelief. Emperor-grade wings. Not only did Lu Ming possess 2 types of laws, but they were also 2 extremely terrifying laws. The Chaos laws were one of the 10 strongest laws in the world. The Array Dao laws were also one of the King Dao laws, second only to the 10 strongest laws. At the Martial Sage realm, one could only cultivate and control 1 law. Only at the Martial Emperor realm could one cultivate many laws. This was an iron law. How could Lu Ming control 2 laws at the Martial Sage realm? Lu Ming stepped forward and slashed his sword. The terrifying sword radiance caused the void to tremble. As the sword radiance slashed, the attack of the Supreme Saint from the Purple Extreme Sect was instantly shattered. The sword radiance did not stop. As it came down, the Supreme Saint of the Purple Extreme Sect was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword before he could even scream. So what if he was a Supreme Saint? Lu Ming, who had reached the Supreme Saint realm, could still kill him with one sword. Quickly retreat. This person is too monstrous. We can't fight him head-on. Someone roared as he frantically retreated. A paragon of the Great Sage Mastery realm was killed by Lu Ming with one sword. This kind of combat strength was too shocking. It made them shiver all over. The fourth prince of the Golden Crow clan, who had previously put on an air of superiority by relying on his cultivation, had retreated faster than anyone else. However, when they retreated, it was as if they had hit a wall. The space in the void seemed to have become solid. On the other side, Pow Pow pouted, looking completely harmless. Kill! Lu Ming stepped on the air and slashed with his combat sword. The combat weapon aura soared into the sky. Blood splattered everywhere as another Supreme Saint was killed. The others were even more scared out of their wits. They fled frantically, flying in all directions. However, bubbles cast the space-time domain and sealed the void. They could not escape at all. Lu Ming moved and killed another genius. Kill! Then, Lu Ming shouted again and the divine sword technique burst out, blasting into the bodies of those geniuses. The heavens' favorites below the Supreme Saint realm let out a shrill scream and then died. All those below the Supreme Saint realm had their souls torn apart by Lu Ming and died. Even Supreme Saints were shaking and bleeding from their 7 apertures. Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed after he had broken through to the Supreme Saint realm. These geniuses who were at the same level as him or one level higher were no match for him at all. The gap between them was too wide. There were only 4 people left at the scene. The 4th prince of the Golden Crow, the 5th prince, the Heavenly Bird Palace, and the Heavenly Wolf Tower each had a sovereign. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of our men. You're dead for sure. The 4th Golden Crow prince roared. What a joke. You're the ones who came to kill Longchen first. Lu Ming stared at the 4th prince of the Golden Crow as he spoke coldly. Then he charged toward the 4th prince. The 4th Golden Crow prince's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment he seemed to have made a decision. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings. With one look, one could tell that it was the wings of a golden crow. The Golden Crow 4th prince spat out a few mouthfuls of blood onto his wings. The wings shone brightly and the fire of the sun burned. It wrapped around the Golden Crow 4th prince and turned into a golden light, flying away like lightning. Gotcha! The spatial wall that Pow Pow had set up was completely unable to block it and was pierced through. Then, with an unbelievable speed, the 4th Golden Crow prince disappeared into the distance. The wings of an emperor-level Golden Crow. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. He did not expect the 4th prince of the Golden Crow to have such a treasure. It was clearly a pair of Overlord-tier Golden Crow wings. With the blood of the 4th prince of the Golden Crow, its speed was amazing. In a short time, it had a bit of the speed of the Overlord-tier Golden Crow. Lu Ming could not catch up at all. This was the best life-saving item. With the 4th Golden Crow prince's escape, the remaining 3 revealed a glimmer of hope. Lu Ming, you'd better let me go. My 4th brother has escaped. The martial sovereigns outside will soon find out that you've killed so many of our people. They won't let you off. Let me go and 111 find my 4th brother first. When we get out of here, keep this a secret and don't tell anyone that you're the one who killed them. The 5th prince of the Golden Crow cried out. That's right. We can also keep it a secret. Otherwise, if the emperor gets angry, you'll die without a burial place. The genius from the Heavenly Bird Palace said. Oh really? Lu Ming looked pensive. The 5th Golden Crow prince and the others were overjoyed. They thought that Lu Ming was really afraid and did not dare to kill them. All of a sudden, Lu Ming moved. He thrust his sword forward and pierced through the Golden Crow 5th prince's dantian, pinning him to the ground. Lu Ming! The 5th prince of the Golden Crow screamed and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. He could not understand why Lu Ming would suddenly attack. What a fool. Even if today's incident didn't happen, do you think those emperor-level experts would let me go? Lu Ming sneered. The four factions had been hunting him down ever since the incident at the Thousand Spirit Exchange, and their relationship was irreconcilable. They would not rest until one of them was dead, so what difference would it make if today's incident had not happened? The two geniuses from the Sirius Tower and the Celestial Bird Palace were also stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly attack them. Kill! Kill! Huang Ling and Long Chen launched their attacks. The two men were careless and screamed in pain. They were killed by the two. Their combat strength was not as good as Long Chen and Feng Ling, and now that they were distracted, how could they not die? You guys didn't have to do anything, just leave it to me. Lu Ming said to Huang Ling and Long Chen. They're here to kill us, so how can we not kill them? Long Chen said fearlessly. It's a pity that one of them managed to escape. If the emperor-level experts of the Wan family knew about this, they would probably go crazy. Lu Ming said. These were all the top geniuses of the major forces. This was a great loss that even the powerful forces of the Holy Lands would feel heartache. So what if they're mad? They killed us first. 111 definitely report this to the palace master. It's good enough that we don't go to them for trouble, said Huang Ling. Beside Huang Ling and the other heaven's favorites swallowed hard. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. A group of powerful geniuses had died just like that. Most of them had died at Lu Ming's hands. He was truly a god of slaughter. How many heaven's favorites had he killed during this period of time? Let's pack up and leave this place first, Lu Ming said. Then he put away the storage rings of these people and left the place one after another, heading towards the mountain of alchemy furnaces. Lu Ming changed his form and aura again as he followed Long Chen and the rest. In another direction, a ray of light flashed and the fourth crown prince of the Golden Crow appeared. At this moment, his face was deathly pale. After he stopped, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and quickly retracted his wings. Although the pair of wings was an excellent treasure for escaping, every time he used it, he would suffer great losses. Lu Ming, you've killed a few of the crown princes of my Golden Crow clan. No one can save you. You'll die without a burial ground. The fourth Golden Crow prince's eyes flickered with a terrifying killing intent. He then took out a pill and swallowed it, beginning to recover from his injuries. The mark of the stone gate. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Long Chen continued on their way to the mountain of alchemy furnaces. After another hour, they were close to the furnace. The closer they got, the more they felt the magnificence of the Pill Furnace Mountain. It was so tall that it reached the sky, like a huge pili furnace. Furthermore, there was also a strong medicinal fragrance that constantly wafted over, making people's spirits rise and their thoughts active. Boom, boom. In front of him, a violent roar came. It turned out that someone was bombarding the mountain. On the mountain, there was a huge stone door. A few young geniuses were constantly bombarding it. All kinds of terrifying attacks landed on the stone door, causing violent rumbles. However, the stone door did not move at all. After bombarding for a moment, the few young men retreated and shook their heads helplessly. It can't be broken at all, and the entire mountain is unbreakable. Someone sighed. There were many young men in this area, and all of them had gloomy expressions. When he reached the mountain gate, he couldn't enter, which made him feel a little unwilling. The arrival of Lu Ming and the group attracted the attention of some people. A young man in a brocade robe with an extremely sharp aura glanced at Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others with lightning-like eyes. He was surprised and said coldly, "How did you guys manage to get here?" "Hee, why can't we come here?" Huang Ling retorted with a cold smile. Long Chen transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. This young man was also a Heaven's Pride expert of the Wan family. He was the #1 Heaven's Pride expert of the Wan family, OuyangWushuang. Obviously, not all the geniuses of the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, and other forces had surrounded Huang Ling and the others. Perhaps, in their eyes, those people were enough. Zhengyang's eyes were cold as he thought. Could it be that the others didn't encounter Feng Ling? Long Chen and the others must be so. Otherwise, that force alone would be enough to kill Feng Ling and the others. It's nothing. You guys are quite lucky. Zhengyang smiled faintly. On the side, the other geniuses of the Sirius Tower, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Heavenly Bird Palace also looked at Huang Ling and the others with malicious eyes. They also thought that Huang Ling and the others were just lucky that they didn't encounter anyone who wanted to kill them. However, in this place, there were geniuses from all the major forces, so it was not good to make a move. They'll try. Another person stepped forward and attacked the stone door, attracting the attention of others. This person had the cultivation of Supreme Saint Upper Tier. Among the younger generation of Ancient Moon Holy Land, he was definitely a top existence. However, he could not break the stone door. After dozens of attacks, the stone door did not move at all and could only retreat in defeat. Following that, other experts stepped forward, but it was all useless. This included Zhengyang, as expected of the number 1 prodigy of the Wan family. His combat strength was terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Supreme Saint Realm. There weren't many in the entire Ancient Moon Holy Land who had reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm at such an age. However, Zhengyang did not blast the stone door open. After that, a few more Heaven's favorites at Zhengyang's level appeared. They were all the strongest Heaven's favorites from the big families and sects, but they all returned empty-handed. Many people were silent. Outside the mountain, Emperor-ranked experts were not allowed to enter as they would be blocked. But now, here, a stone door was blocking the young Heaven's Pride experts. Could he not enter the Great Yen Elixir Hall? Many people were extremely unwilling. Hey, did you guys see that? There's a brand on the stone door. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Long Chen and Lu Ming. See it. It's very similar to the Primordial Chaos Inheritance token. Lu Ming and Long Chen both nodded. They had seen a mark in the center of the stone door, which looked exactly the same as the Primordial Chaos Inheritance token. There were words in the middle of the mark, but perhaps too many years had passed, the words could no longer be seen clearly. Do you want to try? Said Huang Ling. Wait a bit longer. There are so many people here. If we try it here and the door is opened, it will benefit others. Lu Ming said. Huang Ling and Long Chen nodded, and everyone waited here. However, after a few days, the number of people here increased instead, showing no signs of decreasing. It'll draw them away. You guys take the opportunity to try. With that, Lu Ming moved along the mountain of alchemy furnaces and came to the other side. Then he punched the mountain. The mountain glowed and let out a violent roar. It could not be broken at all, but the sound spread far and wide. There's an entrance. An entrance has opened here. Lu Ming raised his voice and shouted. What? There's an entrance, is that true? I don't care if it's real or fake, let's go and take a look. Almost everyone cast their shadows and pounced in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming changed his appearance and left the place, heading in the direction of the stone door. When he returned to the stone gate, he saw that Feng Ling and Long Chen's expressions were not good. It's useless. Long Chen shook his head at Lu Ming. Long Chen and I tried it just now. We took out the Primordial Chaos Inheritance token, but there was no reaction at all. Huang Ling said. No reaction? Lu Ming frowned. Could it be that they were wrong? However, that imprint looked very similar to the Primordial Chaos Inheritance token. They guessed that it was very likely that the ancestor of the Great Yen Elixir Hall was also an inheritor of the Primordial Chaos sect. He left behind the stone door and only the inheritor of the Primordial Chaos sect could enter. Could their guess be wrong? Just a coincidence? At this moment, the other young men had already returned. I'm cursing. I've been deceived. Which bastard is shouting? If I know who's toying with us, I'll definitely kill him. Many people were cursing and swearing, knowing that they had been cheated. Then, some people began to study the stone door, but they also found nothing. Lu Ming, could it be that the level of our legacy tokens is not high enough? You're a golden inheritor. You might be useful. Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He had also thought of this possibility. Lu Ming, you'll lure them away. Try. Long Chen said. Then he silently headed in another direction. Not long after, there was a roar. There's an entrance here. Following that was another loud roar. Fuck, it's the same trick again. That bastard is lying to us again. If it's true, let's go and take a look. Some of them cursed and ran toward that direction. However, this time, some of them did not move and stayed behind, especially OuyangWushuang. He had been keeping an eye on Lu Ming and the others. Now that he saw Long Chen disappear, he became even more suspicious and stayed behind. Lu Ming frowned. However, he could not care so much. Hunyuan Sek's gold inheritance token appeared in his hand. Buzz. As soon as the golden inheritance token appeared, it vibrated and a ray of light shot out, falling on the mark on the stone door. It's really useful. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. You have the key? OuyangWushuang looked at Lu Ming with a burning gaze. Buzz. The stone door trembled and glowed with resplendent light. Then, another door of light appeared. It's opened. The great Yen elixir scripture is mine. OuyangWushuang was overjoyed. His body was like lightning as he charged toward the door of light. Killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression was gloomy. However, the door of light had appeared. It was difficult for him to stop so many people from entering. However, the result was unexpected. OuyangWushuang slammed his head into the light door. He was dizzy from the impact and could not enter. He was blocked. Damn it, how did this happen? OuyangWushuang bellowed in rage. He then looked at the token in Lu Ming's palm with a burning gaze. Brat, give me your token, die. OuyangWushuang shouted. He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lu Ming, trying to cut off his arm. Buzz. Lu Ming's body moved. He dodged OuyangWushuang's attack like a bolt of lightning and rushed toward the door of light. Stay here. Two more young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. They blocked Lu Ming coldly and stretched out their hands to grab him. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted and threw two consecutive punches. Bang, bang. The two young men's bodies trembled violently as they were sent flying backward and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Laws of chaos. You're Lu Ming. One of them shouted. Lu Ming? Stay here. Behind him, OuyangWushuang's cold killing intent burst out. Holy weapons flew out of his acupoints. The chi of battle weapons converged, and a terrifying sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. A combat sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand as well. He slashed backward and clashed with OuyangWushuang's combat sword. Clang. There was a terrifying vibration. Lu Ming's body used this force to move forward at extreme speed, rushing toward the light door. The door of light rippled like water and did not hinder Lu Ming at all. He rushed into the door of light and disappeared. Damn it, die! OuyangWushuang roared and slashed at the light door with his sword. However, the light door was indestructible and had no reaction at all. The light dimmed and disappeared the next moment. What's going on? At this moment, the other young men rushed over and asked in surprise. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He's gone in. OuyangWushuang roared. He was extremely unwilling. What? Lu Ming had entered? How can he enter? The others were even more confused. He has the key to open a door of light. Damn it! OuyangWushuang shouted in anger. He then turned to look at Feng Ling with an extremely cold gaze and said, Lu Ming has the key. Do you have it? Hand it over quickly. If Lu Ming has it, why would I? What a joke! Huang Ling sneered. Of course you won't admit it. I'll search it myself. OuyangWushuang stepped out and was about to press on Feng Ling. OuyangWushuang was the strongest among the Wan family's younger generation. He was definitely strong. Huang Ling was no match for him. Boom. At this moment, the entire furnace mountain shook violently. Then, a beam of light burst out from the mountain and swept in all directions. Anyone who was swept by the light was sent flying out of the mountain. The light swept past and all the young men who entered were swept out of the mountain. Outside the mountain, countless people stood in the air, looking at the mountain of pill furnaces and waiting. In the sky, many emperor-ranked powerhouses stood there, emitting terrifying fluctuations. It was as if there were dozens of worlds there that were about to devour everything. All of a sudden, the pill furnace mountain trembled. Then, everyone saw a ray of light burst out. Then, one by one, the young men were rushed out of the mountain at an amazing speed. They only managed to stabilize themselves after they were out of the mountain. Damn it! OuyangWushuang roared, his anger soaring. What's going on? High up in the sky, the Wan clan's emperor-level expert glared at OuyangWushuang with a sharp gaze. Lord Martial Sovereign, someone has entered the mountain of pill furnaces. OuyangWushuang said. When facing a martial emperor, even the younger generation would address him as Lord Martial Emperor out of respect. What? Someone had entered the mountain of pill furnaces? Who is it? The eyes of the Wan clan's martial sovereigns shone with a brilliant light. The experts from the other forces were all shocked. They started to look at the heavens' favorites from their own forces, hoping that it would be their own heavens' favorites who entered. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. OuyangWushuang's voice sounded again. These words made many people's hearts tremble. Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming again. Not long ago, Lu Ming's name had caused an uproar in the ancient moon sanctuary. He was extremely audacious and killed more than a dozen geniuses from the 4 major factions in the Thousand Spirit Exchange, as well as more than a dozen senior supreme saints. In the end, the 4 major forces sent out a large number of experts and even emperor-level experts to search for him, but it was to no avail. They could not find Lu Ming. Some martial supremes had even heard of Lu Ming. Even some of the martial sovereigns were surprised that he had returned to the mountain of pill furnaces without anyone knowing. It's this kid again. How did he get in? Is he alone? The Wan clan's martial emperor asked. Lu Ming has the key and he opened the door. OuyangWushuang briefly explained the situation inside, then looked at Feng Ling and Long Qin. You guys are with Lu Ming. Do you have the key too? What a joke. If we had the key, why would we be here? Huang Ling sneered. At this moment, the Wan family martial emperor finally noticed Feng Ling and Long Qin. He frowned. Didn't he send people to kill Feng Ling, Long Qin, and the others? Why were they still alive? Then he looked around and found that the Wan family was missing a few heaven's favorites. He frowned and asked coldly, where are the Celestial Dynasty and the others? Where did he go? Where are Dark Wolf and the others of my Sky Wolf Tower? Why aren't they here? My Heavenly Bird Palace? Then, the cultivators of the major forces looked around and said coldly. They all found that some people from their respective sects were missing. Buzz. The Wan family martial sovereign's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Feng Ling and asked, Tell me, where did my Wan family's Wan Tianchao and the others go? What? Huang Ling's expression changed. Senior, you must be joking. How would I know about your Wan family's heaven's favorite? They're all dead. They've been killed by Feng Ling, Long Qin, and Lu Ming. At this moment, a loud cry was heard. Everyone looked over and found that it was the 4th prince of the Golden Crow. What? He was killed? The Wan clan's martial emperors, the Skywolf Tower's martial emperors, and the others burst out with a terrifying aura. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. He was killed by them. The 4th Golden Crow Prince called out, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. How dare you kill the Wan clan's chosen? You're courting death. The martial sovereign of the Wan clan let out a long roar and took a step forward. This step caused the heaven and earth to shake, as if the world was about to explode. The terrifying and astonishing aura made everyone's expression change drastically, and they retreated frantically. It was the same for Huang Ling. She retreated quickly, but she still felt a strong pressure. Her body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Bai Lin. A terrifying aura also burst out and blocked the aura of the Wan family's martial emperor. A martial supreme is going to attack a junior? This was a martial emperor powerhouse from Phoenix Palace. He spoke coldly and glared at the Wan family's martial emperors. The confrontation between martial supremes. The Phoenix Palace's martial emperor stood in front of Bai Lin and stared at the Wan family's martial emperor with a cold gaze. His terrifying aura made the Wan family's martial emperor stop in his tracks. Feng Ling, what's going on? The martial sovereign of Phoenix Palace asked Feng Ling. It's like this. Long Chen, I, and the others were on our way to the mountain of pill furnaces. On the way, we were surrounded by the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, the Celestial Bird's Palace, and the Purple Pole Palace. Fortunately, Lu Ming arrived and saved us. Huang Ling explained. What? The people of the four forces are trying to kill you. How dare you? You're courting death. The martial sovereign of Phoenix Palace was furious. He burst into brilliant phoenix flames and a huge phoenix flew forward. The martial sovereign of Wan clan was shocked. He took out his sovereign weapon and blocked the phoenix. The four forces besieged Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others. In the end, they were killed instead. Now, the martial sovereign wants to deal with Feng Ling and the others. This is outrageous. Do you think we, the Phoenix Palace, are easy to bully? The martial sovereign of Phoenix Palace said. A phoenix circled above his head, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. In the surroundings, the people from the other sects and powers also more or less understood what was going on. The four major forces had secretly sent their paragons to kill Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the rest. For some reason, Lu Ming intervened and caused them to be killed. Now, they wanted to blame the people who were surrounded and killed. It was ridiculous. They looked at the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, and the other major forces with a hint of mockery. No matter what, our heaven's favorite has been killed. The murderer has to pay the price. Another figure stepped out with a ferocious aura. This person was the martial sovereign of the Skywolf Tower. Then, two more figures stepped out. They were the martial sovereigns of the Heavenly Bird's Palace and the ZG sect, who were pressing toward Huang Ling and the others. What a joke! Your own people are useless. They couldn't kill others and were killed instead. If a martial supreme has to step in, does that mean I can kill any of you? A sneer was heard. A tall and burly figure stepped out beside Long Chen like a giant elephant stepping in the air, and his aura was extremely violent. This was a martial emperor expert of the Divine Elephant sect. The 6 martial emperor powerhouses exploded with terrifying auras as they faced each other in the sky. The people who were watching in the surroundings kept retreating. Only the emperor-level powerhouses were able to stand still. You 4 clans have broken the rules like this. From now on, the younger generation can't go out anymore. Otherwise, every one of you will die. A figure covered in the power of thunder said indifferently, and a terrifying pressure pressed toward the martial sovereigns of the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, and the other 4 major forces. This was the martial sovereign of the Thunder God sect. The Thunder God sect and the Phoenix Palace had always been on good terms, so they naturally stood on the Phoenix Palace's side. The Thunder God sect's martial emperor's words made the eyes of all the martial emperor powerhouses present light up. That's right. The younger generation wanted to kill someone but was killed in the end. Now that the martial supreme wanted to take revenge, did this mean that the martial supremes of the other forces could no longer control them? They could just kill the younger generation of the opposing forces or those below the martial supreme realm when they saw them. In this case, all the major forces would have to die except for the martial sovereign himself. No one would be able to survive. What was the point of doing this? This was breaking the rules. The martial sovereigns of the Wan family, the Skywolf Tower, and the other 4 major forces all looked awful. That's right. If they wanted to attack by force, the martial sovereigns of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant sect could also attack. They had to be wary of killing people below the rank of martial sovereigns. Their expressions were ugly, and they were in a dilemma. 4th bro, 5th bro, 9th bro, and the others, what's the matter? A golden crow martial emperor asked the 4th prince. Dead, they're all dead. Lu Ming killed them. Patriarch, you must kill Lu Ming and avenge 5th brother. The 4th crown prince of the golden crow cried. What? Lu Ming again? Around them, the others were somewhat dumbfounded. The few princes of the Golden Crow clan had been killed by Lu Ming. This Lu Ming was truly audacious. First, he had killed the paragons of 4 major forces, and now he had even killed the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. Audacious and lawless. This was the impression that many experts had of Lu Ming. Damn it. I low dare you kill me, the Golden Crow crown prince? The Golden Crow race martial sovereign let out a long and sharp hiss that pierced many people's eardrums and almost made them vomit blood. The Wan family, the Sirius Tower, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Heavenly Bird Palace were all killed by Lu Ming. This kid suddenly attacked. Despicable. The 4th prince of the Golden Crow called out. Compared to Huang Ling and Long Chen, he hated Lu Ming more. Now that the situation was at a stalemate, he might as well shift all his hatred onto Lu Ming. He must have Lu Ming killed. In fact, that was the case. Before he escaped, he saw that Lu Ming had killed everyone. Lu Ming! Lu Ming! The martial sovereigns of the Wan family, the Skywolf Tower, and other forces muttered this name softly. Their voices were not heavy, but they contained extremely cold killing intent. Lu Ming must die. Now that he has entered the mountain of alchemy furnaces, well, wait for him to come out. Once he comes out, well, kill him without mercy. The Wn clan martial sovereign said coldly. After that, the major forces surrounded the area and waited for Lu Ming to come out. Naturally, Lu Ming was unaware of what was happening in the outside world. He entered a huge stone room after he dashed through the door of light. The stone chamber was extremely spacious and empty. There was almost nothing else except for a pill furnace. In the middle of the stone chamber, there was a huge alchemy furnace, which was at least 100 meters tall. However, this alchemy furnace had been completely corroded. There were spots of rust on it and it had no spirituality at all. It was just like a piece of scrap metal. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings but found nothing. Is this the Great Yen Elixir Palace? However, there's nothing here, let alone any inheritance. Lu Ming muttered in a low voice, feeling a little disappointed. Buzz. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound was heard. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated and looked around cautiously. Buzz. Another buzzing sound attracted Lu Ming's attention. He looked at the rusty alchemy furnace. The sound was coming from the alchemy furnace. Then, the sound of the furnace shaking became louder and louder. Gotcha! Lu Ming saw that the rust on the alchemy furnace had cracked open and was falling off continuously. A scarlet glow filled the air. Furthermore, there were lines of patterns on the pill furnace that were extremely wondrous. It smells so good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could smell a strong medicinal fragrance coming from the alchemy furnace. The shaking of the elixir furnace became more and more intense. The rust on the surface of the elixir furnace fell off in large chunks. In the end, a scarlet elixir furnace appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was glowing with a splendid light, like a divine radiance. Buzz. In the end, the pill furnace shook and rose into the air, aiming to suppress Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed as he tried to dodge at top speed. However, a terrifying force erupted from the cauldron. Lu Ming's surroundings seemed to be confined. He could not move even if he used all his strength. Nest, I won't be smashed to death by this alchemy furnace, right? That would be a great injustice. This thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. Then, the huge elixir furnace came crashing down on his head. The new palace master, the scarlet pill furnace, emitted a terrifying aura. The aura was scorching hot, and Lu Ming felt as if he was being burned when it got close to him. However, a wonderful scene appeared. When the alchemy furnace approached Lu Ming, it shrank rapidly and finally turned into a ray of light, rushing into Lu Ming's mind and disappearing. The next moment, the elixir furnace appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, emitting a brilliant light. At the same time, a large amount of information rushed into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming instinctively sat cross-legged and began to digest the piece of information. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. The Great Yen Elixir Furnace and the Great Yen Elixir Scripture. I didn't expect that I would obtain the inheritance of the Great Yen Elixir Hall just like that. Lu Ming muttered. His expression was a little complicated. There were two main types of information that appeared in his mind. One was the Great Evolution Elixir Scripture, and the other was a sacred book on elixir refinement. The Great Evolution Elixir Scripture is truly wondrous. Just like what the outside world says, it can use the laws of heaven and earth to refine elixirs. It has endless uses. Lu Ming's face was filled with surprise. Of course, he only had a rough idea of the contents of the Great Yen Elixir Scripture. He was still far from comprehending it. He would need to spend time to comprehend it in detail later. There was also another piece of information, which was the Great Evolution Elixir Formation. There had been powerful ancestral cultivators from the Dian Elixir Palace who had inscribed a powerful formation on this mountain and its vicinity. All the information was in Lu Ming's mind and he could grasp it easily. This place is protected by a great formation, and the origin chi is extremely rich. It's not a bad idea to live here in the future. Lu Ming smiled. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out in the quiet stone room. This sound seemed to be the sound of a wooden stick hitting the ground. There's someone. Lu Ming was shocked. Did the Great Yen Elixir Palace still have a successor? Lu Ming was highly focused as he scanned his surroundings. The sound of tapping was getting closer and closer. Then, Lu Ming saw a figure walking out from the depths of the stone chamber. It was an old man wearing gray clothes, but he was really old. There was not much white hair left, his body was thin, and the wrinkles on his face were like mountains. He did not exude any martial arts aura. He looked like an ordinary old man. However, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Since the other party had appeared in the Dian Elixir Hall, he was afraid that there was something unusual. After so many years, someone has finally come. An old voice came out of the old man's mouth, but it was weak and seemed to be a little weak. He opened his turbid eyes and looked at Lu Ming. He suddenly bowed to Lu Ming. This old servant greets the new hall master. Lu Ming quickly waved his hand and a wave of energy lifted the old man up. Senior, why is that? And who are you? I'm just a servant of the Great Yen Elixir Palace. I was ordered to guard the Great Yen Elixir Palace and wait for the arrival of its successor. Finally, before I was buried, a new successor of the Great Yen Elixir Palace came. The old man said, I've become the successor of the Great Yen Elixir Palace? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The previous hall master said that anyone who can enter here is the successor of the Dian Elixir Hall. Otherwise, why would the Dian Elixir Furnace enter your sea of consciousness and recognize you as its master? The old man explained. Senior, what's going on? What did this have to do with the Hunyuan sect's inheritor? Can you explain it to me? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. It's simple. The previous hall master was also the inheritor of Hunyuan sect. He was a silver inheritor. Then, a token appeared in the old man's hand. It was the silver inheritance token of the Hunyuan sect. The previous sect master once said that the Great Yen Elixir Palace can only appear when the golden inheritor of the Hunyuan sect appears. The golden inheritor is the inheritor of the Great Yen Elixir Palace and the Palace Master. Some time ago, I sensed through the silver inheritor token that the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor had finally appeared. So, I opened the Great Yen Elixir Palace and let it appear, waiting for the arrival of the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor. I didn't expect the Palace Master to arrive so soon. It seems like the Palace Master is in the ancient moon sanctuary. The old man explained in detail. I see. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. No wonder there was a Hunyuan sect's legacy token on the stone door. No wonder no one else, not even Huang Ling and Long Chen, could enter. He was the only one who could. That was because the Grand Yen Hall was born for him alone. If he did not come, no one else would be able to obtain the inheritance. But then he thought of another problem. The silver inheritance token could sense the presence of a gold inheritor. Didn't that mean that all the Hunyuan sect inheritors in the past could sense it? Even some powerful existences knew that a golden inheritor had appeared? It seemed that he had to be more careful in the future. Unless it was necessary, he could not expose his identity as the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor. Lu Ming pondered. If some powerful beings harbored ill intentions and knew that he was the Hunyuan sect's gold inheritor, they would probably kill him with one slap. That's right, Senior. Where are the others from the Great Yen Elixir Palace? Lu Ming's heart stirred and he asked again. There's no one else, only this old servant. In a few more days, I'm afraid he'll also die. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes. Before this old servant dies, the hall master came here and inherited the Great Yen Elixir Hall. This old servant can die in peace. The old man said, his voice filled with sorrow. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he asked, why is Senior the only one left in the Dian Elixir Hall? It's said that once one reaches the Martial Emperor realm, one's lifespan will be unlimited and they'll almost never die. Lu Ming was indeed very surprised. Lu Ming did not believe that there were no Martial Emperor powerhouses in the Dian Elixir Palace. In ancient times, the Great Yen Elixir Hall's name shook the land of Mount Yuan. Its alchemy skills were unparalleled in the world, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, and it could even establish a sect in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Moreover, after so many years, the moment it appeared, it caused a commotion in all directions. Almost all of ancient Moon Holy Land's major forces were mobilized, and even martial sovereigns appeared one after another. How could such a force not have a martial sovereign? Lu Ming did not believe it. It's true that a martial emperor's lifespan is endless. However, no one can truly live forever. The old man sighed. Lu Ming was puzzled. Could there be a mistake in the rumors? Palace Master, you probably don't know this yet. In the Martial Emperor realm, one's lifespan is endless. However, there will be a major tribulation. Every 33,333 years, there will be a major tribulation. Those who pass it will be able to temper their cultivation and become stronger. They might even be able to reach a higher level. Those who can't pass it will be turned into ashes by the major tribulation. The old man's explanation made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. Every 33,333 years, a martial emperor powerhouse would face a great calamity. If they could not overcome it, they would be annihilated. When one reached the martial emperor realm, they would not be able to rest easy and live forever. They would have to face a great calamity. In that case, martial emperor powerhouses pursued strength more than those of other realms because they would die if they were not strong enough. The tribulations of heaven and earth get more and more powerful each time. If a martial sovereign doesn't advance, he'll die under the tribulations. So what if he's a martial sovereign? He can't escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao. The old man sighed, as if he was filled with endless emotions. Chapter 1804 Martial Sovereign takes action. Could it be that all the previous palace masters have fallen under the Great Tribulation? Lu Ming asked. Almost. In ancient times, although the Dian Elixir Hall had very few members, they were extremely powerful. There were several generations of hall masters who were extremely powerful. Unfortunately, there were several generations of old hall masters who failed to pass the tribulation and died under it. The old man said as if he was reminiscing. The Great Yen Elixir Scripture and the Great Yen Elixir Furnace of the Great Yen Elixir Palace were coveted by others. In the past, there were several generations of old hall masters guarding it, and no one dared to touch it. However, after the fall of the old hall masters, other forces began to stir. After that, the previous hall master had no choice but to seal the Great Yen Elixir Palace and hide it in the endless void. In the endless years that followed, the others died of old age, and the previous palace master also fell under the Great Tribulation. Only my branch was left to guard the Great Yen Elixir Palace for generations. The old man continued to explain, and Lu Ming roughly understood. The old man's lineage was the servants of the Great Yen Elixir Hall and the guardians of the Great Yen Elixir Hall. They had guarded the Great Yen Elixir Hall for generations. In the countless years that the Great Yen Elixir Hall had been in seclusion, everyone else had died of old age. The previous hall master of the Great Yen Elixir Hall had also fallen under a great tribulation. The inheritance of the Great Yen Elixir Hall had been severed, and only the old man's lineage had continued. However, he was the only one left from the elder's lineage. If Lu Ming did not come, the entire Dian Elixir Hall would probably disappear in the long river of history. Hall Master, you can cultivate here in the future. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask this old servant. The old man said, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. You can just call me Lu Ming. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was not used to the old man calling him an old servant. No, you're the palace master of the Great Yen Elixir Palace and am a servant of the Great Yen Elixir Palace, so I should address you as Palace Master with respect. Also, Palace Master, don't call me Senior in the future. This old servant can't bear the responsibility. Palace Master, you can just call me by my name in the future. My name is Dan Kong. The old man said. Then 111 call you Uncle Kong. This matter is settled. Lu Ming said. The old man muttered to himself for a moment, then nodded. Hall Master, you should first familiarize yourself with the Great Yen Elixir Formation and the Great Yen Elixir Scripture. Later on, this old servant will explain some of the wonderful uses of the Great Yen Elixir Furnace to Hall Master. It will be of great help to Hall Master. Many thanks, Uncle Kong. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Dan Kong revealed a smile on his face. Then he walked toward the stone room with his walking stick and disappeared. Obviously, there was another space in front of the stone room. After the elder left, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and familiarized himself with the control of the Great Evolution Elixir Formation. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Lu Ming felt that he had almost mastered the control of the Great Evolution Elixir Formation. Let's go out for a while. I came in alone. One wonder how Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others are doing? Lu Ming pondered, feeling a little uneasy. Previously, he had killed many Heaven's favorites from the Four Forces and the Golden Crow clan, but the fourth crown prince of the Golden Crow clan had escaped. This matter would probably cause a commotion among the Four Forces and the Golden Crow clan. He didn't know if Huang Ling and Long Chen would be implicated. If he didn't get to the bottom of this, he wouldn't be at ease. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the stone door of the stone room. Miraculously, when he reached the stone door, a door of light automatically appeared and Lu Ming passed through it. Now, Lu Ming was in control of the entire Grand Yen Formation. He could enter and exit any place in the Grand Yen Elixir Hall freely. There were still countless people waiting outside the mountain of pill furnaces. A few days' time was just a blink of an eye to a martial arts powerhouse. It was nothing. Someone's coming out of the pill furnace mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the mountain of pill furnaces. A black-robed young man flew through the air in the mountain of alchemy furnaces. Who else could it be but Lu Ming? Lu Ming! The martial sovereigns of the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and the Skywolf Tower all glared at Lu Ming with eyes as sharp as divine swords. They did not even bother to hide their killing intent. However, the expressions of Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't come out. Hurry back to the mountain of the pill furnace. Huang Ling shouted anxiously. Shut up, Dai. The Wan family martial emperor shouted coldly as he looked at Huang Ling with his sharp eyes, causing her to turn pale. Naturally, Lu Ming saw the people outside and heard Huang Ling's voice. However, he did not stop and continued to step on the air. He only stopped when he reached the edge of the alchemy furnace mountain. He looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that both Feng Ling and Long Chen were safe and sound. Lu Ming, did you get the Great Evolution Elixir Scripture and the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace? The Dubian family martial emperor's eyes were as sharp as a sword as he looked at Lu Ming. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the Wan family's martial emperor. He was not afraid of a martial emperor at all. No matter what, come with me to the Wan family. The Wn clan's martial sovereign spoke in a cold voice. His tone was completely commanding, but it did not allow any room for doubt. An emperor's words carried enormous weight and were unquestionable. Hee, how shameless! Since ancient times, treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. Even if Lu Ming obtained the Dian Elixir Scripture and the Dian Elixir Furnace, it was his good fortune and opportunity. You, a martial emperor, actually want to snatch the opportunity of a junior. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? The martial sovereign of Phoenix Palace spoke with disdain. Who said one wanted to take his fortune? He killed many of our clan's geniuses, so he has to pay the price. Furthermore, the appearance of evil spirit's vice sect leader means that evil spirit is about to rise again. One suspect that he's from evil spirit, and he specializes in lulling geniuses with the potential to become monarchs. One want to bring him back to the Wan clan for interrogation, so why not? The Wn family's martial emperor quibbled and directly accused Lu Ming of being from evil spirit. That's right. Lu Ming specializes in killing prodigies. We must bring him for interrogation. The martial sovereign of the Skywolf Tower also said with greed in his eyes. In their opinion, not only did Lu Ming have the Dian Elixir Scripture and the Dian Elixir Furnace, but he also had other secrets. If they could get their hands on Lu Ming's secrets, it would definitely be of great use to the major forces. Hee hee, what a joke. This is a martial sovereign? You're actually so despicable. Lu Ming sneered. His words were filled with mockery and disdain. And how dare you, a junior, not kneel when you see an emperor and even mock me? I will cripple you now. The Wn family martial emperor bellowed, and a violent aura burst out from his body, pressing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved and he retreated like lightning. You want to leave? In front of me, you're delusional. The Wan clan martial sovereign shouted coldly. He took a step forward and the world rumbled. Then, he waved his hand and a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun grabbed at Lu Ming. The faces of Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others changed drastically. The Wn family's martial sovereign was too shameless. He actually attacked a junior. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He retreated quickly and waved his hand at the same time. The entire area around the mountain of alchemy furnaces glowed. A ray of light spread out and rushed toward the big hand. Boom! With a violent explosion, the huge hand exploded. The monarchs joined forces to capture Lu Ming. The Wn family martial sovereign's face darkened. He stomped his feet and pointed his fingers like a sword. A shocking sword light slashed toward Lu Ming. However, another beam of light shot out and dispersed the sword light. You want to stop me with the Great Formation? Naive. The martial sovereign of the Wan clan shouted and rushed into the area of the Furnace Mountain. At the same time, his body glowed and a few weapons appeared. As soon as these weapons appeared, a terrifying battle weapon chi soared into the sky and a vast pressure covered the sky. Every weapon was so bright that even the sun was overshadowed. A monarch weapon. They were all monarch weapons. The martial sovereigns of the Wan clan cultivated the 10,000 soldier scroll and sealed emperor weapons with earth-shattering power. He held a battle sword in his hand and slashed out. Boom! The sword light and the halo of light that burst forth from the pill furnace collided fiercely, causing a loud boom to ring out. Go! Lu Ming stood in the void, shrouded in endless halos. He waved his hands and the entire mountain of alchemy furnaces glowed. Halos appeared one after another, as if they had turned into blades of death, and they attacked the Wan family's martial sovereigns. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive deafening booms, the Wan clan martial sovereign's body trembled as he stepped into the void and retreated. Everyone present was shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to fight a martial emperor and even managed to force him to retreat. This was simply unbelievable. Brat, you can control the Great Array here. You have indeed obtained the inheritance of the Great Yen Elixir Hall. The Wn clan's martial emperor shouted, his long hair flying in the wind, and his aura was wild. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Lu Ming was able to fight against a martial emperor. It turned out that he was in control of the grand formation of the Dian Elixir Hall. However, it was shocking that he had the guts to fight a martial supreme. An ordinary person would be trembling in fear in front of a martial emperor. They would not even dare to breathe loudly and would not even think about fighting a martial emperor. It would be useless for an ordinary person to control such a formation. Lu Ming indeed lived up to his reputation. He was very bold. So what if you have a formation? He'll let you understand what a martial supreme is. Everyone below a martial supreme is an ant. The WN clan martial emperor roared, and his aura became even more terrifying. A world seemed to have emerged from his body, and a terrifying power spread out from the world and poured into the sovereign weapon. The monarch weapons hovered in the air, their power growing more and more terrifying as they pressed down on Lu Ming. The martial sovereign's world force. Someone exclaimed. Once a martial sovereign's world energy was unleashed, it could crush and destroy everything. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. He was well aware of the power of the Great Evolution Elixir formation. Kill, kill! Lu Ming shouted. He dared to shout at the martial sovereigns. At the same time, the mountain of the alchemy furnace glowed and shot out at an astonishing speed. It attacked the martial sovereigns of the Wan clan in an instant, exceeding the reaction speed of many people. These halos kept bombarding the monarch weapons, engaging in a fierce battle with them. The emperor weapon trembled, and the power of the world on it seemed to be scattered. Break! The WN clan's martial sovereign let out a long roar, causing the heavens and earth to shake. The power of the world continued to spread out, but he didn't need to use it. He was forced to retreat continuously. Boom, boom. With every step he took, he stepped on the void, and the void seemed to crack. Although the Yuan continent space was extremely stable, many times more stable than the divine wilderness continents, a monarch-level expert was too strong. They could already affect space. If they went all out, they could probably tear space apart. The WN clan's martial sovereigns were no match for him at all, and they were constantly retreating. This kid is too bold and reckless. He's very likely to be from evil spirit. There's no need to follow any rules when dealing with evil spirit. We must take him down. Brother Wan, he'll help you. A cold voice was heard. Then, a figure screeched and turned into a huge black eagle, pouncing at Lu Ming. This man was a demon emperor of the Heavenly Bird Palace. How shameful! To deal with a junior, you need 2 emperors to work together, and you even found such a grand reason. One can't bear it. The martial sovereign beside Huang Ling shouted and stepped out. With a palm strike, a phoenix flew out and pounced at the demon sovereign of the Heavenly Bird Palace. Your Phoenix Palace is always shielding Lu Ming. Have you turned to evil spirit? Kill him. The demon sovereign of the Heavenly Bird Palace shouted. He flapped his wings and shattered the phoenix condensed by the martial sovereign of the Phoenix Palace like a heavenly blade. At the same time, he did not forget to accuse the Phoenix Palace. Your mother's fart. The martial sovereign of the Phoenix Palace cursed. His momentum burst out, and he kept throwing out his palms. The cries of phoenixes rang out, and one after another, phoenixes flew out and fought with the demon sovereign of the Heavenly Bird Palace. We'll settle the score with Phoenix Palace later. We must take Lu Ming down today. Another cold voice was heard. A figure stepped out. This person was covered in purple light, which soared into the sky. The Purple Extreme Sex Martial Emperor Powerhouse. You guys are too much. The Divine Elephant Sex Martial Sovereign said. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the Purple Pole Sex Martial Sovereign. Your Divine Elephant Sect also wants to interfere. I'm just about to experience the Divine Elephant Sect's ultimate technique. Let's go. The Purple Extreme Sect Martial Emperor said. Purple light burst forth, forming a terrifying attack that blasted toward the Divine Elephant Sect Martial Emperor. As you wish, die. The Martial Emperor of the Divine Elephant Sect shouted and threw a punch. A group of giant elephants formed and leaped toward the Martial Emperor of the Purple Pole Sect as if they wanted to crush him. A few Emperor-ranked battles erupted here. An Emperor-level battle shook the heavens and earth. The others were all shocked and retreated in a frenzy, afraid that they would be affected. You can't stop him today. Lu Ming must be taken down. Another voice was heard. It came from the demon the Arch of the Skywolf Tower. He roared and transformed into a giant wolf. Like a mountain, he burst out with a violent aura and rushed toward Lu Ming. This time, no one stopped him. In the Phoenix Palace, the Divine Elephant Sect had helped Lu Ming because of the relationship between Phoenix Spirit and Long Chen, which was close to Lu Ming. However, the other forces had nothing to do with Lu Ming. Of course, they would not help Lu Ming and offend the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, and the other major forces. How dare you kill the crown prince of my Golden Crow race? You must die. The demon, the Arch of the Golden Crow clan, bellowed and transformed into a huge three-legged golden crow. Its entire body was covered in blazing divine sunfire. With a flap of its wings, it pounced at Lu Ming like a golden divine blade. The three emperor-level powerhouses attacked at the same time to take down Lu Ming. The three emperors had joined forces just to take down Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was taken down today or even died in battle, his name would probably shake the ancient Moon Holy Land and be recorded in history. Facing the three emperors, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. However, there was a burning flame in his eyes. It was a strong murderous intent. He retreated and controlled the Grand Yen formation. Rays of light formed and bombarded the three emperor-level experts. Don't let him retreat to the mountain of pill furnaces, die. The Wan family martial sovereign shouted coldly. He controlled his sovereign weapon and struck away the halos, heading for Lu Ming. At the same time, the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower, and the three-legged golden crow attacked from both sides. The terrifying attack broke through the halo and approached Lu Ming rapidly. Lu Ming was still retreating. His speed was getting faster and faster as he approached the mountain of the alchemy furnace. Lu Ming's desire to slaughter the emperor just when everyone thought that Lu Ming wanted to escape into the Cauldron Mountain to hide, he suddenly stopped. The endless halos around him rushed out and blocked the three emperor-level powerhouses. At the same time, Lu Ming's glabella glowed and a crimson light rushed out. It was an elixir furnace, the Dian elixir furnace. The Dian elixir furnace grew to a height of 10,000 feet and smashed heavily on the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled as Lu Ming stepped down from the sky and stood on top of the Dian elixir furnace. It's the Dian elixir furnace. The martial sovereigns of the Wan family, the demon sovereigns of the Heavenly Wolf Tower, and the demon sovereigns of the Golden Crow race all stared at the Da Yen elixir furnace with burning eyes. The Great Yen elixir furnace, when combined with the Great Yen elixir scripture, could be used to refine elixirs using laws and seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. Such a treasure was a fatal temptation to any force. Hand over the Great Yen elixir furnace. The Wen family martial emperor shouted and used his emperor weapon to open a path as he rushed toward Lu Ming. The Heavenly Wolf Tower's demon, the Arch, and the Golden Crow demon, the Arch, did not slow down at all. They burst out with terrifying attacks and blasted away several halos in a row, heading for Lu Ming. The three emperor-level powerhouses charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming stood on top of the furnace, his eyes flashing with madness. The Wen family, the Sirius Tower, the Golden Crow race, the Purple Extreme sect, and the Heavenly Bird Palace, these five forces had bullied him too much. From the beginning, Lu Ming and the five major forces were only a competition between the younger generation. It was inevitable for the younger generation to die in the competition, but these major forces directly sent out the older generation when the younger generation was no match for them. This time, it was even better. An emperor-level expert had made a move to kill Lu Ming. Since that was the case, Lu Ming would go all out. Otherwise, he would be treated as a junior who could be toyed with as he pleased. Lu Ming stood still as the attacks from the three emperor-level powerhouses approached him at high speed. Great evolution elixir formation, smelt all things, refine for me. Lu Ming roared. At this moment, the Dian elixir furnace let out a roar, as if it was resonating with the entire heaven and earth. The entire area burst with brilliant light. Endless halos gathered from all directions and formed an extremely huge elixir furnace, trying to suppress the three emperor-level experts. Break! The three emperor-level powerhouses roared and attacked the alchemy furnace with terrifying attacks. The Yen elixir furnace, open? Lu Ming shouted coldly. The lid of the Dian elixir furnace under his feet opened, revealing a dark space. A terrifying suction force erupted from the elixir furnace, as if it wanted to swallow everything in the world into the Dian elixir furnace and refine them into an elixir. The three emperor-level powerhouses were sucked in by this terrifying suction force, and their bodies could not help but fall into the alchemy furnace. Not good. The three emperor-level powerhouses' expressions changed, and they burst out with world power, struggling madly to break out of the encirclement. Great evolution elixir formation, suppress. Lu Ming waved his hands and controlled the great evolution elixir formation in this area with all his might. At this moment, Lu Ming, the Dian elixir furnace, and the Dian formation seemed to have merged into one and exploded with a shocking amount of energy. If the great Yen elixir furnace was placed outside, without the support of the great Yen elixir formation, Lu Ming would not be able to exert such a powerful force that could affect emperor-level powerhouses with his current cultivation. However, with the help of the great evolution elixir formation, it was a different story. Its power was astonishing, and it seemed to have awakened, erupting with an astonishing gravitational force. In the sky, endless halos gathered and turned into a huge alchemy furnace. The flames inside burned fiercely and pressed down on the three emperor-level powerhouses. The three emperor-level powerhouses roared and resisted with all their might. However, their bodies were still falling bit by bit, and they were about to be sucked into the Dian elixir furnace. The people watching the battle from afar were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open as they stood there in a daze. The word shock could no longer describe their feelings. What did Lu Ming want to do? Could it be that he wanted to slaughter the emperor? He wanted to put three great emperors into the furnace and refine three emperor pills? This simply couldn't be described as audacious. This courage was even greater than the heavens. For a junior, a great sage, to think that he would attempt to slay a celestial emperor. Regardless of whether he would succeed or not, it was definitely insane for him to have such thoughts and actions. Martial emperor, even the weakest minor emperor, was still a martial emperor. He had the power to destroy the world, had an endless lifespan, and could condense a small world. Such a figure, no matter where he was, would be high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. When an ordinary person faced an emperor-level powerhouse, it was like a mortal facing a god. They would not even dare to have the thought of blasphemy. Now, Lu Ming wanted to kill an emperor. One could imagine how shocked the people around them were. The most important thing was that the three great emperors were really falling into the Dian elixir furnace. Lu Ming, I'll burn your bones and scatter your ashes. The WN clan's martial sovereign roared madly. He had really gone mad. Even as a martial emperor, he could not take down Lu Ming and needed the help of others. But now, he had even fallen into the hands of Little Feng. In the future, his reputation as a martial emperor was destined to be ruined. He hated Lu Ming to the extreme. He hated Lu Ming for resisting. Why did he not follow him to the Wan family and give up everything obediently? A mere ant actually dared to resist him, causing him to lose face. Explode! The WN clan martial sovereign's eyes flashed with pain. With a roar, a sovereign weapon rushed up and exploded with a brilliant light. The WN clan's martial sovereign was forced to self-destruct his sovereign weapon. The self-destruction of the sovereign weapon was shockingly powerful. The elixir furnace formed by the Great Yen elixir formation was torn apart by the terrifying energy, and the Wan clan martial emperor rushed out through the gap with the other two sovereign weapons as protection. Gah! The golden crow let out a long cry as the golden crow demon's sovereign flapped his wings. With an astonishing speed, he followed closely behind the Wan clan's martial sovereign like a ray of golden light and rushed out of the gap. The demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower, also wanted to rush out. Stay here! Lu Ming shouted and controlled the Great Evolution elixir formation. The elixir furnace recovered rapidly and the gap shrank rapidly. No! The Heavenly Wolf Tower's demon, the Arch, let out a loud roar and heavily struck the opening. Unfortunately, the opening had already disappeared. The huge alchemy furnace emitted a terrifying flame and pressed down on the Heavenly Wolf Tower's demon, the Arch. At this moment, he was the only one left, so it was even more difficult for him to resist. He was directly crushed by the huge elixir furnace and fell towards the Dian elixir furnace. The demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower, struggled madly. The power of the world burst out, and his body expanded rapidly, but it was all useless. It didn't have much effect. His body quickly fell into the pill furnace. Finally, his huge body entered the pill furnace. Clang. Lu Ming controlled the lid of the Dian elixir furnace and closed it. Refine! Lu Ming shouted as he stood on the furnace, his long hair flying in the wind. Boom! At the bottom of the pill furnace, the pill fire gushed out. At the same time, the Great Yen Elixir formation turned into rays of light that surrounded the Great Yen Elixir furnace and suppressed it. Boom! 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 A terrifying roar came from the Great Yen Elixir furnace. Obviously, it was the demon emperor of the Heavenly Wolf Tower who was bombarding the Great Yen Elixir furnace. However, it was useless. The Great Yen Elixir furnace was the sect's most precious treasure of the Great Yen Elixir Palace. It could refine the heavens and transform the earth. No one knew what kind of existence had made it, so it could not be broken. Refining a demon, the Arch. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed and turn into ashes. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His eyes flickered with a crazy killing intent. He controlled the alchemy furnace with all his might, intending to refine the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower. At the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, including the emperor-ranked experts. Lu Ming was really going to refine an emperor-level expert. If he succeeded, it would definitely shock the entire ancient moon sanctuary. A great sage slaughtering an emperor, even if he borrowed the great formation of this place, there were only a few examples in ancient times. It would probably pierce the heavens. Lu Ming, let go of the Skywolf Tower's demon, the Arch. Do you think there's only one demon, the Arch, in the Skywolf Tower? The Sacred Land's forces are far more powerful than you can imagine. If you really anger us, you'll die without a grave. The WN family martial sovereign roared. At this moment, he clenched his fists and his eyes were burning with anger. He had actually lost a monarch weapon in this battle. His heart was bleeding. That was a monarch weapon. It was extremely rare. How many years had he cultivated in his life? He had spent a lot of effort and money just to get 3 sovereign weapons. Previously, he had no choice but to self-destruct one of his weapons. He could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive to vent his anger. And now, Lu Ming actually wanted to refine the Fei, the Arch of the Sirius Tower. Martial emperor powerhouses are indeed above the masses. They're high and mighty. At first, the 3 martial emperors wanted to kill me, but they were defeated by me in the end. Now, they're using the forces behind them to suppress me. They're really high and mighty. I've finally seen it. Lu Ming sneered, but everyone could hear the deep mockery in his tone. 3 martial sovereigns were going against a junior. After being defeated, they actually brought up the power behind them. This was shameless. The WN clan's martial emperor's face was extremely gloomy. The rest of the Wan family members at the scene looked ashamed and resentful. They secretly hated Lu Ming. Lu Ming, how dare you insult the Wan family? It'll make you regret this sooner or later. Wan Xingyang gritted his teeth. The humiliation of the Wan clan's martial sovereign was equivalent to the humiliation of the entire Wan clan. In the future, when they went out, they would definitely be looked down upon and pointed at by others. Of course, they would not think about whether they were the cause of all this. They would only blame everything on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, release the demon, the Arch. Quickly release him. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape no matter where you go. The people from the Skywolf Tower roared one after another. Some of them transformed into huge wolves and glared at Lu Ming fiercely. If you want to save your demon, the Arch, come and save him yourself, Lu Ming said. At the same time, he focused on refining the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower. But how would the demons of the Skywolf Tower dare to go? What a joke! Even the demon, the Arch, was locked in the furnace and couldn't even protect himself. If they went to save him, wouldn't they be courting death? A bunch of cowardly rats. Lu Ming sneered. He glanced at the Wan family's martial sovereigns and the Golden Crow demon sovereigns and said coldly, "If you want to kill me, then you have to be prepared to be killed by me, no matter who you are." no matter who it was? Even if it was a martial emperor or a demon emperor, he would still kill them. Arrogant, so arrogant. No matter how talented he is destined not to go far. Kill him. The Wen family martial sovereign shouted and controlled a sovereign weapon to attack Lu Ming from afar. However, he did not dare to approach Lu Ming. He only attacked Lu Ming from a distance in an attempt to save the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower. At the same time, the Golden Crow demon, the Arch, made its move. With a flap of its wings, suns suddenly appeared in the sky and fell toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the Great Evolution Elixir formation to form a light screen that blocked the surroundings. For now, he didn't attack. He just had to block the attacks. He would use all his other powers to refine the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower. Since he wanted to kill him, he must make the other party pay a painful price. The attacks of the Wan family's martial sovereigns and the Golden Crow demon sovereigns were all blocked by the Great Evolution Elixir formation. From the Great Yen Elixir furnace, there were constant rumbling sounds, as well as the roars of the Heavenly Wolf Tower's demon, the Arch. His voice was filled with anger, unwillingness, and fear. Yes, everyone was terrified when they heard that. Moreover, as time passed, the voice of the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower, seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Everyone looked at each other. Was the high and mighty Fei, the Arch, really going to be refined? Still not releasing him. The Wen clan's martial sovereigns let out long howls, and their attacks became even stronger. However, they were all blocked by the Great Evolution Elixir formation. As for the martial emperor of the Purple Pole sect and the demon emperor of the Heavenly Bird Palace, they were blocked by the emperor-level powerhouses of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect and could not help. Ridiculous. You want to kill me, yet you're asking me to let you go? Idiots. Lu Ming berated him directly. He did not care if he was an emperor-level expert. He did not give him any face at all. Some of the young men's blood was boiling. In front of so many experts, he wanted to refine a demon emperor, berate a martial emperor, and settle the grudge. What was he trying to do? How happy and carefree was this? They yearned for it, but of course, they would never dare to do so. The Wen clan's martial sovereign felt as if a stone was stuck in his chest. He was so angry. Ever since he had broken through to the martial emperor realm, no one had dared to speak to him like this for many years. The other party was just a young man, but he couldn't do anything to him. He was really aggrieved. At this moment, the sound in the Dian Elixir furnace became softer and weaker. The hearts of the experts of the Skywolf Tower sank. In the end, an unwilling voice came out of the Dian Elixir furnace, and then it went completely silent. Poof, poof. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, their hearts in turmoil. A demon, the Arch, had fallen just like that? He was killed by a junior? Lu Ming had killed a demon, the Arch. This matter was bound to cause a huge wave in the ancient Moon Holy Land. The Wen family's martial sovereign and the Golden Crow demon's sovereign retreated with an ugly expression. A trace of horror flashed in their eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were fast and decisive enough to rush out, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If any of them were trapped in the Great Yen Elixir furnace, they would end up like the demon, the Arch of the Heavenly Wolf Tower. In addition, the martial emperors of the Purple Pole sect, the demon emperor of the Heavenly Bird Palace, the Phoenix Palace, and the Divine Elephant sect also stopped fighting and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not open the furnace immediately. For safety's sake, he continued to control the fire in the furnace and refined it for a while. He only opened the furnace when he could no longer feel the life aura in the furnace. Clang. The moment the furnace was opened, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower, really dead? The moment the lid was opened, waves of powerful energy rushed into the sky. That was the power of the law and also the power of the world, but then they all scattered with the wind. As for the demon, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower, he didn't appear again. It had really been refined. Everyone's heart trembled. What a pity! I didn't study the Great Evolution Pill scripture and my cultivation level isn't high enough. Otherwise, one could have refined an emperor pill. Lu Ming muttered softly. However, The people present were all experts. Although the voice was soft, they all heard it clearly. This guy. You still want to refine emperor pills? Many people were speechless. This guy wasn't just bold, he was a complete lunatic. Chapter 1808 True Emperor, Lu Ming, you killed the Fei, the Arch of the Skywolf Tower. The Skywolf Tower will never let you off. Just wait for your death. An expert from the Skywolf Tower roared and transformed into a giant wolf. His eyes were extremely cold. You're speaking as if you'll let me go if I don't kill him. Lu Ming spoke indifferently with a faint sense of disdain. It was the other party who had been pressing him step by step. Even if he didn't kill the other party wouldn't let him off. He might as well kill to his heart's content. Killing a martial emperor from the other party was a good thing for him. It was at this moment that a loud roar came from the distant sky. This roar was earth-shattering, and even the mountains and rivers trembled. Even the sun in the sky seemed to be shaking, as if it were about to be shaken down. Not good. In the sky, the expressions of the emperor-level powerhouses changed drastically. Their auras burst out, and their world powers circulated, enveloping the powerhouses of their respective sections. As the terrifying sound waves swept past, the defenses set up by the emperor-level powerhouses actually shook violently. As for those who were not protected by emperor-ranked powerhouses, their bodies exploded in the air like fireworks. They died before they could even react. Those who were lucky enough to survive turned pale and were terrified. What kind of existence was this? With a loud roar, a large number of experts were shaken to death, and even the expressions of the emperor-ranked experts changed greatly. Then, everyone saw a flash of light, and a giant wolf appeared on the scene. The giant wolf's body was silver in color and its silver fur was shining. It was 100,000 feet tall and incomparably huge. It looked at Lu Ming with its cold eyes. On his body, there were layers of strange light, like a divine ring, surrounding his body. He was like a god from the legends. World God Light, true emperor expert. The Phoenix Palace's martial sovereign said in a serious tone. Everyone was shocked. It was actually a true emperor. Needless to say, the other party must have come from the Sirius Tower. Even a true emperor had appeared in the Sirius Tower. The martial emperor realm was divided into the minor emperor, the medium emperor, the great emperor, and the heavenly emperor. A minor emperor's throne would initially form a small world. However, the small world at this time was in the process of evolution. There was chaos in it, and living beings had no way of entering. Once they entered, they would be ground into pieces. Therefore, the small emperor throne was also known as the Void Emperor. In other words, the small world hadn't formed yet and living beings couldn't enter. It was considered an illusory emperor, not a true emperor. At the middle emperor level, the small world would be stable and the living beings would be able to survive. This realm was also known as the true emperor. It meant a true emperor. As for the great emperor position, they could control the great Tao and their small worlds could even give birth to living beings. This was even more mysterious and unfathomable. This realm was already the peak of the world. As for the heavenly emperor, he was a legend in the current world. The emperor-level powerhouses that had appeared before were all existences of the minor emperor realm, the Void Emperor realm. Now, the Skywolf Tower had actually sent out a true emperor. When a true emperor's small world was completely formed, their bodies would emit world divine light. Brat, are you the one who killed the Fei, the Arch of my Skywolf Tower? The true Emperor Rank Wolf's eyes were like two suns, shining brightly. It looked at Lu Ming and spoke in a cold voice. Not bad. Lu Ming replied. He was not afraid even if he was facing a true emperor. If he wanted to fight, then he would fight to his heart's content. These major forces were closing in on him step by step, so he could only fight to the end. Very well, I will extract your soul and burn it in the fire of purgatory, making you wish you were dead. The true Emperor Giant Wolf spoke with a cold, killing intent. Let's find out his secret first. At this moment, another voice was heard. Then the void shook and cracked. A figure stepped out of the void. It was a middle-aged man with a cold expression and an air of nobility. His body was also surrounded by a divine ring. Everyone gasped. Another true emperor had appeared. "Greetings, Patriarch." The martial sovereign from the Wan family bowed respectfully when he saw the man. This person was the Wan family's true emperor. Gah! A terrifying screech was heard. Following that, everyone saw a golden light flying over from the distance. As the golden light flew past, the space actually rippled like water, and a hideous opening appeared. Then, the golden light faded and a huge three-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. Its sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, sending chills down everyone's spine. True Emperor, another true emperor, the true emperor of the three-legged golden crow race. In ancient Moon Holy Land, true emperor-level experts would not appear unless something important happened. They would either cultivate in seclusion or travel to find ways to increase their strength to resist the tribulation that occurred once every 300,000 years. However, because of Lu Ming, true emperors appeared one after another today. Not good. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others who were close to Lu Ming looked anxious. "Lord Martial Sovereign, what should we do?" "Martial Emperor." Anxious, Feng Ling sent a voice transmission to the Martial Emperor powerhouses of Phoenix Palace. "It's difficult. In this situation, it's not good for Phoenix Palace to interfere. If our true emperor interferes, I'm afraid it will turn into an all-out war. Therefore, I'm afraid our true emperor won't interfere," the martial sovereign of Phoenix Palace said. His words made Huang Ling even more anxious. Would Lu Ming be able to stop the three true emperors with the help of the Great Evolution Elixir formation? A true emperor's strength wasn't something a minor emperor could compare to. If a great emperor didn't appear, who could compete with them? The three true emperors glared at Lu Ming coldly, their eyes glimmering with a cold light. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. With a thought, the Dian elixir furnace shrank rapidly and floated above his head. At the same time, endless light flashed near the mountain of the elixir furnace. Halos appeared and were extremely gorgeous. "You want to stop me with a mere formation?" The true emperor of the Sirius Tower said coldly. He stepped on the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Beams of light shot toward the true emperor from the Sirius Tower. Two beams of silver light shot out of the true emperor's eyes. With a slash, the beams of light were all destroyed. The true emperor from the Sirius Tower strode forward without being stopped. A true emperor expert was much stronger than a void emperor. "Condense!" Lu Ming roared and controlled the Great Evolution Elixir formation with all his might. At the same time, the Great Evolution Elixir furnace shook and resonated with the Great Evolution Elixir formation. In the sky, an extremely huge elixir furnace was formed. It emitted a brilliant light and blasted towards the true emperor of the Sirius Tower. "Break!" The true emperor of the Sirius Tower let out a long howl and struck out with his wolf claw. Thump! The wolf's claw hit the pill furnace, but the pill furnace didn't shatter. It had blocked the true emperor's attack. The true emperor's eyes turned cold when he saw that his attack didn't shatter the pill furnace. He clawed out again. Lu Ming controlled the pill furnace with all his might and blasted it at the true emperor from the Sirius Tower. This elixir furnace combined all the power of the Great Yen elixir furnace and the Great Yen elixir formation. Its power was extremely terrifying. Previously, it had almost suppressed 3 martial sovereigns and finally obliterated a demon sovereign. Thump! The true emperor from the Sirius Tower struck the pill furnace again. The pill furnace shook, but it still didn't shatter. It had blocked the attack. "If I don't die, I'll kill all of you at the same time." Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. He wanted to retreat back to the mountain of the alchemy furnace. The true emperor was too strong. Even with the help of the Great Evolution Pill formation, he was no match for the true emperor. He might have a chance of survival if he entered the Cauldron Mountain. "If you want to leave, then stay," the Wen family's true emperor said coldly. He took a step forward and entered the area of the Pill Furnace Mountain. With a wave of his hand, A small golden pagoda flew out. Then, it grew in the wind and turned into 100,000 feet tall, pressing down on Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. This force was too strong. He had no choice but to stop and control the Grand Yen formation to set up layers of defense around him. Boom. The giant pagoda came crashing down. A terrifying force came crashing down on Lu Ming like a storm. The defense set up by the Great Evolution Elixir Formation let out a terrifying roar and exploded continuously. Lu Ming's body was blasted to the ground and he was forced to take more than a dozen steps back. With every step he took, a huge pit was blasted into the ground. After more than a dozen steps, Lu Ming stabilized himself and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. If he didn't have the Da Yen elixir furnace to protect him, he would probably not have been just injured. Despicable. A few true emperors working together to deal with a junior. Huang Ling clenched her fists, and so did Long Chen. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do. A battle like this wasn't something they could interfere with. A true emperor could probably kill them with a single breath. Hand over the Great Evolution Elixir Scripture and the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace, then kneel down and destroy your cultivation. I might let you die a little easier. The Wen family's true emperor placed his hands behind his back and looked down at Lu Ming from above as he spoke coldly. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his eyes filled with an unyielding look. Your bones are quite tough, but I'll see how long you can last. The Wen family's true emperor stretched out a palm and pressed down in the air. Buzz. The giant pagoda trembled and the terrifying attack pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Great Evolution Elixir Furnace and the Great Evolution Elixir Formation to block the attack. However, most of the power of the Great Evolution Elixir Formation was used to block the true emperors of the Sirius Tower. The remaining power could not block the true emperors of the Wan family at all. Clang. The Dian Elixir Furnace trembled and Lu Ming's body was hit by a terrifying force. His bones cracked and blood oozed out of his skin. Bang. Bang. Lu Ming retreated continuously, coughing out blood continuously. His clothes were stained with blood. However, Lu Ming was still standing straight. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding spirit. Kneel down. The Wen clan's true emperor shouted. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind and the mountain of alchemy furnace glowed. Rays of light surged towards the Wan clan's true emperor. Lu Ming was actually thinking of counterattacking. The Wen family's true emperor pressed down with his palm again and the halo collapsed. The terrifying power made Lu Ming retreat again and again, vomiting blood. Above him, the giant tower burst out with a terrifying pressure that confined the surroundings, making it difficult for Lu Ming to retreat and rush into the mountain of alchemy furnaces. Kneel down. The Wen family's true emperor's cold voice rang out once again. The giant tower exploded with another wave of energy and blasted Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming retreated again and his injuries became more serious. However, he still stood upright. If I don't die, I'll definitely kill all of you from the 5 forces. Lu Ming howled, his unyielding voice spreading in all directions. His voice was filled with unshakable conviction and a cold, killing intent. If he didn't die, he would definitely kill all the people of the 5 forces. Many people were shocked. In such a situation, Lu Ming was still unyielding and dared to shout out such a voice. This kid was terrifying. If he didn't die, the future would be unpredictable. Many people had such thoughts. Even the Wan family's true emperors, the Sirius Tower's true emperors, the 3-legged golden crow's true emperors, and many other emperor-level powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts. You won't have such an opportunity, the Wen family's true emperor said, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This kid was too extraordinary. Even if he couldn't get anything today, he had to kill him and get rid of future trouble. Bang. The Wen family's true emperor took another step forward, and a shocking aura burst forth from his body. Light spots bloomed on his body as terrifying weapons flew out one after another. The chi of battle weapons converged, and hideous cracks appeared in the void. It was obvious that the Wan family's true emperor had used all his strength to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Sigh, a few true emperors actually ganged up to bully a great Saint Realm Jr. Ancient Moon Holy Land's power is really getting worse and worse. At this moment, a sigh could be heard. Then, everyone saw an old man walk out of the mountain of pill furnaces. This old man was extremely old. His eyes were cloudy, his hair was about to fall out, and his face was full of wrinkles. His aura was dispirited, and he held a walking stick in his hand as he walked over step by step. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This old man was the old servant of the Dian Elixir Palace, Dan Kong. Who are you? The Wn family's true emperor glanced at Uncle Kong and found that his qi and blood were really weak, just like an ordinary old man who had never cultivated. However, it was obviously impossible for an ordinary old man to appear in such a situation. He's just an old man who's about to enter the grave. He's never been born. Even if I tell you, you won't recognize him. Uncle Kong squeezed out a faint smile. You want to help Lu Ming? The Wn clan's true emperor asked. Of course. Lu Ming is now the hall master of the Dian Elixir Hall. I have to ensure his safety. Uncle Kong said. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. The Wn clan's true emperor's eyes were cold, and his killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Whether I have the ability or not, I have to try. Anyway, this old life is going to be buried soon, so what's the harm in dying? Uncle Kong said with a smile. Since you're looking for death, I'll kill you first. The Wn family's true emperor shouted and pressed his palm down. A shocking aura burst out from the giant pagoda and pressed down on Uncle Kong. The power was far stronger than when he attacked Lu Ming. It was obvious that he did not use his full strength when he attacked Lu Ming just now. He wanted to force Lu Ming to reveal the great evolution elixir scripture and so on. Uncle Kong, be careful. Lu Ming shouted. Uncle Kong's expression didn't change, but the walking stick in his hand was waved. When the staff was swung, it began to grow rapidly, turning into a sky-high staff that struck the giant tower. Boom! A terrifying force spread out in all directions, causing the giant pagoda to shake unceasingly before being sent flying. Uncle Kong's walking stick also rapidly shrank, returning to its normal size as it was held in his hand. So strong! Many people were shocked. This old man who had suddenly appeared had displayed shocking battle prowess and was actually able to block an attack from a true emperor of the Wan family. Could it be that this old man was also a true emperor? Lu Ming was shocked. Uncle Kong's combat strength was beyond his expectations. He had previously guessed that Uncle Kong was most likely a martial emperor, but he had never thought that he was actually a true emperor, a middle emperor powerhouse. So you're also a true emperor? The Wn family's true emperor's gaze turned serious. So what if he's a true emperor? Do you think that you can protect Lu Ming on your own? He must die today. The true emperor from the Sirius Tower broke the Great Yen Elixir formation and came to the side of the Wan family's true emperor. Uncle Kong's strength buzz. With a flash of golden light, the Golden Crow race's demonic emperor also appeared beside the Wan family's true emperor, exuding a terrifying aura. The three true emperors stood side by side. Uncle Kong's expression didn't change. His turbid eyes looked towards the void and his ancient voice rang out. Since you're here, show yourselves. Many people's expressions changed. Were there still experts hiding in the air? The next moment, the void split open and two figures stepped out. One of them was covered by endless purple light, while the other was filled with a terrifying demonic qi. The only similarity between the two was that they were both surrounded by the divine light of the world. The true emperor again. It's the true emperors of the Purple Extreme Sect and the Heavenly Bird Palace. An emperor-level character spoke, his voice heavy. Today, the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, the Golden Crow clan, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Heavenly Bird Palace, the five forces that had enmity with Lu Ming, had all sent true emperors. Perhaps other forces might also send true emperors, but they just didn't appear. Five true emperors? But your purpose is to deal with a great sage realm junior. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Uncle Kong's eyes swept over the crowd as he slowly spoke. His voice was filled with ridicule. Lu Ming has killed many people from the 5 major forces. He's insane and must die. No one can save him today. The WN clan's true emperor said coldly. Oh, you said that Lu Ming killed many people from the 5 major forces. The old man is curious and wants to ask a few questions. Uncle Kong said. The WN clan's true emperors and the rest did not say anything. Today, the true emperors had arrived and Lu Ming could not escape. This old man alone would not be able to stop them. They wanted to see what this old man was up to. First, the people from the 5 major forces that Lu Ming killed were of the sage realm. Were they of the same generation as Lu Ming? Are there any 7 or 8-year-old or teenager children? Uncle Kong's voice spread in all directions. The WN family's true emperor and the others fell silent. Their eyes flickered, but they didn't reply. Senior, the people that Lu Ming killed were all of the same generation. Many of them were older than Lu Ming. Huang Ling's voice rang out. Oh, I understand. Thank you, little girl. Uncle Kong smiled at Huang Ling and continued. Did Lu Ming ask for help from the older generation? The WN family, the Golden Crow race, and the other true emperors still didn't answer. Senior, I was present for all these matters. Lu Ming did not seek help from the elders. Said Huang Ling, I can be a witness. Long Chen said. All right, the third question. Did Lu Ming kill the people from the 5 major forces with his own strength? Uncle Kong asked again. Yes, it's a full-on battle with my own strength. Huang Ling said. This old man understands. Uncle Kong nodded and looked at the true emperors of the Wan family. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura exploded from Uncle Kong's body. It was as if a sleeping ancient beast had come back to life. The terrifying essence energy shot into the sky, and the qi and blood in his body were like flames. Uncle Kong's originally cloudy eyes were no longer cloudy. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were rotating in them. It was also as if a flame was burning in his eyes, full of sharpness. In a direct battle between peers, you people from the 5 major forces were useless. You couldn't defeat Lu Ming and were killed by him. You void emperors and true emperors actually shamelessly came out and said you wanted revenge. How ridiculous! And you? Uncle Kong's eyes looked at the true emperor of the Sirius Tower. A martial emperor like you came to kill Lu Ming but was killed by him instead. How dare you come out and avenge him? Do you still want your face? Uncle Kong's voice became sonorous and powerful as it spread across the entire area. Lu Ming killed the martial sovereign of the Skywolf Tower by relying on the power of the formation. The true emperor of the Sirius Tower said, Nonsense. As a martial supreme, he's going against a junior in the eminent saint stage. Do you want him to have a fair fight? I think you're not only shameless, but also stupid. Uncle Kong berated him directly, causing the true emperor's expression to turn ugly. So what? It's useless for you to say so much today. You can't change the outcome. Lu Ming must die today. The WN clan's true emperor spoke. His entire body was surrounded by weapons, and he looked extremely domineering. No matter how much he said, it was useless. Lu Ming had to be killed. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. Since they had already offended him, they had to get rid of him. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be destroyed in the future. Is that so? I've said so much not because I want you to leave, but because I want to say that since you can do this, I might as well do something like bullying the weak. Uncle Kong smiled. As soon as Uncle Kong finished speaking, he took a step forward. Boom. This step turned the world upside down, dimmed the sun and moon, and shook the entire void. In the distance, the martial emperor powerhouse's expressions changed drastically as they shouted, "Quickly retreat!" They led the people below the emperor rank and retreated frantically, wanting to get away from that area because they felt a fatal danger. At this moment, the Wan family's true emperors, the Golden Crow's true emperors, and the others' eyes narrowed. Buzz! A ray of sword light burst forth from the walking stick in Uncle Kong's hand. A sword light illuminated the 9 heavens. This sword was peerless and magnificent, like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens. It broke through the universe and slashed towards the Wan clan's true emperor. 10,000 soldiers. The Wn family's true emperor roared. All the weapons around him lit up and actually combined together to form an extremely huge and strange weapon. He then attacked the sword light that Uncle Kong had slashed out. However, as the sword radiance slashed past, that strange weapon exploded into pieces and scattered in all directions. The sword radiance didn't stop and continued to slash towards the Wan family's true emperor. It was unstoppable. The Wn family's true emperor roared as a small world appeared. His body was within the small world as he retreated frantically. However, even though he was fast, the sword light was faster. In an instant, it slashed at the Wan family's true emperor's small world. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the small world was split open by the sword light like a watermelon that was split in half. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash towards the Wan clan's true emperor. No, the Wn family's true emperor roared madly. At this moment, his eyes were filled with endless fear. In the next moment, the sword light slashed down and landed on the Wan family's true emperor's forehead. His body instantly froze and he didn't move at all. All of his aura had completely disappeared. Even his life force had disappeared. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, the Wan family's true emperor's body turned into dust with a bang and disappeared from the world. At this moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. It was as if everyone's throat was being strangled by an invisible hand, and they couldn't make a sound. The Wn clan's true emperor was dead. A true emperor had been killed by a single sword strike, his body completely obliterated. This was a true emperor, standing at the peak of the world. If great emperors didn't appear, who could compete with him? But now, he was killed by a single sword. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Was this Uncle Kong's battle strength? It was far beyond his imagination and unbelievably powerful. He killed a true emperor with a single sword strike. Killing an emperor with one sword at this moment, there was no trace of old age left in Uncle Kong. He had completely transformed into an unparalleled peerless swordsman. The true emperor humiliated a junior, so he'll humiliate you too. Uncle Kong shouted, and his eyes were like lightning. He took a step forward, and the heavens and earth shook. Another sword light slashed toward the true emperor of the Sirius Tower. The true emperor from the Heavenly Wolf Tower was horrified. He retreated frantically and used all his power to resist, but it was all in vain. When the sword light slashed past, the true emperor from the Heavenly Wolf Tower followed in the footsteps of the true emperors from the Wan family. His entire body turned into ashes and vanished. Another true emperor had been slain. Run, run, run. At this time, the remaining true emperors of the Golden Crow race, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Heavenly Bird Palace were almost scared to death. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to run as far as possible. At this moment, they no longer had any thoughts of killing Lu Ming. They only wanted to save their lives. Uncle Kong's eyes focused. He formed a sword with his finger and slashed at the air. Sila! In front of the 3 true emperors, a shocking sword light appeared and cut the void in half. The 3 true emperors stopped in their tracks and looked terrified. If I want to kill you, do you think you can escape? Uncle Kong said coldly. Senior, please spare my life. The Golden Crow race's true emperor cried out. At this moment he no longer had the arrogance he had before. He had become very well behaved, like a big bird that was about to die of illness. This was completely out of fear. The Wn family's true emperors and the Sky Wolf Tower's true emperors were all killed by the old man with a single slash. It wouldn't take much effort for the old man to kill them. In all 4 directions, everyone else was silent and could only look at Uncle Kong in fear. Killing a true emperor with a single sword strike, what kind of cultivation was this? What realm was this? Could it be the Great Emperor? A Great Emperor was hidden in the Great Yen Elixir Palace? One had to know that there were only a handful of great emperors in the entire Yuan Mountain. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he must be an extremely terrifying existence among true emperors, many people thought. The other two true emperors also stopped in their tracks and looked at Elder Kong. Even with their cultivation, they were completely unable to see through Elder Kong's cultivation level. Buzz! The long sword returned to its sheath, and the aura on Elder Kong's body started to withdraw once more, and he became like an ordinary old man. Elder Kong's walking stick was a long sword. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Elder Kong's words caused the three true emperors to relax. "Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already the successor of the Dian Elixir Hall and the current Hall Master of the Dian Elixir Hall." Elder Kong said, "Senior, don't worry. We will not touch a single hair on Lu Ming's head in the future." The true emperor of the Golden Crow race said. Elder Kong nodded, and his gaze swept across the entire scene and the powerhouses of all the forces. His voice resounded from afar. "In the future, I won't interfere in the fights between peers. Even if one of you kills Lu Ming and steals his opportunities, I won't interfere. However, if some of you old guys make a move against a junior, don't blame the old guys for being impolite. When the time comes, I'll make a trip to your sect and stretch my muscles." Many people felt a chill in their hearts. With Elder Kong's battle prowess, if he were to make a trip to any sect, it would be a disaster. Elder Kong could even kill a true emperor with a single sword strike. Although the various major forces had deep foundations and there couldn't possibly be only one true emperor, there might even be stronger existences, but they might not be Elder Kong's match. At that time, not to mention the younger generation, even emperor-level experts would die. This was a threat, a blatant threat. However, the major forces could only accept this threat. This was the power of a terrifying expert. Why did the experts of the Wan family and the Golden Crow clan not dare to kill the geniuses of the younger generation of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect? It was because there were also terrifying experts in the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect. If you killed their Heaven's Pride experts, their experts could also kill your Heaven's Pride experts. This was the power of the strong. And why did the Wan family, the Golden Crow clan, and the other forces dare to send out their experts to kill Lu Ming? This was because they knew that Lu Ming did not have any backing. If he was killed, so be it. No expert behind Lu Ming would seek revenge on their juniors. However, now that Lu Ming had it, all the forces had to be wary. "Senior, are you really not going to interfere in a battle between two peers?" The true emperor of the Golden Crow race asked. "I'm a man of my word. If Lu Ming can't win in a battle between peers and is killed, then he's useless. But he'll still say the same thing. If it's your seniors or even emperor-level powerhouses, I won't hold back either. Now all of you can get lost." Elder Kong's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, and then he waved his hand. "Let's go." The Golden Crow race's true emperor let out a loud cry and turned into a ray of golden light, flying away at extreme speed. The other members of the Golden Crow race also left the place one after another. The Purple Extreme sect, Heavenly Bird Palace, and other sects also flickered and left. This time, the Great Yen Elixir Palace's appearance had finally come to an end, but the storm it had set off was far from over. It would shake the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. This time, Lu Ming was the only protagonist. Because of Lu Ming, several major forces had suffered heavy losses. Especially the Skywolf Tower and the Wan family, their losses were even more shocking. The WN clan had lost a true emperor, and the Skywolf Tower had lost a void emperor and a true emperor. Even a powerful force like the ancient Moon Holy Land could not bear such a loss. Anyone who could become a monarch was a peerless genius. The heavenly spiritual body was said to have the potential to become an emperor, but that was all. It was still very difficult to become an emperor. Moreover, he was a true emperor. And NBSP Ancient Moon Holy Land was a huge force, and they definitely had true emperors, and more than one at that. But those were accumulated over the long years, and there definitely wouldn't be too many. Losing one would have a huge impact on their strength. Not long after, almost all the forces had left, leaving only Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and a few other forces behind. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling walked towards the Furnace Mountain and came to Lu Ming's side. I'm fine, don't worry. Lu Ming smiled, but his face was a little pale. His body trembled slightly and he almost lost his balance. Previously, he had been attacked by the Wan family's true emperors and was already severely injured. Huang Ling, let's let Lu Ming recuperate first. Well, visit him another day. Long Chen also walked over and said, All right, Lu Ming. You should recuperate first. Well, come and visit you another day, said Huang Ling. Then she left with Long Chen, Phoenix Palace, and Divine Elephant Sect. Uncle Kong, many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Uncle Kong. Palace Master, protecting you is this old servant's duty. However, there are countless experts in the world. These forces in ancient Moon Holy Land are not as simple as they look on the surface. Their foundations are very deep, and they all have terrifying existences guarding them. As for the other Holy Lands, they also have many experts. The road ahead will be even longer, and the Hall Master will have to walk it on his own. This old servant will not interfere in the competition between the younger generation. The Hall Master will have to face it himself, Uncle Kong said. Superior grade heavenly spiritual body, this is what I should do. Lu Ming nodded. He also knew that Uncle Kong was doing this for his own good. A powerful person had to fight and kill to become one. He had to go through all kinds of difficulties and dangers. The flowers in the greenhouse could not stand the test. If he needed Uncle Kong to help him everywhere, how could he reach the peak? Hall Master, let's go back and recuperate. Uncle Kong nodded and walked back to the mountain of the pill furnace step by step. Soon after, Lu Ming also returned to the mountain of the pill furnace. He swallowed a pill and began to heal his injuries. This time, Lu Ming was severely injured. It took him 7 days to fully recover. A few days later, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Mu Qingxue, and the others came to visit him. Seeing that Lu Ming was fine, they were relieved. Lu Ming took them around the Dian Elixir Hall. However, Phoenix and the others did not stay for long. They returned to their respective sections. Now, the day of the opening of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy in Heavenly Emperor City was getting closer and closer. Everyone had to seize the time to cultivate and improve their cultivation so that they could enter the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy smoothly and receive the guidance of the Great Emperor. Lu Ming passed on the divine breath technique to Huang Ling and the rest. It was a life-saving secret technique and would be of great use at critical moments. After Huang Ling and the rest left, Lu Ming began his closed-door cultivation. Can the alchemy fire of the Dian Elixir Furnace really temper and evolve the spirit body? With a single thought, the Dian Elixir Furnace flew out and landed on the ground. It then transformed into the size of a house. During this period of time, Elder Kong had told Lu Ming about some of the Great Yen Elixir Furnace's wonderful uses. The Dian Elixir Furnace seized the good fortune of heaven and earth. It could be used to refine elixirs using the laws of heaven and earth, and it could also refine elixirs that could evolve the spirit body. This was just a rumor, but in fact, the Dian Elixir Furnace was even more mysterious than the rumors. It could directly temper a person's physical body and allow the spirit body to evolve. Till try. With a wave of his hand, a large number of sacred elixirs flew out of his storage ring and into the Dian Elixir Furnace. Then, Lu Ming moved and rushed into the furnace as well, closing the lid. Refine. With a single thought, a large amount of alchemy fire spewed out of the Dian Elixir Furnace and enveloped Lu Ming. This kind of alchemy fire was extremely terrifying. The emperor-level powerhouses of the Sirius Tower had been refined by this alchemy fire. Alchemy fire had the power to destroy, but it also had an unparalleled vitality. It was completely controlled by the user's will. The pill fire gushed out, and the saint herbs were instantly refined and turned into waves of energy. Lu Ming's physical body was enveloped by the alchemic fire and a piercing pain spread throughout his body. How terrifying! Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but the pill fire covered his body and burned fiercely as if it was going to melt his body. Zzzzzzz. Lu Ming's body was being roasted by the pill fire, emitting sizzling sounds. He felt as if his body was about to melt. It hurt. It was extremely painful. A heart-piercing pain. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured it. He persevered. He knew that it was not easy for a spirit body to evolve. If he wanted to buy real dragon bones and real dragon blood essence, he would need a lot of raw gemstones. But now, there was a shortcut, so why not take it? Lu Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. After a while, the energy from the sacred herbs in the alchemy furnace began to gather towards Lu Ming. As the alchemy fire refined them, they continuously seeped into his body. Lu Ming could feel that his spirit body was slowly becoming stronger. He cultivated for 7 days. When Lu Ming felt that he had reached his limit, he exited the furnace. After a day of rest, he put in some sacred herbs and continued to smelt them. This method was similar to refining pills. However, he was using himself as a pill and the saint herbs as supplementary ingredients. He was constantly smelting and removing the impurities in the spirit body. The energy of the saint herbs was integrated into the spirit body, constantly increasing the potential of the spirit body. When the time came, the potential of the spirit body would explode and transform. Such an effect was heaven-defying. To Lu Ming, it might not be a big deal. He cultivated the dragon god combat body. As long as he had true dragon bones and true dragon blood essence, he would evolve sooner or later. But what about ordinary martial artists? How heaven-defying was this effect? In other words, no matter what level the spirit body was, as long as one continued to condense it, the spirit body would continue to evolve. Of course, there were some restrictions. There would be some differences according to the individual's potential. Some people could continue to evolve, but some people had limited potential. Even with the Dian elixir furnace, they wouldn't evolve much and would have a limit. However, this was already heaven-defying enough. Therefore, Elder Kong warned that this ability should not be revealed unless one was extremely close to the Great Yen Cauldron. This was because the outside world only thought that the Great Yen Cauldron could refine medicinal pills that could allow one's spirit body to evolve, but they didn't know that it had this ability. To concoct a pill, one needed materials. Without materials, one would not be able to concoct it. However, this function didn't require any specific ingredients at all. Any saint medicine could be added in. If a major power obtained this, how many geniuses could it nurture? At that time, even with Elder Kong standing guard, it would still be hard to avoid some major powers taking the risk out of desperation. 7 days passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Dian elixir furnace. Bubbles, on the other hand, had nothing to do and would run out every day. Lu Ming did not bother with it. With Bubbles' current cultivation base and the space-time laws, she should be fine as long as she did not encounter any monarch-level experts. As expected, Baoba came back every few days with a medicinal fragrance all over his body. He even gave Lu Ming many sacred elixirs. These saint herbs had strong medicinal power and were all very old. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Bubbles must have gone to some big force to steal medicine. A dragon's roar came from the Dian elixir furnace. In the sky above the elixir furnace, the shadow of 9 dragons danced and circled. It roared at the sky as if the 9 dragons had been reborn. Clang! The lid of the furnace opened, and Lu Ming's figure flew out. 9 dragons circled his body, and every inch of his skin glowed with a crystal-like luster. Under the luster, it seemed to be filled with infinite power. A superior-grade heavenly spiritual body. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes bright. After a month of continuous tempering, his spiritual body had finally evolved into a superior-grade celestial spiritual body. This was already the highest level of a spirit body. His strength had reached an astonishing level. Although his cultivation hadn't changed in the past month, which was still at the minor mastery supreme saint realm, his combat strength had increased by a lot. With my current combat strength, who can be my match in a battle of the same level? The child of God is known to be invincible among those of the same level. If there's a chance, I must see it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit. Then he stepped out of the mountain of pill furnaces and rushed into the sky. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and the clouds were pierced through, revealing a passage that was thousands of miles long. Boom! 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 Following that, Lu Ming's fists continued to swing. The terrifying fist force swept across and the void boiled. All the air was compressed and exploded, turning into destructive power. Lu Ming seemed to have unlimited energy. He only stopped after half an hour. Chapter 1813 Killing Feng Ling. Cool, cool. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. At this moment, Lu Ming looked out of the mountain of alchemy furnaces. There, a figure was flashing over at top speed. Wherever the figure passed, the space rippled like water. It was as if the figure was traveling through space. Bubble, where did you go to steal the sacred medicine again? Lu Ming smiled and looked at the little girl who appeared in front of him. Brother Lu Ming, bad news? Sister Huang Ling is in danger, said Pow Pow, her large eyes revealing a trace of anxiety. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Instantly, Pow Pow started chattering away. It turned out that Bubbles had sneaked into the Wan family's sacred medicine plantation to eat the sacred medicine and had accidentally heard a secret. The number one genius of the Wan family, OuyangWushuang, had found out about Huang Ling's current cultivation place. He was going to join forces with a group of strong cultivators to kill her in secret. The Wan family again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He knew that the Wan family was taking revenge. Huang Ling and Lu Ming were very close. Some people even said that Huang Ling was Lu Ming's woman. Therefore, they wanted to kill Huang Ling to take revenge on Lu Ming. Bubbles, do you know where Phoenix Spirit is cultivating? Lu Ming asked. I heard from the Wan family that it's in the 10,000 Flame Mountain. How was it? Where is the 10,000 Flame Mountain? Let's not waste any time. We'll go and find out immediately. Let's go. Lu Ming took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Not long after, Lu Ming and Bubbles came to a gathering place. After inquiring about the location of the 1,000 Flame Mountain, they hurried there. Myriad Flame Mountain was a mountain range filled with flames. It was the favorite place of those who cultivated fire-attributed laws. It was more effective to comprehend the laws of fire here than anywhere else. Huang Ling cultivated the law of the unperishable flame, and she often came to the Myriad Flame Mountain to cultivate. In a valley on the Myriad Flame Mountain, flames were burning fiercely. Bai Lin sat cross-legged in the valley. Around her, an undying celestial phoenix was dancing. The surrounding flames were constantly gathering. Suddenly, Huang Ling opened her eyes and looked at the entrance of the valley. She shouted, "Who is it?" as expected of the undying heavenly phoenix body. Your spiritual sense is quite sharp. A cold sneer was heard. Then, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. OuyangWushuang, he shouted. Huang Ling's face darkened. The person in the lead was the number 1 prodigy of the Wan clan, OuyangWushuang. Behind him, the other 4 people were all experts. They were all great saints at the peak or great saint perfection. These people were almost 50 years old and were at the edge of the younger generation. This is my cultivation ground. What are you doing here? Huang Ling said in a deep voice. What are you doing? OuyangWushuang's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. I'm here to kill you, of course. Lu Ming, that bastard, caused the Wan family to lose a true emperor. This enmity is irreconcilable. However, he's hiding in the Dian Elixir Palace and doesn't dare to come out. He'll kill you first. As Lu Ming's woman, I'm afraid his heart will ache if you die. Ha! Huang Ling's face turned red. It seemed that the outside world had misunderstood and thought that she was Lu Ming's woman. However, she did not refute him. A powerful aura emanated from her body as she said, "It's not that easy to kill me with just you guys. So you've broken through to the great sage realm. But you still have to die." OuyangWushuang sneered, and a terrifying aura burst out of his body. Great sage, great perfection. Huang Ling's expression changed. Wan Zhengyang's cultivation was at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm. He did not expect that he had already broken through to the perfected Supreme Saint realm. If Wan Zhengyang's cultivation was still at the peak of the Supreme Saint realm, Huang Ling could still fight him with the help of the law of unperishable flame. However, Wan Zhengyang had broken through to the great perfection of the Supreme Saint realm, and with the other four masters, Huang Ling was not confident. Buzz! Without any hesitation, the phoenix shadow around her fanned and her figure soared into the sky. A wolf's howl resounded in the sky as a huge wolf claw clawed at Huang Ling. Phoenix wing strike. Huang Ling's expression changed. She raised her palm and a phoenix wing formed. Like a divine blade, it slashed at the wolf's claw. Bang! Huang Ling's body trembled as she was knocked down by a powerful force and returned to the valley. In the sky, several wolf howls sounded, and a few giant wolves appeared. Sky Wolf Tower. Huang Ling's expression darkened. A few giant wolves glanced at Feng Ling with cold eyes. You've joined forces to kill me. If the Phoenix Palace finds out, we won't let you off easily. Are you going to start a war between the major forces? Huang Ling shouted. So what if you know? We've only sent out the younger generation, not the older generation. Wan Zhengyang sneered. The people who followed them were all around 50 years old and could be considered to be from the younger generation. Indeed, they did not send anyone from the older generation. As for the younger generation's competition, whether it was a one-on-one fight or being surrounded, there were no restrictions. Moreover, as long as you die, no one will know that we did it. Kill, die. Wan Zhengyang shouted. All the acupoints in his body glowed, and saint weapons flew out. He held an absolute saint weapon and charged at Huang Ling. 9 phoenix strikes. Huang Ling's arms trembled like phoenix wings. She made 9 moves in a row, and phoenixes appeared one after another. They tore through the void and charged toward Wan Zhengyang. Wan Zhengyang wielded his absolute saint weapon and continued to attack, clashing with the phoenix spirit. After 9 consecutive booms, Huang Ling's body trembled and she retreated. After all, Wan Zhengyang was the #1 genius of the Wan family. His cultivation had reached the great perfection of the Supreme Saint realm, and his spiritual body was a medium-grade heaven spiritual body. His combat power was very shocking. Although Huang Ling had mastered the laws of the King Path, she was still no match for him when her cultivation was so far behind. The laws of the King Path are indeed powerful. However, you still have to die. Kill that. Wan Zhengyang shouted and charged at Huang Ling again. The Undying Cage, Fire Cage. Huang Ling shouted, and the flames in the area gathered towards her, forming a cage of flames that trapped Wan Zhengyang. Boom, boom. Wan Zhengyang kept attacking the fire cage, but he couldn't break it. At the same time, Huang Ling charged towards the entrance of the valley. Let's attack together, don't let her escape. Wan Zhengyang roared. The experts from the Wan family who came with Wan Zhengyang attacked together. Terrifying attacks were launched at Huang Ling. At the same time, a few giant wolves in the sky roared and pounced at Huang Ling. 9 phoenix strikes. The phoenix spirit let out a long cry, and her arms trembled. She continuously struck out with terrifying offensive power, and 9 phoenixes pounced out. One of the 4 experts from the Wan family was at the peak of the Great Saint realm. He was killed by the 2 phoenixes and turned into ashes in the flames. The other people's figures also trembled and retreated. Huang Ling seized the opportunity and rushed towards the entrance of the valley. Danger to the phoenix spirit. After forcing back a few of the Wan family's experts, Huang Ling rushed towards the entrance of the valley. She was about to rush out of the valley. Get back! At the entrance of the valley, a sword light burst forth, and a terrifying sword light tore towards Huang Ling. The power of this sword light was extremely terrifying. Huang Ling's expression changed. At the critical moment, a sword of fire appeared in her hand and she blocked in front of her. Bang! A terrifying collision rang out and flames shot out in all directions. Huang Ling's figure retreated rapidly and she only managed to stabilize herself after retreating more than 10 steps. At the entrance of the valley, a few figures appeared, their demonic chi soaring to the sky. "Falcon, it's you!" Huang Ling's heart sank. Several figures appeared at the entrance of the valley. They were experts of the Celestial Bird Palace, and the leader was the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Celestial Bird Palace, Falcon. "Huang Ling, to be honest, it's a pity for such a beautiful woman like you to die like this." Falcon was the first to step over. His eyes were as sharp as knives as he looked at Huang Ling with a burning gaze. His eyes kept scanning her body. Bang! Behind him, the fire cage exploded. OuyangWushuang rushed out of the fire cage, and his cold, killing intent burst out, pressing toward Huang Ling. In the sky, a few giant wolves from the Skywolf Tower blocked their way. Huang Ling was in a desperate situation. "Everyone, it would be a pity to kill this woman directly. Why don't you cripple her first and let me bring her back to play with her?" Falcon licked his lips and kept glancing at Huang Ling's body. His eyes were burning with passion. "Falcon, if you want to play, one have an idea." OuyangWushuang rolled his eyes as if he was brewing a vicious plan. "Bring the phoenix spirit and play outside the Cauldron Mountain. Lure Lu Ming out and we'll set up an ambush to kill him in one fell swoop. As long as we send out the younger generation, the experts from the Dian Elixir Palace will not say anything. Lu Ming's death will be in vain." "Ha!" OuyangWushuang then laughed smugly. "That's a good idea. However, if the people in Phoenix Palace knew about this, they would probably go crazy." Falcon's eyes turned, as if he was thinking about whether this idea was feasible. "Well, just think of a way to hide it from those people in Phoenix Palace." "Falcon, are you so timid that you don't even dare to do this?" OuyangWushuang sneered. "Who says I don't dare?" The flames in Falcon's eyes grew even more intense. "Despicable! Don't even think about getting your way." Huang Ling let out a long cry, and her entire body was about to turn into flames. Endless flames gathered towards her, and she turned into a flaming phoenix, charging up into the sky. "Get down!" Above her, a few giant wolves attacked at the same time, charging towards Huang Ling. A series of collisions rang out. Huang Ling was alone and her cultivation was at a disadvantage. In the end, she did not manage to rush out and was blasted down. "Kill!" Saint weapons flew out from OuyangWushuang's body, and their battle weapon chi soared to the sky as they charged toward Huang Ling. At the same time, Falcon and the others also charged toward her. Huang Ling tried her best to fight against the crowd, but after a few moves, her body flew far away. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and her face was pale. However, her body was still covered in flames. She rushed to the side, trying to get out. "The undying celestial phoenix body, the law of undying fire, and your vitality is indeed amazing. But today, your fate is already decided. Accept your fate," OuyangWushuang said coldly. He took a step forward, and more than 200 saint weapons tore through the void, making a terrible whistling sound, and charged toward Huang Ling. Falcon and the others also took action at the same time. OuyangWushuang or Falcon alone were more powerful than Huang Ling, not to mention so many experts attacking at the same time. Huang Ling was no match for them at all. After a few moves, she was sent flying again and spat out blood. If it were not for her physique, the extremely mysterious law of the imperishable flame, and her astonishing vitality, she would have been killed by now. But even so, Huang Ling was still severely injured. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. OuyangWushuang, Falcon, and experts from the Sirius Tower, a total of more than 10 people, surrounded Huang Ling had no way to retreat. "Everyone, let's cripple her. Such a beautiful woman must taste good." The evil in Falcon's eyes became even more intense. Huang Ling's heart sank. Then, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. She would rather die than fall into Falcon's hands and be used by the other party to threaten Lu Ming. Boom. The flames on her body went berserk and were extremely violent. "She wants to self-destruct, stop her, die!" OuyangWushuang shouted. More than 200 saint weapons gathered and formed a terrifying suppressive force. It pressed down on Huang Ling, trying to stop her from self-destructing. Don't even think about it. The eagle roared and turned into a huge black eagle. With a flap of its wings, it was as big as a mountain and it charged towards Huang Ling. Boom. Boom. The terrifying power shook, and the flames that Huang Ling had burst out were extinguished. Her body was sent flying, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely pale. Her face was filled with despair. There were too many of them, and she couldn't even self-destruct. You want to self-destruct? Dream on. Falcon shouted coldly as he pounced towards Huang Ling, wanting to cripple her cultivation. Huang Ling's injuries worsened and it was difficult for her to dodge. Just as the falcon's attack was about to hit Huang Ling's body, the air around her started to ripple like water. Then, Huang Ling's body disappeared like an illusion. Boom. The falcon's attack landed on the ground, causing a huge boom and a huge pit to appear. Who is it? The eagle's eyes were as sharp as blades. He shouted and scanned the surroundings. Finally, he stopped in the sky above the valley. There, a black-robed young man stood in the air, exuding a terrifying killing intent. A 2- or 3-year-old girl sat on his back, also staring at OuyangWushuang and the others with an unfriendly expression. Of course, the two people were Lu Ming and Bubbles. Lu Ming, what are you doing here? Huang Ling stood beside Lu Ming, looking surprised. Earlier on, it was Bubbles who had saved Feng Ling at the critical moment. I only rushed here because I accidentally heard that OuyangWushuang and the others were going to attack you. It seems like I'm still a little late. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Why is he here? When OuyangWushuang and the rest saw Lu Ming, their expressions changed drastically and they even took a step back. Lu Ming's fearsome reputation was too great. A month ago, when all living beings refined a demon the Arch, it was truly terrifying. What are you afraid of? This isn't the Great Yen Elixir Palace, so he can't control the Great Yen Elixir formation. He's just an ordinary Saint Realm expert. OuyangWushuang shouted, stabilizing the morale of the army. That's right. He's here just in time. We can kill him here and save ourselves some effort. Falcon also said. That's right, we can kill him and avenge the demon god. The killing intent of the giant wolves from the Skywolf Tower grew stronger. That was right. This was not the Great Yen Elixir Palace. Lu Ming could not control the Great Yen Elixir formation. What did they have to fear? It was a good time to kill Lu Ming and get rid of future trouble. You all have to die, Huang Ling, you're injured. Let's go into the mountain and river diagram to heal. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Huang Ling. Lu Ming, you're alone. You can't fight them head-on, said Huang Ling worriedly. She was afraid that Lu Ming would go against OuyangWushuang and the rest by himself. Don't worry. If I can't defeat them, he'll have no worries about retreating with Bubbles around. Lu Ming nodded. Huang Ling was relieved and entered the mountain and river diagram. Today, all of you will die. Lu Ming exuded a terrifying killing intent. His cold eyes swept over OuyangWushuang, Falcon, and the rest. Hee, do you think this is the Great Yen Elixir Palace? You're the one who's going to die, kill. The falcon let out a long cry and flapped its wings, pouncing towards Lu Ming. Its wings were like blades as it whizzed out, slashing at Lu Ming. Falcon, the #1 genius of the Celestial Bird Palace, was a great saint in the Great Circle. His attack was terrifying. If Lu Ming's spirit body hadn't evolved, he might not have been able to defeat Falcon. But now, Lu Ming was not afraid. The laws of chaos circulated and the prison-suppressing heavenly art burst forth. With a palm strike, a phantom of the prison-suppressing steel appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming seemed to be carrying the prison-suppressing steel as he charged at the falcon. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with the falcon's wings. The falcon's body shook violently and it retreated rapidly, its feathers flying in the air. His eyes were filled with extreme shock at Lu Ming's power. From the attack just now, he felt a terrifying power surging from Lu Ming's palm as if he wanted to suppress him. Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the Great Sage initial mastery. How could he have such terrifying power? He was standing in the Great Sage accomplished realm, while Lu Ming was only in the Great Sage minor mastery. He had just entered the Great Sage realm. There was such a huge difference in cultivation. In a head-on collision, he was actually no match for him. It was simply unbelievable. Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the void and charged towards the falcon. "Let's attack together!" Falcon roared. At once, the wolf howled and the wings flapped in the air. The experts from the Sirius Tower and the Celestial Bird Palace all charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, OuyangWushuang led the Wan family's experts at Lu Ming. "Bubbles, you block the people from the Wan family first." Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. "Leave it to me, let's go." Bubbles flew out and waved her hand. Space rippled like water, blocking the path of OuyangWushuang and the others. At the same time, a terrifying power of time and space surged towards them. OuyangWushuang and the others could only resist with all their might. As for Lu Ming, an absolute holy weapon combat sword appeared in his hand. He rushed forward and slashed with the combat sword. A terrifying power poured into the sword, making it have the power to split a mountain. It slashed at a giant wolf. The giant wolf howled and exploded with all its might. Divine light emanated from its body as it charged at Lu Ming. This giant wolf was also a Heaven's Pride expert of the Skywolf Tower. Although he wasn't the #1 Heaven's Pride expert of the Skywolf Tower, he was still one of the top few. He was very powerful. However, he could not block Lu Ming's sword at this moment. The sword slashed down, breaking his attack and slashing down at his head. "No!" the giant wolf howled, and the next moment, the sword slashed down. Blood gushed out, and the giant wolf was cut in half. Following that, Lu Ming swung his battle sword horizontally. A powerful bird was killed in one stroke, its feathers flying in the air. How can he be so strong? The others trembled in their hearts. Lu Ming's realm was only Great Sage minor mastery, but his combat strength was terrifying. This time, the weakest of the three major forces was at the peak of Great Sage, but they could not block Lu Ming's sword. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted and continued to use the divine sword technique. At the same time, he stepped into the air and activated the Array Dao Law. Dense runes appeared out of thin air and covered the remaining experts. Lu Ming's sword aura was like a rainbow, slashing continuously. 2 more experts were killed and blood stained the sky. Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The falcon had found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Its terrifying sharp claws swiped at Lu Ming. A layer of black light covered the sharp claws. Clang! Lu Ming swung his sword and it hit the sharp claw. The sword hummed and the eagle was sent flying again. Blood seeped out of the eagle's claws. Chaos Finger! Lu Ming pointed his fingers several times in succession. A few huge fingers were pointed at Falcon and the remaining experts. During this period of time, Lu Ming's mastery of the chaotic finger of tribulation had steadily increased. It had already reached 55%. The power of the chaotic tribulation finger at 55% was terrifying. It was comparable to 75% of a supernormal technique. Only absolute saints could reach this realm. And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger, crushed down. Apart from Falcon, all the other experts were instantly killed, their bodies exploding under the primal chaos tribulation finger. The falcon also spat out a large mouthful of blood, its feathers flying in the air. Buzz! Lu Ming put away his combat sword and stepped forward. Like a fleeting shadow, he appeared in front of the falcon in an instant and struck down with his palm. The falcon let out a long cry and fought back with all its might. Thump! Boom! The two of them continued to collide with each other and exchanged more than a dozen moves in an instant. After each collision, Falcon retreated frantically. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was far behind Falcon's, Lu Ming's current spirit body had already reached the peak of a superior-grade heavenly spirit body. Moreover, Lu Ming's spirit body had also refined a wisp of chaotic qi. The strength of his spirit body was far above that of a superior-grade heavenly spirit body. At the same time, Lu Ming cultivated the laws of chaos, one of the 10 most powerful laws in the world, the emperor of thousands of laws. Moreover, Lu Ming had 2 saint hearts. The cultivation of his saint energy could not be measured with common sense. Although Lu Ming's cultivation was at the great saint lower tier, the strength of his saint energy would not be weaker than that of the great saint upper tier because he had 2 saint hearts. With so many factors added together, Lu Ming was able to cross such a huge distance and overpower the falcon. This falcon was a top genius. If he was an ordinary person, even an absolute saint, Lu Ming would be able to fight him. Bang! After more than a dozen collisions, the falcon crashed into the wall of the valley. Flames flew, gravel flew, and feathers flew. The falcon coughed up blood. "OuyangWushuang, come and help me!" Falcon roared. His heart was trembling as he felt a fatal crisis. But at this moment, OuyangWushang's face was also pale from fear. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Ordinary great saints were as vulnerable as babies in Lu Ming's hands. Even the falcon was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength had far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he would not help the falcon. He only wanted to escape. Explode! A crazed look flashed across OuyangWushuang's face as he self-destructed an absolute saint weapon. The terrifying power destroyed the spatial defense that Bubbles had set up, and he and a few experts of the Wan family broke through Bubbles' defense. However, they didn't go to help the falcon. Instead, they soared into the sky and fled into the distance. "Falcon, you block them first. They'll find an expert to save you." OuyangWushuang's voice came from afar. "Damn it!" Falcon roared, revealing a look of despair. "It seems that no one will come to save you." "Die seal." Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his fist in the air and dense runes emerged from the falcon's body. They formed a terrifying sealing force that was about to seal the falcon. "You dare to touch me?" During the collision with the falcon just now, Lu Ming had secretly cast the volume of seal. At this time, the power was so shocking that the falcon could not even circulate his cultivation. "No, Lu Ming, you can't kill me," Falcon shouted in horror. "Ridiculous, kill." One Lu Ming pointed his finger and the chaos finger of tribulation was formed, crushing Falcon. Falcon had been scaled and could not exert much of his strength. It was impossible for him to resist. He was crushed by the finger of chaotic tribulation and slammed heavily into the wall of the valley. The wall exploded continuously. In the end, Lu Ming blasted another valley out. Falcon had been torn into pieces and his soul had been destroyed. He had never thought that the number 1 genius of the Tianqin Palace would die here. He had been invited by OuyangWushuang to kill the phoenix spirit, and he agreed without hesitation. He had been coveting the phoenix spirit for a long time. He had thought that with his cultivation, together with OuyangWushuang and the others, it would be a piece of cake to deal with Feng Ling. He had never expected to run into Lu Ming here. Furthermore, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached a terrifying level that he could actually kill him. "OuyangWushuang, you can't escape." Lu Ming's gaze was extremely cold as he looked in the direction OuyangWushuang had fled. "Brother Lu Ming, leave it to me." The bubble appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. It controlled the space-time law and enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. Buzz. Lu Ming's body moved and he disappeared from his original spot. He chased after OuyangWushuang at a terrifying speed. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the space would ripple. It was as if Lu Ming was traveling through the void at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, he saw a few figures flying at high speed ahead. However, they did not see OuyangWushuang. It was obvious that OuyangWushuang was the fastest and had already left the others behind. Seeing that Lu Ming was chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits. Seeing that they could not escape, they gritted their teeth and attacked Lu Ming, wanting to fight to the death. However, the result was already set in stone. Lu Ming went on a killing spree and killed all of them in a few moves. "Brother Lu Ming, it's in that direction." Bubbles pointed to the right. Bubbles could sense the situation far away through space. As long as they were not too far away, OuyangWushuang would not be able to escape. Lu Ming moved and flew to the right. There's a mine of the Wan family not far ahead. There are emperor-ranked experts guarding it. As long as I escape there, it'll be fine. I hope those trash can hold on for a while longer. Let's go. OuyangWushuang increased his speed to the maximum and flew toward a mountain range. The WN family needed too many weapons to cultivate the 10,000 soldier scroll. Therefore, the Wan family would do everything they could to obtain weapons. For example, he had set up the 10,000 spirit exchange and various chamber of commerces. He traveled around the world mainly to earn ori rocks and buy all sorts of weapons. He would also open up all kinds of mines and make all kinds of weapons. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, the Wan family had many mines. Near the 10,000 Flame Mountain, there was a large mine that unearthed precious forging materials, and there were emperor-level figures guarding it. OuyangWushuang was going to the mine to seek shelter. Not long after, a large mine appeared in front of them. OuyangWushuang's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, I will kill you one day. OuyangWushuang's eyes glowed with malice. However, at this moment, his expression changed. A terrifying fluctuation came from behind him. A figure was chasing after him at an incredible speed. Lu Ming, why are you so fast? Run, run, run. OuyangWushuang was almost scared to death. Lu Ming's pursuit meant that the falcon was in grave danger. Naturally, he was afraid. He burst out with all his strength and flew toward the large mine with all his might. He was getting closer and closer to the mine, but Lu Ming's figure was also rapidly approaching. He was not far away. Save me, forefather, save me. OuyangWushuang roared madly. His voice was pushed by the Saint power, and it was much faster than his flying speed. It traveled far and wide. In the mine, many mining and smelting workers raised their heads and looked at OuyangWushuang. That's OuyangWushuang, the #1 heaven's favorite of the Wan clan. He's running for his life. Who wants to kill him? Many people speculated as they looked behind OuyangWushuang. Patriarch, save me. Lu Ming wants to kill me. OuyangWushuang roared again, shocking many people. Lu Ming, it was actually Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to kill OuyangWushuang and had even chased him all the way here. Lu Ming's name had spread throughout the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. Many people had not seen Lu Ming before, but they had heard of him. You can't escape. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he rapidly approached OuyangWushuang. At this moment, the bubble opened its mouth and a transparent bubble flew out. Then, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around OuyangWushuang's body and trapped him. OuyangWushuang's body stopped moving. Not good. OuyangWushuang's expression changed. He tried to break through, but he couldn't. Suppress. Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and the Tai Chi formation plate appeared. It expanded rapidly and pressed down on OuyangWushuang. OuyangWushuang's body trembled as he was continuously suppressed by the laws of space and time and the Tai Chi formation disc. He was almost unable to move. Boom. At this moment, a shocking aura burst out from the Wan family's mine. A beam of light shot into the sky, and a terrifying pressure filled the air, causing everyone's expression to change. That was Emperor pressure. A figure appeared in the light, and a rumbling voice came from all directions. Lu Ming, how dare you kill the Wan clan's prodigy? Emperor-level great ancestor? Ha! It's an emperor-level great ancestor. OuyangWushuang was overjoyed. A monarch-level expert had appeared. His life could be considered saved. But the next moment, his pupils rapidly contracted. This was because Lu Ming did not stop at all. He appeared next to him and threw a punch. A storm-like force surged toward OuyangWushuang. Under the double suppression of the bubbles and the Tai Chi disc array, OuyangWushuang could hardly resist. The terrifying power entered OuyangWushuang's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His bones and armor were all shattered, and even his saint heart in his dantian was cracked. OuyangWushuang was severely injured, and his aura was weak. Lu Ming grabbed OuyangWushuang's neck and stood proudly in the void. There was a flash of light, and in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. His aura was earth-shattering, as if he was a king who ruled the world. This was a monarch-level expert from the Wan clan. "Forefather, save me!" Wan Jingyang roared. "Lu Ming, let Jingyang go. Otherwise, it'll make you face a life-and-death situation." The emperor-level expert from the Wan clan coldly spoke. Lu Ming was simply too bold. He had appeared just now and Lu Ming still dared to attack Wan Jingyang and severely injure him. "You're making me face a life-and-death dilemma?" Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered and looked at the emperor-level powerhouse of the Wan family in disdain. "You dare to touch me?" These words caused the Wan clan's emperor-level expert's face to change. Chapter 1817. Killing Wan Jingyang. A month ago, in the Great Yen Elixir Palace, an old man from the Great Yen Elixir Palace had killed 2 true emperors in a row, shaking the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. The old man had once said that he would not care about the outcome of a fight between his peers. However, if it was someone from the older generation, especially an emperor-level powerhouse, who made a move on Lu Ming, he would have to make a trip to that force. His words sent a chill down all the force's spines. With the old man's combat power, if he really went to the mountain gate of any force and started a massacre, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the emperor-level experts of the Wan clan did not dare to attack Lu Ming unless Lu Ming was seeking his own death by attacking the emperor-level experts. Lu Ming's words made Wan Zhengyang's heart turn cold. Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to kill him in front of the emperor-level experts of the Wan family? At the thought of this, he was extremely terrified and cried out mournfully, "Forefather, save me, save me." "Lu Ming, it's easy to break if you're too hard. Although you're talented, the senior from the Dian Elixir Palace can't protect you forever. You'd better leave some room for improvement." The emperor-level expert from the Wan clan coldly spoke. "Leave a lifeline? Ha, what a joke, leaving you guys a chance to kill me?" Lu Ming laughed out loud, full of disdain. It was impossible for Lu Ming to reconcile with the Wan family, the Sirius Tower, and other forces. It was either one of them died or the other party died. Would the other party let Lu Ming off if he showed mercy? Since that was the case, why should he leave a way out? "Wan Zhengyang's life is mine. What can you do about it?" he said. Lu Ming spoke, his cold killing intent undisguisable. No, no. Wan Zhengyang's liver and guts were torn apart as he struggled madly. "Kill, die!" Lu Ming bellowed. A terrifying force gushed out like a storm, blasting into Wan Zhengyang's body. Wan Jingyang let out an unwilling scream. Then, his body exploded with a bang, and his body and spirit were destroyed. Everyone in the mine looked at this scene in shock. Wan Jingyang was dead. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Wan Jingyang in front of the Wan family's emperor-level powerhouses. A cold voice rang out from the Wan clan's emperor-level expert. A terrifying aura burst forth from his body, causing the sky to tremble and the earth to rumble. Lu Ming was pushed back by this aura. However, his eyes were still determined. He looked at the emperor-level powerhouse from the Wan clan fearlessly. The emperor-level expert from the Wan clan was filled with killing intent. He glared at Lu Ming coldly, wishing he could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. There were many people in this mine from various major forces. If he killed Lu Ming, the news would definitely spread and alert the expert from the Dian Elixir Palace. Then, the Wan family would face a terrible disaster. As for him, he would probably be killed by the experts of the Great Yen Elixir Palace. Therefore, he endured it and slowly restrained his aura. However, his killing intent became stronger and stronger. Lu Ming, although the senior from the Dian Elixir Palace said that he wouldn't interfere in a battle between peers, as your combat strength grows stronger and you continue to provoke our Wan family, it's impossible for our Wan family to not retaliate. Even if the emperor-level figures don't make a move, the people of the Absolute Saint Realm can. Otherwise, you won't be able to survive if we fight to the death. The Wn clan martial sovereign's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he spoke indifferently. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong now. No one in the younger generation of the Wan family could compete with Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's combat strength would become stronger. According to Elder Kong, Lu Ming could continue to hunt down the people from the Wan family, and the Wan family would not be able to retaliate? How could that be possible? Since Lu Ming's strength had already surpassed that of the younger generation, they could also send people of the older generation to deal with Lu Ming. As long as they did not go too far, such as directly sending an emperor-level expert, they believed that the other party would not say anything. Sure, they'll take all the absolute saints at once. I won't let Uncle Kong find trouble with you, Lu Ming said. As long as the other party's emperor-level powerhouse did not dare to make a move, an absolute saint would only bring pressure and motivation to Lu Ming, making him move faster. With that, Lu Ming turned around and swaggered away. The Wn family's martial emperor's eyes flickered with crazy killing intent, but he did not dare to make a move in the end. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Ming left. Lu Ming's combat strength has already reached this level? To be able to kill OuyangWushuang, that's truly shocking. Not necessarily. Just now, Lu Ming relied on the little girl's help to render OuyangWushuang defenseless. The little girl should be a terrifying divine beast, but Lu Ming's combat strength is indeed shocking. Among the younger generation of the ancient Moon Holy Land, Lu Ming is already at the peak. Other than a few monstrous talents, I'm afraid no one is his match. In the mine, many people were discussing. What happened just now would probably spread to the entire ancient Moon Holy Land. Lu Ming made his way to the Phoenix Palace. Not long after, he arrived at the Phoenix Palace and released the Phoenix Spirit from the mountain and river diagram. Huang Ling's complexion was much better. After she came out, she immediately looked around. This is the Phoenix Palace. When Huang Ling realized that she was in the Phoenix Palace, she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, are you all right? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. OuyangWushuang, Falcon, you'll get my revenge sooner or later. Huang Ling gritted her teeth and a cold light flashed through her eyes. I'm afraid you can't get your revenge because they're already dead. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? They're dead? You killed them? Huang Ling was dumbfounded. Yes, I should say that Bubble and I worked together to kill him, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, did you have a breakthrough in your cultivation? Huang Ling asked again. OuyangWushuang and Falcon had reached the great saint perfection and were extremely powerful. It was beyond her expectations that Lu Ming could kill them. My cultivation hasn't broken through, but my spirit body has evolved. Phoenix Spirit, you should recuperate first. When you're better, call Long Chen and find me at the Dian Elixir Palace. They'll show you something good. Lu Ming smiled. No wonder. Huang Ling nodded. Lu Ming's combat strength was already very strong. Now that his spirit body had evolved, his combat strength was even more shocking. With Bubbles, it was possible for him to kill OuyangWushuang and the rest. What good stuff? She was curious about the good stuff that Lu Ming mentioned. Come to the Great Yen Elixir Palace and find me. Lu Ming smiled, turned around, and walked away. After returning to the Great Yen Elixir Palace, Lu Ming went into seclusion to cultivate, comprehending the Finger of Calamity of Chaos and the sealed scroll of the 9 scrolls of the Array Dao. 7 days later, Huang Ling and Long Chen came together. Lu Ming, what's the good thing you said you wanted to show us? Huang Ling blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Lu Ming's glabella glowed and the Dian Elixir furnace flew out. It stood on the ground and said, "That's it, the Dian Elixir furnace." The Dian Elixir furnace? The two of them were curious. They had seen it before. The alchemy fire in the Dian Elixir furnace can temper the spirit body and allow the spirit body to evolve. Lu Ming explained the effects of the Dian Elixir furnace. Chapter 1818, OuyangWushuang. Chapter 1818, OuyangWushuang. He had absolute trust in Huang Ling and Long Chen's character. He planned to let Long Chen and Huang Ling enter the Da Yen Elixir furnace to refine and evolve their spirit bodies. Huang Ling and Long Chen both cultivated spiritual bodies related to the top 10 war beasts. If their spiritual flowers evolved and reached the level of upper-class heavenly spiritual bodies, Their combat strength would also soar. It can actually temper the spirit body directly and allow the spirit body to evolve? After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, the two of them were dumbfounded. This effect was simply too heaven-defying. Who's going to go in and try? However, the tempering process is extremely painful. If you can't hold on, please remind me. Lu Ming said. The evolution of a spirit body is so heaven-defying that a little pain is nothing. I'll go first. Long Chen stepped forward. Lu Ming opened the lid and let Long Chen in. Then, he put in a large amount of sacred medicine and closed the furnace. Lu Ming took control of the elixir furnace. The elixir fire burned fiercely inside the furnace, enveloping Long Chen and beginning to temper his physical body. Long Chen was also a person with a strong will. How could he give up in such intense pain? He gritted his teeth and endured it. 7 days later, Long Chen reached his limit and came out of the furnace. The effect is indeed amazing. Long Chen sighed. It's my turn. Huang Ling couldn't wait any longer and stepped into the furnace. In the following days, Huang Ling and Long Chen took turns to enter the Dian elixir furnace to temper their spirit bodies. Lu Ming split some of his attention to pay attention to the elixir furnace, while most of his energy was still on his own cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Long Chen's and Phoenix Spirit's spiritual bodies had finally been tempered to the extreme and had evolved into the ranks of the top-tier celestial spiritual bodies. Their combat strength had increased greatly. With their potential and their own cultivation, they would be able to evolve sooner or later and step into the upper-class celestial spiritual body, but it was unknown how long it would take. Lu Ming, the Phoenix Palace sent me a message earlier. The date of the Heavenly Emperor City's Yuan Mountain Saint Academy's opening ceremony has been set. It will be in half a year. Said Huang Ling. In half a year? Lu Ming muttered. He definitely had to make a trip to the Heavenly Emperor City. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was established by a few great emperors, and there would be great emperors giving Tao lectures. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Moreover, the top geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain would gather at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Lu Ming also wanted to go and see for himself. Only by clashing with powerful geniuses could he improve faster. Right now, all the geniuses are cultivating hard and their progress is extremely fast. We should make use of this period of time to raise our cultivation. With our strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for us to occupy a place in the Yuan Mountain's Sacred Academy. Huang Ling said. The few of them chatted for a while more before Feng Ling and Long Chen bade farewell and returned to their respective sects to cultivate. As soon as Feng Ling returned to the Phoenix Palace, someone came to find her. Feng Ling, the Palace Master is looking for you. The messenger reported. Palace Master? Alright, I'll go now. Yes. Huang Ling nodded and walked towards the Palace Master's hall. In the main hall, the Palace Master stood with her hands behind her back, as if she was thinking about something. Huang Ling, Palace Master. May I know why you've summoned me? Huang Ling came to the back of the Phoenix Palace Master and bowed respectfully. The Master of the Phoenix Palace turned around and glanced at Feng Ling. Her eyes lit up in surprise. Feng Ling, your spirit body has evolved? Yes, Palace Master. It has just evolved recently. Huang Ling said. She didn't say that it was because of the Dian elixir furnace that she evolved. The Dian elixir furnace's effects were too heaven-defying. Lu Ming told them this because he trusted them. Naturally, they would not tell anyone about it, even if it was the person they were closest to or the Palace Master of Phoenix Palace. Alright, I have a matter here. I was originally considering whether to let you go or not, but now that your spirit body has evolved and your combat strength has increased greatly, it's a good time for you to go and gain experience. The Phoenix Palace's Palace Lord said. Palace Master, what's the matter? Huang Ling asked curiously. It's about the Xinyuan Empire. The Phoenix Palace's Palace Lord said. Ancient Sun's Sacred Land? God Yuan Empire? Huang Ling's expression changed. Ancient Yang's Sacred Land was also one of the 9 sacred lands of Yuan Mountain, and it was close to Ancient Moon's Sacred Land. The Xinyuan Empire was one of the ancient Sun Holy Land's major powers. It was an ancient empire, and its strength was much stronger than Phoenix Palace. That's right. Some time ago, the old emperor of the Xinyuan Empire failed to survive the crisis of heaven and earth. He was annihilated in the crisis. The palace lord of Phoenix Palace said with a complicated expression, "The old emperor of the Xinyuan Empire has failed his tribulation." Huang Ling's expression changed as well. The old emperor of the Xinyuan Empire was an unimaginable existence. He was extremely terrifying. Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he was at least a peak existence among true emperors. An expert like him was almost at the peak, but he still couldn't survive the Great Tribulation and fell under it. With the death of the old emperor, the Xinyuan Empire lost its ruler. In order to fight for the emperor's position, the various branches had internal strife and a fierce battle broke out. The battle caused the Xinyuan Empire to suffer heavy losses. In the end, a few ancient emperors who had been in seclusion appeared and quelled the internal strife with their terrifying combat power. However, a country cannot go a day without a ruler. The ancient emperors selected 3 of the most talented princes from the younger generation of the Divine Yuan Empire to undergo a test. The prince who wins will become the crown prince of the Divine Yuan Empire. As long as he becomes an emperor in the future, he will be able to take over the throne and become the new emperor. One of the prince's descendants has always been on good terms with the Phoenix Palace. A few days ago, he came to the Phoenix Palace and asked some geniuses to help him fight for the position of crown prince. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord explained. Huang Ling was enlightened. So that was what happened. The Phoenix Palace's palace master was probably referring to helping the Xinyuan Empire's prince. The Xinyuan Empire is very powerful, far stronger than many of the forces in ancient Moon Holy Land. If we can help this prince become the crown prince, or even inherit the entire Xinyuan Empire in the future, then our Phoenix Palace will also receive a powerful support. The Phoenix Palace's palace lord explained. "Don't worry, palace master. I'll do my best to help the prince," said Huang Ling. "Yes, but just do your best. If there's danger, don't force yourself." This time, the other princes of the Xinyuan Empire will probably invite some powerful heaven's favorites to help. Just do what you can. I'll bring you to meet the prince, the master of the Phoenix Palace warned, then asked someone to bring Feng Ling to the prince. In a courtyard, Huang Ling met the prince. "OuyangWushuang, it's you?" Seeing the prince, Huang Ling was shocked. A phoenix spirit? The prince of the Xinyuan Empire, OuyangWushuang, was also surprised. He had not expected to see Feng Ling here. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be surprised. This was because the Xinyuan Empire's prince, OuyangWushuang, was one of the 6 people who had passed the Hunyuan sex assessment and become a silver inheritor. Previously, they only knew each other's names, but they did not know the other's detailed information. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.